Welcome, everybody, to our latest edition of the Quake Pro League Stage 1. Well, my name's Ketchup, joined by Flea, and this week we've got some real killer matchups lined up, Flea.
Oh yes, indeed we do, because as we're getting closer towards the end of this stage, everything starts mattering all that much more, because we do have the relegation system in place still, which means that the bottom two players in each region will have to fight for their survival and their place in the Pro League by the end of this stage. And given that there's only 2 weeks left after today, catch-up things are starting to really heat up.
Now, for those that weren't able to catch last week's action, as always, don't worry, because we do have a recap video that highlights the past week's results. So, when you're ready, take it away.
If he catches out base, it might be enough. Shotgun around the corner, just missing out. The totem's back, but the shotgun blast almost gets the chance for the second frag, and he does as he drops down, and 2 more shotgun blasts. Pop down to say hello, but through the telly, Sparty waiting with the rockets, and the rail will finish him, though. Oh, that's the wrong weapon choice, Sparty, as he gets pushed around with the LG and the rail to cap it off. Through the doorway, this should be a nightmare here for Effortless, and it is. And spits on his dead body. A little bit of a jump pad play, drops back down 28 HP. Oh, and what?
The trade.
Oh, and he's a gentleman about it. And there we have the duel out in the courtyard. He's gonna go in off that. Tanaku has nothing and he gets piped. Wow, great rocket to rail.
Take a bit more of a risk now, considering how much of a stack advantage he did have. It's only a matter of time, as typical chain.
Oh, wow, that is crazy. Wenger trying to push in, LG on LG. Is he gonna full commit here? There's the dire orb, a little bit of misdirection, and that would be enough. Missed. Wow, how did he hit that rail? 61 HP, he's moonwalking his way out. Can Avik find him? Oh, he does! What a shot! What a rail from around the ledge. Follows up with a shotgun, just a little bit more. Just a taste, that's all he needs, and there it is.
He's been getting good repositioning there, but he has stuck himself in a corner, and that will be the deciding frag. Oh no.
Oh my god. LG on LG, the bull rush, is that going to change the tide? Barely does not. The heavy goes to Toxie. 2 rails, and that's 3 rails. Make it 4, maybe, and it is.
Oh!
Oh, the dire orb for the frag. The jump pad LG battle, he does manage to get that. Cypher, 2 rails, does land the rocket as well as he comes back through for the 50s. It's a frag movie. We are now watching a frag movie. Put on your favorite track in the background, and there you go.
So quite the week, as it always is. But as we are starting to reach, this is week 11. We have had so many shows at this point, and the stage 1 finals, they loom upon us. And on that note, let's take a look at the rankings. Now, this is what we really need to refer to now, because there's not a lot of weeks left and not a lot of opportunities for players to start to climb back up, is there, Flea?
There absolutely isn't, and one of the most interesting parts when we look at the rankings is the bottom of the European side, because so far we've got Toxic, who has yet to win a single match, but then just above him, you've essentially got 3 people that are tied when it comes to earnings. Cooler, CNZ, and Sparty all have the exact same amount of money to their name, so that is still a very close and tight race to see who will make it out of relegation.
But then at the same time, we can look at the upper side and we can see players like Chain, who have had absolutely phenomenal showings, every step of the way. It's why Chain currently 8-0, the real up-and-comer, and continuing to be so at this point, which is great to see and great to talk about. But today's action, Dramis and Dewey, is going to be the first matchup of the day. And this one interests me as well, because Dramis, he did have a very kind of, I think, heavy-sided first half of this stage where he had to fight a lot of heavy hitters at an early point. But he is starting to kind of, return to his form, and we do get to see the Dramis that we can grow to expect. But there's always room for him to go even further. Now, Dewey, a player that is, I think, one of the more unusual players in this entire roster, and he has been since day one, because he has got that kind of patented Dewey patience and style. Not all the time. He is able to diversify a little bit, but if we're talking of players in particular, Dewey, I think he's one of the most individual, I think is fair to say.
Oh, absolutely. And I think there's definitely a clash of style and a very clear contrast between these players, right? As you mentioned yourself, Dewey tends to be much more passive, reactionary when it comes to how he approaches these games. But Dramis, on the other hand, is a very fast and high flyer, right? He is widely considered to be one of the best crouch sliders in the game. He loves the stroke. He loves playing as Slash as well. And that is, of course, in a clear conflict with Dewey, who will just sit on a position and wait and slowly play around everything he does up until he gets the lead and then just run with it. So very different approaches to the match is what we're going to see here.
And Dewey can be a player that's really good at picking specific champions for those kind of like one magic moment frag situations that allows him to take that lead and sit on it for as long as possible by a small amount. Now, we are going to take a look at the picks and bans, and I'm curious actually to see what the journey is going to be between the two of them. And I do wonder if the champions will reflect that. So Blood Covenant, well, we'll come back and check it in a second. There we go, we're back. So the Slash being removed, good idea, taking that away from Dramis. However, the Athena was taken anyway versus the Ranger. Molten Fools, it's the Strog Scalebearer taken away. Another kind of personal respect ban, I think that one was, and the Sorlag coming out from Dewey. And then Awoken, it will be Keel and BJ. So, I mean, first initial thoughts here, looking at the champions alone, I think that the clashing in playstyle, with the exception of Awoken, is very much apparent in the champions they've picked.
Yeah, absolutely. This comes as no surprise, right? Dewey immediately banning the Slash, Dramis responding by first picking Athena and then going for the Strog, the other crouch slider on the second map, going up against the Sorlag, so we've got a bit of a power imbalance there. Also interesting, Dewey banning Tower of Koth, which I think is a map that could generally really fit his playstyle well, but still not comfortable or not interested in playing it against a player like Dramis at least. And then to conclude this series, we will be jumping into Awoken, much smaller map than the previous two, where we're going to see VJ go up against the Keel. So interestingly enough, not a single map where both champions are from the same category. There's always going to be one player who has that base advantage when it comes to stack, but also it tends to be slower and have a larger hitbox to compensate.
But we always starting to see the Keel a little bit more from Dramis as time is going on, and it is just about aim more than anything. Dramis very much known for that execution, the movement, the aim, kind of all of it combined. Very high octane player, I think it's definitely fair to say about Dramis. And Keel can be, I mean, no pun intended, quite the explosive pick on a small map. He has that one opportunity. The grenades can shut down certain areas. It's going to be really hard to challenge him on, the two items. If he's got a large stack and he's got grenades, right, he's got a rocket launcher. It's like, well, how do I even try and fight this back? But Dewey, a player that is good at looking for the magic moment, that one opportunity to take that one frag, and then that can sometimes be the decider of the entire map. However, predictions Flea. And I'm curious to see what chat thinks as well. Let me know in chat which side you think will take this, because there is quite a dynamic between these two players, isn't there?
Definitely. This is a difficult one to pick. If we look at the historical results, last time these two players went head-to-head, quite some time ago, it was back in the third stage of the first season, it was actually Dramis who won 2-1. So historically speaking, he won the last time they faced off against each other. But as you already mentioned, Ketchup, Dramis has had a very rough start to this season of the Quake Pro League. He's only managed to win a single match, and that was against Maxter. But luckily for him, that was his previous appearance in the Quake Pro League. So maybe he can finally start building some momentum. That said, though, I am still more inclined to give it to Dewey, because even though Dramis is just so aggressive and fast, he doesn't have the slash to play with, and I think that Dewey can probably react to much that he's going to throw out this game.
So it should be a chill day. Strap yourselves in. Thank you so much for joining us. Just remind everyone, Quake Pro League. This is Season 2. The difference in format, how every single map counts. It's all about the prize money now. So even if it is a 2-0, there's that final map that still matters. And especially now, you know, we are dawning on that later end of Stage 1, with the Stage 1 finals right around the corner. So any maps that you can take here, whether it's going to be your bracket, whether it's going to, you know, be the difference between relegation or not, things are starting to get quite scary, because that challengers bracket that has been filling up is getting quite scary. If you look at the players that are in there, I mean, the relegation matches could be some of the spiciest I think we've ever seen. Flea?
Oh, absolutely. I didn't check exactly what has changed in comparison to last week, but there are indeed many top contenders, players who were previously in the Quake Pro League themselves, such as Sib. Think of Sirius, a man who is looking to make his long-awaited return onto the Quake Pro League. He was an absolute menace, and now, of course, he's signed by Maestro. And Maestro is, of course, home to some of the absolute best players, not just in Europe, but the entire world. So maybe that base that he has in terms of support can help him really shine this time around. But all of that just adds to the point. Challengers is spicy. Things are heating up. There's a lot of really good players, and they are hungry, looking for an opportunity, because we have seen players such as CNZ, right? We're looking at Maxter right now. Those are the players who weren't in the Quake Pro League from the beginning, but they made their way into the league, fought hard, and secured themselves these well-deserved positions. So, of course, if you're an onlooker and you see that, that's something that you want for yourself as well, to play and rumble with the best.
So while we're waiting for both players to be in the lobby so we can get this show on the road, some other matches that we can definitely look forward to. Effortless and Nosfa, Saigib versus Dahang, Maxter. Wait a minute, am I looking at the right one? Yes, Maxter versus Rafa, Avex Party, and then Wenger Cypher being the final matchup. A quick note, CNZ versus Razia has been postponed, so apologies, won't be on stream today, but it will be played out, just not on today's broadcast. But when results happen, I'm sure you'll be able to find that one out on the Quake social media, or the following show, as things tend to be. But good to see players like Avec back in the fray. I know Avec had quite the return last week, and I know that you lovely people at home are happy to see him back as well. Now, we always do see when's Avec coming back? And I'm glad he was able to be back and is able to give his A game fresh out of the box.
Oh yeah, Avec last week taking down Wenger, if I'm not mistaken, clearly showing that time away from the scene hasn't affected his skills too much. And he is hungry too, right? If I'm not mistaken, Avec is currently ranked 5 in the leaderboards for Europe, at least. And Ketchup, I still remember, not all that long ago, the two of us in the studio talking about how Avec is just barely getting by, barely staying ahead of that relegation territory, right? Just having essentially a few points ahead of the person below him. And look at how he's performing right now, taking down Wenger, beating some of the absolute top players in the world. The man is really shaping up to be a major threat in the Stage 1 finals.
But I think that's why we said, you know, last when we were in that studio, which feels like forever ago now. This has been a very long or quick year, depending on which way you look about it. But I think that's why when we were talking about those early stages of Season 1, that we would constantly say, like, it's weird talking about this. It's very strange to be talking about Avec not being that successful, because he is one of the most legendary players of Quake, and he's a real fan favorite, and we know that he has what it takes to go all the way, because he'd seen grand finals of major tournaments in Quake Champions. But, you know, that was history. And the future is now, and that future for Avec looks quite bright, doesn't it? With some impressive results, and we'll be seeing him today, so if he can continue that momentum. He is looking better and better, and it is great to have him back. But that is just one of our matchups. We have got other matchups to get through as well. But as we currently wait for the lobby to be good to go. Sorry, by the way, everyone, for the delay. Rest assured, the second we're good to jump in and start the map, we will as soon as possible. We want to start the show just as much as you do, but get the show shared out. Social media, hashtag Quake Pro League. Let us know who your favorite players are. My rabbit has just entered the room and is currently going under the bed. Get out from there. Come back. Sorry. Get out. I'm going to have to subtly let my partner know to come in and quickly get out. Take it away. Take it, Flea. Help me out. Help.
Yeah, I'll take it away, Ketchup. And today, of course, we will later on be joined once again by the immaculate DJ Wheat, a fan favorite, a man who has been around as long as time itself. One of the esports OGs, and he will be joining us later for the 2 final matches of the day, which are, of course, Avec versus Sparty and Wenger versus Cypher. They are our highlighted matches, our show matches to end things out with. But before that, of course, plenty more to come. Dramas versus Dewey will be the first one, just waiting for the players to get everything ready and set up in the lobby. But then we are jumping into things as soon as they are ready and once the rabbit situation is resolved.
Oh, it's already done. It's already done, though. My Amy, she was swift. She was quick. She came in, swooped her up, and now we're good to go. She's very powerful. She can open the door with her face, and she didn't do it before. Now she's too smart for her own good. That's it. Never underestimate how smart rabbits can be. But we do actually have Dramas in the lobby. So again, thanks everyone for your patience. We should be good to go. Both players, I think, are just confirming whether they're ready. And then we'll actually be starting off the Blood Covenant. So let's actually talk about map 1 for a little bit. We do see Dewey with the Ranger, the famous Dewey orb, never forget. And then Dramas locking in that Athena, which is always, if you can't go Slash, you've already got an Athena or vice versa. It's a devastating team of characters to have on this map because it is about that movement, that mobility, the fact that Dramas can just fly around wherever he wants to go. And Dewey needs to show a lot of respect to that. Thankfully, he is going to have that orb, the burst potential, mobility, whatever the case may be. But as I've always said, Dewey, a player that just plays for that one moment to just take things in his favor. And the champions can be quite I think, an extension of that. And when it comes to Dewey, he does use the orb for mobility, but his orb usage in combat really is why, when I think of the Ranger orb in this context, Dewey is one of the main players I think of, because he's very specific with it compared to others.
Oh yeah, and same goes for just the fights that he takes, right? You said it yourself, he's very reserved, very calculated. Quake is, above everything else, a game of probabilities. And you very often have players who decide, okay, 60% in my favor, this is a fight that I'm going to take. Dewey is not that kind of player. He will wait for the perfect situation where he gets the upper hand, the better positioning, the better weapon choice, and then once he feels like there's a 9 out of 10 chance that he will win, that is the moment that he strikes. That's when he pounces on his opponent, and of course, the infamous Dewey orb coming out to help him in that as well. But on the other hand, Blood Covenant's a pretty tall map. A lot of verticality. Athena is extremely meta on this map. She's probably one of the best picks when it comes to Blood Covenant alone. So he's going to be facing quite some challenges if he tries to land that orb.
Constant access to the hourglasses is something we always have to talk about as well. These champions that, because of just the nature of how their abilities work, if there is an hourglass, they can probably take it. And taking that away from Ranger means that you're going to have constant movement. And he might not necessarily have as much access to the Dire Orb as he would. So the warm-up is coming to a close. It's going to be Dramas and Dewey, match number 1 here for our latest week of Quake Pro League. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your patience. We appreciate that. And now, we're good to go.
Game is starting off without any immediate aggression. Dewey picking up his own item, the Mega Health. Dramas sticking more towards the heavy side of things, but he's lacking a lot of weapons. Doesn't have the LG, doesn't have the rockets, up until he just picked it up. And this is pretty standard start for a map like this. Both players just want to go ahead and pick up the items that they need. Dewey eating a bad rocket there, though. This is putting Dramas in a slightly more advantageous position, as he's looking to secure the Mega Health instead from this rotation.
And that will be Mega soaked up happily. Plenty of hourglasses behind him if he needs to fall back onto them. And it's just about that initial information, you know, fair idea over where Dewey's going to be right now. Has the rail angle, but both players able to return. Dramis, unfortunately, not able to quite hit his one, so Dewey's going to get that initial little bit of a push, taking some of the armor that might exist down there. And here comes the item rotation for another time. And it is that kind of classic start to the map, isn't it, where neither player wants to be too push-heavy. The rails setting the tone. Lovely second rail as Dewey gets the drop down. Perfect call out from Dramis. And that rail means that Dewey is just, I mean, wow! Just does
Those
the math.
rockets!
Does
Dewey!
the math. That is confidence, Lee. That is confidence to know that if I orb and I land my shots, it doesn't matter that I was at death's door 5 bloody seconds ago.
It all came down to that first rocket. If Dewey would not have landed a direct, flying up with the orb and picking up the mega, he would have been dead for sure. But he landed a beautiful rocket, knocking Dramis off balance, and then, of course, adding on and piling more and more damage. But Dramis, fearless, rushing in, using the hook to steal away the mega, doing exactly what Dewey did to him just seconds ago to tie things right back up 1-1.
There's the initial catch. Nice weapon usage there from Dewey, but he returns! The orb, Dramis was ready. I think he listened out for the orb the second he heard it. Just ready for the rail angle, hitting 2 in a row. His rails have been doing the absolute business so far. And it's how he capitalizes.
63% railgun accuracy for Dramis.
90 damage rocket as well. This is a bad mix, and the shotgun to finish. I mean, he's just going to do the math there, isn't he? He knows he's weak enough. Finish the job.
This is looking good for Dramis fans. He is playing so confident right now, and that is something that I feel like we missed in those earlier games. After losing maybe his first 2 matches in this season of the Quake Pro League, it really seemed like there was perhaps a bit of a mental block when it comes to Dramis. But after beating Maxter last week, or 2 weeks ago rather, he seems to have found his mojo once again. Seems a lot more confident, landing all of the shots that he needs and constantly applying pressure. He knows that when he plays someone like Dewey, you cannot allow them free reign of the map, because they will play so passively and reactively to anything you do that you have to be the one to pressure them.
Looking for Dewey. Dewey's going to spring the trap, but oh, no reward really. He's able to put himself in position for Mega. So we'll see if that helps him out, but he's just not able to return the damage. The tri-bolt is going to finish it. Dewey, I mean, part 1 of the trap was set. Dramis had no idea Dewey was waiting in a teleporter, but wasn't quite able to get the surprise damage. Was able to at least position himself on Mega, but it is coming down to damage constantly. The fact that Dramis is always the one that's in full control of these items, even though there is a difference between the light and the medium champions, it just doesn't matter, because Dramis is staying so stacked anyway. The orbs haven't had an opportunity to really matter that much in the fight either, because the damage that Dramis is dishing out is so good. However, that missed rail punished heavily.
And there's the very interesting statistic that we don't get to talk about enough, but Dramis has so far hit around 11 rockets and done nearly 900 damage. Wow. That means that he's doing over 80 damage per rocket that lands. They are some hefty shots. Of course, there's a lot of spam, so he's gonna miss a few, but when the rocket does connect, it's almost never for anything lower than like 70 points of damage, and that is making it so difficult for Dewey to really get into the game. Dramis is slapping him around and doing most of the damage, missing almost nothing. Oh, very patient. Just waiting for the orb to be used. Doesn't want to fire prematurely, and then just surgically takes down Dewey.
Now Dewey is starting to find himself in quite an alarming position, because we've just hit that 5-minute warning. He's piling into these fights. There is a lot of confidence. The confidence secured him that first frag to begin with. But again, the combos, the damage, Dramis, bringing the A game. We're talking about weapons alone, but as Dewey continues to push in these fights, it's not really working anymore. Dramis is ready for it. When the fight inevitably happens, he's confident. He's hitting these opening rails, so Dewey's getting shut down. The swap to the rocket, even more damage. An orb that's not allowed to exist. And another frag goes to Dramis. It's looking kind of rough for Dewey right now. Ooh.
I feel like Dewey has taken an uncharacteristic amount of risk so far. Like that first fracture, it went this way, but that's about the only one that did. He has to play it a bit more patiently than this, because he constantly ends up in these bad engagements where he uses his orb. And it doesn't really amount to the advantage that he needs to secure the frag, and then Dramus just uses that extra mobility just like there, using the rail, or the hook rather, mid-fight, to get himself that slightly better angle, that better position to finish up the frag. And Dewey, he uses the orb, but never to the same effect.
Dramus is hitting some absolutely fantastic shots as well. His aim in general. And it's just making him such a pain in the middle of combat. The orb, at least, is able to secure one here. But I mean, let's just look at the maths. 8 frags in not a lot of time left. Gets a lovely prediction rocket, but Dramus able to jump clean over it. The rail, a rare miss, honestly, with the shots that Dramus has hit. But also, a lot of these rails that are landing preemptively, those before the fight happens. Dramus is in position before Dewey is, and it is that mobility. It is the fact that he's just rocking this Athena so heavily. And, you know, we know what Dramus can do with those high-octane champions. He's always got that rail angle ready, and Dewey kind of just goes right into it. Takes that rail, and then he's not really healthy for the next fight. Dramus kind of makes the fight happen.
Right now, Dramus has exactly 1,000 points of damage dealt over his opponent, as Dewey goes in aggressively, but the stairs, they are tricky to land the rockets on, and Dramus using the hook expertly to get out of a bad situation. Mega is up. He's actually just gonna go fly right on by, land the rail, the combo kill. Even Dewey will fall once more. And this is when desperation mode sets in, but is it going to amount to anything? It will not. Dramus, supremely confident with the railgun in close quarters to get himself yet another frag. That's a 10-point lead catch up. Is it GG?
Oh yeah, surely. Absolutely. I would be shocked if somehow Dewey is able to pull this win out. Because, I mean, there just reaches that point where it's like, it's 2 minutes away and he's got to get 10 frags. It can't be done. I don't believe. But from this point, Dewey, he went all in at the start, and his style of being kind of always ever present and looking for that orb to get that extra damage, unfortunately, when he's used... Oh, my God.
Nasty. Oh, that's the only way you can describe that. Dramus still 63% railgun. Oh, hang on. Ketchup. Dramus has not fired a single lightning gun cell. Literally 0. It's all been rockets and rail. The lightning gun has just been completely unused by him so far. Dewey has done around 720 points of damage with that weapon, so he is utilizing it a lot more, but Dramus is just completely ignoring the weapon in its entirety. That's just something I don't think I've ever seen in a Quake Pro League match before.
And I quite like the idea behind it, though, because if you're Dewey and you know, you're in a situation where you really want to get that trap sprung, and you want to be able to really maximize the kit that you've got. Lovely finish. If Dramus goes in for an LG and Dewey's got a rocket launcher and orb and he's Ranger, right? So less splash damage and all that stuff. It's a very dangerous room to go in. And if Dramus clearly doesn't need the weapon because he's just hitting so many rockets and rails for damage. Why put himself in harm's way, I suppose? Why give Dewey that avenue to bring himself back into this match? And this whole fight has just been range upon range upon range. And then when Dramus goes in for the kill, the rockets are hitting their absolute worth. It's been a fantastic shot. No, Dramus, he got the LG out. Oh, no, he breaks the streak. Why? We had 20 seconds left.
I can't believe he did that. Dramus, come on. At least he's at 66% LG right now, but it would have been wonderful to end with 0 LG shots fired. But this is looking good for Dramus, Ketchup. Very convincing and commanding victory this time around. So we're about to move into the second map. And I think that he's got the momentum. He's just got to keep this up. But what I'm expecting from Dewey is a lot more of the disciplined playstyle that we're expecting of him, right? I think that that first push, that was such high risk. It paid off in the end. He secured Mega and got the frag. He died afterwards. Okay, that's all right. Still a tight game. But then Dewey just kept on putting himself in very risky situations where I just really don't feel like the odds were all that much in his favor. So moving into the next map, what I'm personally expecting to see is that Dewey's going to go back to the basics and rely on what works, which is for him that very passive playstyle.
And then at the same time, it was just how Dramus can maximize those crazy mobility champions. The amount of times that Dramus was able to really get to whatever item he wanted without having to rely too heavily on things like jump pads. The amount of times in Mega he was just able to, grappling hook straight up without needing a jump pad. He beat Dewey to the punch. A lot of items actually where Dramus gets there just milliseconds before Dewey does, and then he can win the fight afterwards. But that was the strength of a talented Athena player on a map like Blood Covenant, and why it can be such a devastating combo, and why a lot of people think that she's one of the absolute best champions in the game on that map specifically. Now, Molten Fools. It's going to be a heavy versus a medium. Sorlag from Dewey, and it's going to be the Strog coming out from Dramus. So Dramus does get his first crouch slider of the match. Slash was removed. One day, that's not going to be Death Knight. It will be one day. But you know what? It's nice to see Death Knight have his appearance in the Quake Pro League at least once. Look, there he is. Yeah. Look how cool he looks. Look at his cool helmet. Got buffed recently as well, didn't he? Got buffed.
Yeah, indeed. Flames do more damage now. Damage over time as well when you step in them. So definitely a bit of a buff. We hopefully are going to see him maybe in Stage 1 finals, where it's not just going to be 3 maps only, but they're going to be best of 5s and such. So there might be more of an opportunity for him to see some play time. But just to pick up on what you just said, this is worrying for Dewey, right? First map, he immediately banned Slash because he knows how much of a threat Dramus is when he has access to a crouch landing champion. Still lost, drastically so. And now map 2, what does Dramus have at his disposal? Strog, another crouch slider. So Dewey, picking Sorlag is a good choice, because Sorlag, of course, she's got quite a lot of stack, she's chunky, and she has that mobility to try and evade and dodge a very aggressive crouch slider. So it's a decent counter pick, but Dewey still has to be on guard.
And we've seen crouch sliders on this map always just do incredibly well. So much room and space for them to just kind of build up that speed and glide around corners. And the corners can be kind of scary, actually, because the speed of which they can pull through. Even if you are trying to set a trap for a player using one of those champions, they can overwhelm you so quickly. But that's where I think in some of these fights, the large nature, the fact that there is that much greater stack for a champion like Sorlag might come into play, but you do kind of expect Dewey to be the patient one here. He kind of has to be. Information is key. You cannot let Dramus kind of slip away from any of these situations, but looks like we're loading in now. Molten Fools. This warm-up is coming to a close. Dramus and Dewey. Dramus dominantly taking map 1. Can he take map 2 in the same fashion?
Starting off on his perspective at least, but that's not looking good. The Spit with the LG taking him down quickly. Very aggressive push from Dewey, knowing that he could get to that weapon first, and that he also had that aggressive ability at his disposal, but he's got to be careful. Dramus landing a crucial rail to stop his opponent from pushing onto that Mega, as he's now chasing Dewey now. He knows that his opponent still isn't all that healthy. He knows that he has the advantage, and he wants to do something with it too.
Dewey spending some time just to kind of recharge those batteries, get that stack back up. Heavy now going to spawn, but with Dramus timing on both of them perfectly. Dewey, this is a bit of a scary game to play, because although he's able to get the Mega, can't quite get what could have been quite a cute little ring out. The danger is that there's no armor here, so Dramus will continue the push, especially after that rail. Dewey so weak. You know that Dramus is going to be looking for an opportunity to finish that one. LG all the way. Unlikely you're really going to miss many of those cells with the large champion. Sorlag pretty vulnerable to that one. Heavy spawning again with Dramus taking it. And there has been kind of, the I take one, you take one, but the speed alone, Dramus doesn't want it for long. Talking of speed, that rail has actually set Dewey off at 1,000 miles an hour. But Dramus was ready for the speed at least. Had the rocket. That prediction rocket almost landed, even with Sorlag going that fast. I mean, that's map awareness, and that's just awareness of the game right there.
And that's just a bit of information for Dramus right there. He wasn't really expecting that to do anything, but just to know where his opponent was at. And now he's actually got a very solid rotation going on. Heavy first, around 6 seconds later to a Mega spawns, and with this stack advantage he should be able to just bully Dewey off the item The Nemesis player still goes in for a rail, misses the shot, and that allows Dramus to just push on through relentlessly. And now Dewey just has to play it a little bit more passively, wait for another opportunity to do some damage and maybe steal this next major item, the heavy. Dramus whiffs those shots. This is an opportunity for Dewey. He can now set up on the Mega Health because Dramus wasted a lot of time securing the heavy as he was unable to do that opening damage. And now the Sorlag player might be the first to pick it up. LG on LG, rockets coming out. They're not doing enough. Dewey, can he find the final shot? He does. Threading the needle as his opponent tries to escape through the doorway. And that is Dewey once again in the lead.
Yeah, Dramus did try and sort of pull himself back from that situation. Missing the Pika, and the Pika at least letting him know that he's nowhere to be found. Detonates the Kamikaze as soon as possible to just try and stop there being any chance that Dewey's just going to take it for free, but wasn't quite able to do it anyway. And then, you know, the rest was history there as it's 2-1 for the Nemesis boy. But 3 minutes already taken place. This has been quite a rapid map, it feels like. Dramus keeping the stack up. And this is a nice... Oh.
Sneaky.
You gotta be careful with Sorlag too, because she's a lot bigger, so it's kind of hard to hide around certain corners when you got a big old tail poking through the wall. But oh, the perfect trap was sprung. I think that entire string of LG, and dare I say this entire frag, kind of stemming from the fact that at the very beginning, Dramus did not really know that Dewey was up there. Ah! Oh, I mean, actually...
That was intentional.
Yeah, it does look intentional. Very much so. Especially with the items about to spawn. Refreshing yourself. And you can afford to do that as a Sorlag, though, because you have the larger stack. Why allow him to refrag?
That was indeed a good play by Dewey. I love how he just played it very passively. Typical Dewey. And then just sprung the trap. That's going to be a trade. Let's see, is anyone going to get the better spawn? Heavy will be closer to Dewey, but actually he goes up to the teleporter first, and it will be Dramus rather securing it first. And now it's a race for the Mega. Once again, two fast champions. Dramus gets there first. Rockets, can they finish it? Looks like both players don't want to commit till the end, don't want to go for the deathmatch just yet, as they return to their respective camps.
And there's the acid. There is going to be health nearby, though, but it does make the advance a bit obvious. Dewey had the rail angle because he knows that Dramus was looking for that light health to stop the damage over time. Oh, that Kamikaze certainly hurt, though. Now, Dewey, the past couple of minutes, has tactically had no regard for his own well-being. You know, we saw the tactical self-frag, and then we saw the trade afterwards in the immediate fight. But it is stuff that kind of lets you think outside the box a little bit. You know, remember that Sorlag spawned with such a giant stack compared to a lot of champions in the game. However, it will be Dramus now. Rails for days, 2 of them in a row. That's now going to cause a bit of a tricky position here for Dewey. He's not going to be able to fight for this heavy too much. There is too much difference between the items.
Yeah, Dramus' rail, just like in the previous map, is his favorite weapon. It's currently sitting at 69% railgun accuracy. Nice indeed. As he's leaving up the Mega deliberately, knowing that he's got the stack advantage to try and hunt out Dewey some more. Very well aware of the fact that if he does end up taking damage, he can just loop right back around and pick up the item he's protecting behind him.
He's always looking for that opening rail. Dramus, you can just see the intensity, the fast pace. Always looking to just get that one angle on Dewey, that cheeky rail. That one cheeky rail can set the tone of so many fights here with Dramus and Dewey. But indeed, Dewey hits the defensive position. I do not think Dramus was prepared for Dewey to be right round that corner. Getting a little bit more information than he bargained for with that Pika.
Yeah, definitely getting a little lucky right there, Dramus. If the Pika had flown up slightly higher and didn't actually block Dewey from moving in, Dramus could have been a lot of trouble. But instead, the Pika just blocked his opponent and absorbed the blast, allowing him to get away relatively unharmed. Both players, though, still playing this extremely rapidly. Neither looking to really slow down, as we are currently tied in terms of score. With around 3.5 minutes left to go, both are just zooming around the map, flying, wondering when they'll run into their opponent next. Ground was actually doing a fair bit of damage to these speakers so far. Dewey unable to take most of them down before they connect.
But this is the difference between this map and the last map that we saw. how often Dramus was able to kind of put himself in position and land that initial rail that just causes so many problems. This will be a fight anyway, and a perfect pickup with some lights just to stop the acid. That one tick did give Dewey information to get in and out to say, I need this rail and I need to be gone, because if Dramus is continuing the push, maybe I don't want to be here. But how often Dramus is kind of looking to make chase to get that first bit of damage, but Dewey, he's just around the corner every single time. Thankfully, he has got speed of his own. Watch out! Whoa! That was close. Almost a ring out right there.
We've seen some tragic things on that part of the map before, so definitely gotta be careful. See another big confrontation, rockets flying around, and it will be Dramus once again extending his lead. And as you mentioned yourself, the items have been instrumental to this. Dramus currently sitting at 24 major items collected, whereas Dewey barely has 4 of them. That's an enormous difference. That even that higher base tag that Storlag has doesn't allow you to offset that sheer item dominance that Dramus is working with right now.
The only thing it really does for Dewey so far is means he can't be immediately bullied the second he spawns. You know, because there is just so much stack that if Dewey gets one decent weapon, he can kind of fight his own corner a little bit. But that's kind of where it ends. Dramus has kept his stack so much higher than Dewey's every step of the way of this map that it doesn't really mean anything that Dewey has this larger stack, because he's not able to establish anything. Now, that's a good rail, but as Dramus backs up, the Mega about to spawn, looks like Dewey should be able to take it, but we are going to have a potential to shift gears a little bit if he wants to. However, Mega actually wasn't taken by Dewey at all. Dewey trying to stay extremely safe, and it is a bold play to not make your presence known near these items, because now Dramus, he has the Mega, he's going to stop things with the light health, and now there's under a minute and a half to get 3 frags. I think this is quite a tall order. Ooh, threading the needle with that one, boys.
Juicy shot indeed, and he's trying to pester his opponent a bit more with the peeker. Indeed, does so successfully, and now all the pressure is on Dewey. He barely has a minute left, and look at this, the rails keep landing. Absolutely no way for Dewey to get back into this game. He might be able to secure the Mega right here, but it's time that he needs, and time is not his ally this time around.
That is Dramus saying, go on, take the Mega. It just means that I'll make sure that we are as far away from each other on the map as possible. And this will be a minute of Dramus just playing the hide-and-seek game, I think. Information for where Dewey's going to be. Any bonus frags on the pretty obvious movement. You know, Dewey he can't be careful anymore. He has to just pile his way in. So Dramus is going to have those defensive shots lined up. But he has no reason to push anymore. So this should, by all means, be a done deal and a 2-0 for Dramus, as we'll be going on to Awoken, that third and final map. Dewey's able to get 1 frag here, but delaying the respawn. 10 seconds on the clock. No possibility right here. 10 seconds. I mean, does he get him right at the last second? I mean, does he? He's not going to spawn right next to him, is he? You know,
No,
if we had an extra few seconds, there might have been hope. An extra
Absolutely.
few seconds right there.
So often it ends up just like that, but once again Dramus securing a map, and this, if you're a Dramus fan, this is incredible to see, right? We talked about it before we jumped into the game. Dramus had a very difficult start in this season of the Quake Pro League, being ranked at the very bottom of the NA leaderboards, going weeks without winning a single series, but right now, beating Maxter last time, now getting that 1-up over Dewey. This is looking a lot more like the Dramus that we all know and love from some of the previous stages.
Absolutely. And we are about to see a little bit more of it, potentially, as we go into Awoken. But, yeah, it's unfortunate for Dewey. I think he'll be disappointed in that. You know, he's always a very sort of pumped player, and he's very confident in himself, I think. But the problem with today, it was just Dramus constantly. The rails and the rockets were such a pain. The LG just barely even needed to exist today, which has been a very unusual circumstance. I think we've seen such little LG from Dramus across both of these maps, and it just might be one of those days where he feels especially confident in the rocket and the rail. And I mean, to his credit, the amount of crazy shots he's been able to hit here, I can't say I fault him. And then also at the same time, you know, he's been fighting off against Dewey, who isn't really known to constantly use those super rapid, high-speed light champions. He just kind of like his mediums and his heavies. So if you are a very confident rail and rocket player, it's just the champions alone means that you can be a little bit more successful with those shots consistently.
Absolutely, and if it works, why change it? When you're halfway through Blood Covenant, you realize, hang on, I'm actually winning this significantly so without having used the lightning gun even once. Why change it? Why even put yourself at risk going for these medium fights where you're bound to take a lot of damage yourself when you could be playing that exact same game of either railing from a safe distance or just really getting up close and personal, or either just deterring your opponent from even entering the room with those massive chonkers flying around their face. That said and done, though, we are about to move into the final map of this series. Ketchup, you already mentioned it. This is Awoken. Drama is this time not running any fast champions whatsoever, but one of the chunkiest in the business. It's Keel going up against Dewey playing the BJ.
So we have actually we've seen the Keel coming out from Dramis recently, actually, and it was a lot more successful than maybe I think we expected. Because when you think of a player like Dramis, you don't really associate Keel with that style. He does like his execution, he does like his speed, his mobility, just being able to zip around this map. And, you know, like we saw on the Molten Falls just now, where it was all about trying to set up those cheeky rail angles, of which his rail has been incredible today. And there's still room for that to continue to be excellent as we do go on to Awoken. But it is just the utility alone of the grenades, and it is that restack. It is the fact that you spawn as Keel. If you've got grenades and you've got a rocket launcher and you've only just appeared back on the map, you're pretty much good to go because it's hard to challenge. He's got so much stack to work with that if you try and push him, he can just delete you straight away. And the BJ, the dual wield, might kind of help that for Dewey. It's another champion that kind of exaggerates that style of looking for that key moment. But the key moment is something that I think has been more of a Dramis advantage so far, because when there are those kind of close range fights, Dramis is the one that's consistently winning them.
Yeah, absolutely. The decisive shots are almost all going in Dramis' favor. So let's see if that will persist this time around, as we're once again starting on the big man's perspective, jumping onto Keel. Now Dramis starting on the LG side of the map, immediately rushing into Dewey, landing a pineapple too. Can he do the final bit of damage? He can! 18 seconds for the first frag. A very aggressive push indeed.
And that Dewey went down with the rail in hand means that Dramis doesn't really have to go out of his way to get the rail either, which I think is going to be really useful for establishing this early control of the map, because now he's looking for more rocket damage, the rail to shut down the Mega. Now it is likely he's going to back off and try and restack a little bit here. Keel is always one of those larger champions, and the rails, they trade. Oh, and Dewey manages to find the kill shot, but you can just see how much work he has to do every time just to take out Keel once.
Keel indeed does have a tremendous stack that you always have to eat through before you can put a dent in the score count. And Dramis is of course extremely well aware of that. Once again looping around to the railgun, his been preferred weapon for the day, almost flying off the map. I was still on Dramis' perspective, but that railgun almost knocked him into the waters of Awoken, just barely staying within the arena, as Dewey now finally starts applying some more pressure. Dewey in the lead with some of the items going in his favor is something we've rarely seen on these previous maps, where it's been Dramis dominating most of that. LG on LG, but the dual wield and the rockets come through clutch as Dewey finally extends his lead.
Especially seeing as in that opening fight, Dramis hitting two of those rails that Dewey got like barely any LG damage for. I was a bit nervous for him in that situation, but what I'm nervous for now is that armor count. Take a look at the green all over Dramis' score. And that is going to allow him to consistently remind you that he exists on these items. Now, 5 seconds away from Mega spawning. Dewey in position for another time, and Dramis just pushing his way forward. He has got some grenades ready to go. He's got all the weapons he needs as well. And that is something that Dewey will show a lot of respect to.
It is, of course, difficult to do so on a map this small, though. Staying away from that hulking giant with an enormous amount of stack. Don't forget, Dramis can actually literally get up to 200 points of armor playing Keel, which is insane. Just look at the difference in stack at the top of the screen. Dewey in absolutely no position to take a fight like this. He needs to find some sneaky angles, get some rail damage in, but it's still Dramis dishing out most of the pain.
One thing Dramas has always been absolutely fantastic with, it is setting himself up for those rail shots that just catch you by surprise. I guess it's a byproduct of being so prominent with those high mobility champions that kind of excel at positioning themselves faster than you. But on a map like this, that is as small as it is, it's not going to take a crazy fast champion for Dramas to be able to apply that kind of rail pressure. And if you have got this large stack, Dewey, you can see the respect on his side. For the past couple of minutes, he's been just looking for that one opportunity to just try and make something significant happen. But when is the right opportunity? When Dramas has as much... I mean, look at this. He's just taken the heavy. And you look at the difference in stack. Dewey's probably sitting there just... He has to be so careful, but it's like, what do you do in this position? The dual wield has popped, but it's too little too late. A complete waste. That's going to be gone for about 40 seconds, unless he can get some hourglasses, but... it's just the stack difference alone has me very nervous here. Dramas is constantly chipping away at Dewey's stack, while Dewey's not really able to return the favor at all. And while he's doing that, Dramas is just getting himself healthier and healthier.
This is indeed a worrying outlook for Dewey, the Nemesis player. He's got Dramas stuck in a bad position. I'm actually surprised he didn't push his luck a bit further right there. Dramas was caught up in an awful situation, magnet for damage, and now Dewey will lose out on the Mega in the end. I feel like he could have made more with that situation. Sometimes really feels like Dewey takes strange and uncharacteristic situations to go on the offense, when the odds really aren't that much in his favor, but then in other situations he has an opportunity to do so much more, and he just lets it pass by. Maybe it's because it's the final map. Maybe he just really wants to get at least 1 point on the board today. We'll see how that pans out.
It's the nature of Season 2 of the Pro League. Every single map counts. It's all about the prize money at the end of the day, and that... Dewey knows that this is very Dewey style. So look at the fact that we've got 5 minutes. They're even. All it takes is one frag, but that was nearly a ring out. Oh, what a bonus grenade that Dewey barely had time to react to. The second it landed and made that little noise, no way you can get away, and this will be a push from Dramas, but Dramas is not going to overextend. One bad rocket could still turn the tides here. And the important thing is putting yourself in position for Mega. Take that control away from Dewey. Continue to control, and it seems like it's been a constant case where Dewey, once again, he's got all the light armors, Flea, but it's 2 heavies, 3 megas versus 9 heavies and 8 megas for Dramas.
Yeah, and you need those major items, especially when you're playing a heavy, large champion that has this amount of stack. Because if you don't, you're only going to be able to get up to that 100-100 base level. You really need to get more of those big items to even come close to what your opponent can have off the bat. Now, it is promising, though, that we are seeing more of that classic Dewey, like you said yourself. This is how I was expecting him to play the previous 2 maps as well, but it seems like he's only switched to this playstyle very late into the series. Waiting for just the right time. That's a good rail.
But this is very much so the patented Dewey patience, though, isn't it? Where consistently Dramas has had a massive stack over him, but he's not quite been able to chase hard enough. And it's not just down to the damage. It is Dewey's kind of retreats. The fact that when he does pull back, there's often a lot of potential for him to get like those defensive rockets that I think Dramas also shows a lot of respect to. Where Dewey's been able to position himself on the map. There's just so many kind of like points here where the defensive rocket spam could be so important. Here comes the dual wield out of nowhere, but the grenade could be a bit of a thorn in the side. That one grenade made things a lot more scary for Dewey than I think he wanted it to be.
I feel like the grenades, they haven't done all that much damage, but they've done damage at important moments. Whenever Dewey just seems ready to push in, or he feels like he can stabilize, there's just that one grenade that lands. But finally, Dewey landing the railgun, putting himself in the lead. Now the big question is, of course, is he just going to switch to a more passive playstyle? Or will he continue trying to get back into a solid rotation of the items?
Oh, that rail. Looking for it. Almost. Close but no cigar, but Dramas. He's just really spawned himself. There's no LG on his side. He is in position for Mega, but it's not going to spawn for 6 more seconds. So what does Dramus do to try and do this? The defensive spam for Tribal, trying to shut it down. And I do quite like this idea from Dramus. Get the armor first. It's now going to allow him to kind of make something happen as he pushes forward. But Dewey, this is where that potential gear change, or at the very least, the change in plan. And now it's under 2 minutes on the clock, but it could very easily go south with no armor. Dramus has done a good job of just soaking up the light armors, which might make it a bit annoying for Dewey here.
And Dramus is still playing this appropriately patiently. He went all the way back to pick up the heavy. Now he's going for the mega as well. He isn't on a blind chase just yet. Dewey caught in a bad situation. The Rockets needed to be sublime. He missed the last 2, unfortunately. Didn't do enough damage. Oh, no! Off you go!
No!
The rockets and the grenades sent Dewey spiraling into the cold, watery depths of Awoken. Still, he has a chance. He's gotta avoid taking those bad rails at this time, though.
No!
2 points of health.
HP! Oh, you know Dewey was just looking for the finish there. The fact that Dramus survived with 2, that might be the thing that has allowed Dramus to win this map. A disastrous finish for poor old Dewey. The patience for 9 minutes, and it falls apart like that. I mean, you can't not feel bad for the guy. I mean, that's a tragic end. And Dramus working on so much stack now, kind of just where we were at the beginning of the map. The rails are all good. Dewey, he's going to have to push now because he hasn't got time to wait around. He's so weak. It's pretty much impossible for him to get a frag at this point, especially with these grenades, and looks for the combo. The rail missed, but that was a done deal anyway. Dewey drops down. He has no other choice. That flea will be a GG's, and Dewey probably not feeling too great about how that map ended.
Dramus is happy, though. Shooting grenades left and right, a little bit of a victory lap. Some celebration is indeed in order. Congratulations, Dramus. Picking up steam, it seems like a 3-0 victory to Dewey after his win to Maxter last time he played. Man is looking like he can finally start building some more of that momentum. And I think that momentum is in part what caused Dewey the win here, especially on this final map, right? Playing against the heavy champion, they've got a lot of mass, and a lot of mass allows them to build a lot of speed. So when you play it patiently for as long as Dewey did, the one situation where your opponent can get that leg up and build a bit of momentum going into the next rotation, and you are essentially out of luck.
But we are reaching that point now where, you know, if you are lower down on the leaderboards because of just, as we've said before, Dramus having quite a heavy first half in terms of opposition, it is an important time now to secure as many 3-0s as you possibly can. Every map counts. It's all about the accumulated prize money, and there's not a lot of weeks left of stage 1. So this is an opportunity for Dramus to kind of climb up at the last possible minute and really shake up the brackets and the leaderboards. And he's done a good job of doing that today. Dewey playing more aggressive, I think, than we're used to in the first 2 maps. And in the final map, going a little bit back more to that patented Dewey patience. But, I mean, look, right there. The final moment, there was the ring out, and then him really looking for some kind of close encounter. Some of that was splash damage as well, dealt by Dramus himself, and the 2 HP survival. It was an unfortunate finish for Dewey, and sometimes it just be like that, doesn't it?
Yep, indeed, and as you mentioned yourself, this is a pretty important result if we're looking at the rankings, because I think there's quite a few players on the NA side of things who are probably thinking that they were relatively safe when it comes to relegation. I'm thinking about players such as Effortless and Maxter, who are positioned 7th and 8th. They might have been feeling a little bit safe looking at Dramus' track record, but now that Dramus has just won 2 matches in a row with that clean 3-0 victory, those players might start to worry a little bit, because it's entirely possible that Dramus still gets himself out of that danger zone.
So we're going to be continuing the Americas matchup as CNZ versus Razy has been postponed. Don't worry, it will be a match that is played out, just not on stream today. So apologies for that, but information and all that. Effortless and Nosfer will be our next matchup. And while we prepare things, we are going to go for a quick break. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your patience before match number 1. We are going to go for a break and set up our next game. We'll be right back with more Quake Pro League. Welcome back, everybody, to our latest edition to the Quake Pro League, where we are well on the way through Season 2. And this is, of course, Stage 1. My name's Ketchup, joined by Flea, and our next matchup will be continuing our America's Marathon with Nosfer and Ephesus going head-to-head. Flea, what do you think about this matchup?
Another interesting series. Last time these two played each other was at the Quake World Championship, or the Stage 4 finals, where there was Nosfa who came out on top, 2-1 victory, but it was very close and very hard fought. And we have seen both of these players put down some good results. Neither of them has had the most convincing Season 2 so far, but I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup nevertheless.
And two players that are always kind of, I think, just on that climb, aren't they? You know, they're
Yep.
two players that have been here in Pro League since we began. And there is, I think, an increase. I mean, Nosfer was a player that was incredibly high impact at the very, very, very beginning of Pro League. And he's been kind of up and down since then. Whereas Ephesus is a player that he's always been determined. You know what I mean? Like, Ephesus is a player that has always been kind of gunning for better results than he's currently getting. But he is starting to make things a lot closer, you know? And these are all small little details that over time, you know, they do eventually add up to that big standout performance, that tournament where you have just the time of your life, and then, you know, your confidence from that point can really skyrocket. And I think that both Nosfer and Effortless, I feel like they're overdue, like some kind of recent breakout performance.
Yeah.
But I think they're so close. Both players, I think, are in a very similar boat in this respect, because they are so close to that next level, something that really puts them on the Quake Champions map.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at some of their performances in the past few weeks, we have seen Effortless take down Cygip 3-0. Very impressive showing against one of the strongest players in NA. And then we saw Nosfa just barely lose to the Hang in a game that really could have been either player's win. So, just as you've been saying, we're waiting for that breakout moment, because clearly these two have tremendous amounts of potential.
And that's what I mean. The two of them are so close. I know Effortless able to get those kind of results, and now we are dawning on the Stage 1 finals, so I think this is a great time to be on that rise. But I'm curious about those picks and bans, the all-important stuff, and we'll see what either side has gone with. So Ruins of Sarnath, the medium versus medium. Molten Falls, actually, having a Strog versus a Keel, the Scale Bearer being removed. And then we finish on the Tower of Koth, and there will be two light, high mobility champions, which, to be fair, on Tower, I think can be quite important.
Yeah, absolutely. It is definitely one of the larger maps where it's a lot more difficult to get around. Not that many straight routes that are easy to take, not a lot of easy angles as well. So having that light champion with that mobility definitely helps. Personally, very excited for this one. I think I've only gotten to Tower of Koth once, so this should be fun. But before we get to that point, first, as you mentioned, Ruins, Galena versus Ranger, and then Molten Falls, Keel versus the Strog. Now, Molten Falls, that Keel pick, I don't know about that one. That's a risky one, because there's not that many of those tight corridors where Keel really shines and where you can make those grenades work to the fullest extent of their capabilities, while you're still a pretty slow and easy target for someone as fast as, of course, Strog.
Momentum will play quite a large part in map 2, I think, because if Effortless kind of loses the lead quite early on, that speed alone of Strog might be quite frustrating to chase down. We have seen that with champions that aren't really known for their mobility, but, you know, this is all kind of on paper. Things could definitely go different. Ruins of Sarnath starting things off, though, the Ranger and the Galena. So that's going to be quite a nice kind of standard beginning, I think. But Tower of Koth, personally excited for it. I have commentated a big fat 0 times on Tower of Koth. This will be a nice little opening. On a completely selfish personal note, I know that's not important to anyone else, but if we're talking of predictions here, Flea, who do you think has an edge? Because I think this is a hard one to call.
Yeah, well, that's why you get to go first this time. You put me on the spot last time and didn't even give a prediction of your own. So this time, Ketchup, I'm going to leave it to you.
There'll be one of those times where you're asked to give a prediction, one of us just goes, no, I don't think I will. But it is not this day. But if we're looking at these two players, I think that if we just go by history alone, just in the Pro League, I would probably give it to Nosfer. I think a 2-1 is likely. But As of recently, I am really kind of liking Effortless because of the last few weeks of his. I think I'm going to stick true to my original predictions that I would tend to go. So I do think Nosfa 2-1 is my bet. But it is one of those cases where a 2-1 the other side, I wouldn't be shocked at, but I feel like Nosfa has the edge here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm inclined to agree there. Both players so far, they've managed to secure themselves 2 wins in this season, this stage of the Quake Pro League. So whoever wins will pick the lead over the other one in terms of the general rankings when it comes to wins and losses. But this could very easily go either way. That said, I do think we've got a bit of a brawl on our hands. Nosfa, widely considered to be one of the biggest brawlers, just that raw powerhouse of combat ability. And Effortless definitely is not the kind of player to back down from a challenge. So you know that he's going to be there to meet that onslaught that Nosfa is going to be putting out.
And I know that, Effortless, he's always been a player that is, sort of very pumped for his own performances. And he does have a lot of confidence in himself. And he's consistently, we've actually seen one of the things in Quake Pro League is that he is very good at those kind of tricky little, those trick jumps or those little things that you jump into a custom map and find some cool little trick that might give you some kind of edge on one of the the more mobility focused maps. Like I know we always remember his Nyx on Awoken is probably one of the more standout Effortless maps I remember seeing. But that was some time ago now as we load into our first map, Ruins of Sarnath. And right now, checking things out from Effortless's point of view. And already got the rail opening, good to go, hits the angle, and it will be Nosfa. Not going to be too shy of that rail. The Mega Insight means that he can kind of stop the bleeding instantly.
Yeah, good read from Effortless, and he's also the only one having done any damage so far. Railgun definitely helping him out a fair bit, keeping his opponent at bay. Aggressive push now though, and there's already quite a bit of a delay between the 2 items, around 10 seconds before the Mega is set to spawn. Nosfa actually drops down. Effortless can orb right back up if he wants to, but he's going for the fight. LG looking a bit shaky, does secure himself the frag. I don't know if that was intentional. Drop from Nosfa.
The nature of that drop down looked like an accident. The fact that he's kind of looking for that rocket angle just to pepper a little bit of damage downwards, and then he kind of like slips off. It didn't look like that's what he wanted to do at all. Least of all with Mega about to spawn. It's not something that you would expect Nosfa to do. So, gonna make the assumption it was a mistake. But you know what? If mistakes are made at the very beginning of the map, I mean, you never want to make one, but at least when you've got 9 minutes left on the clock, you can recover. However, that has given advantage to Effortless. He controls that high ground. He's got all the information. He is lacking cells for the lightning gun, but he was able to hit some rails beforehand just to stop the benefit of that. Oh, here's the totem get dropped down. So he does know there's going to be a totem down there near Heavy. Looks for more rails. Pushes in the steel and the lovely dire orb. Gets both, and he doesn't manage to go down. Nice play there from Effortless. Uh-oh.
Yeah, gotta be careful. Been some changes to the spawn to the last big patch, so you can't just rush out like that anymore. Not expecting your opponent to spawn on that side of the map. As Effortless now drops a frag to Nosfa. Also shout out to him just taking out a totem in the middle of that previous fight because he knew that Nosfa was heading straight for it to get that health injection. Really clever play from Effortless, the American player, as he's trying to set himself up for the Mega. That rail though, that's gonna make him think twice. He cannot contest anymore. Can't just try and brute force his way in. Will instead just have to wait and hear when his opponent picks it up. Unless he goes for the orb. But I feel like that's a bit too risky in this stage of the game.
Effortless currently sitting on a lead here. So if there are those major risks, not necessarily needed at this point. Heavy's been taken, so that gigantic delay between the two of them remains. Effortless finally has an opportunity to shut it down, and actually being quite sneaky, using this opportunity to maybe look for some potential hidden totems or something similar. Jumping down and losing out on Mega, though. Yeah, this is a bit of a interesting situation. Effortless deciding to kind of go down and look for some things to clear out, but he kind of gave up Mega completely. Oh, and another totem. 2 totems now back to back. That's going to just be not what you want. Not what you want at all.
And it also just gave Nosfa all the information that he needed to figure out his opponent's exact position and land that rail as well. And now Effortless relegated to playing things safely. Nosfa has got decent amount of armor, mega health to his name as well. Whereas Effortless, 4 points of armor. He knows that if he's caught off guard right now, it could very well spell disaster. So he's playing a bit of a hide-and-seek game, waiting for an opportunity to secure himself these small armors. And indeed, he will be able to do so. But Nosfa still has a slight advantage in terms of stack, and also is sitting on the better rotation.
Looks at that immediate teleport. Effortless. Protecting the lead so far, rather than dominating with it. But if Nosfa's not quite able to get any kind of significant catches yet, even with this push, Nosfa, it's more about trying to keep both of the items so far, which, to be fair, as we move towards the later stage of this map, we're dawning on that 5-minute warning.
He didn't
Only
see
one
him.
frag.
Effortless had a clear sight of Nosfa in the bottom right of his screen. He walked by, didn't see him. Luckily for him, that didn't result in any damage taken. Slight slip up right there.
Uh-oh, this could be bad. Immediately trapped and ambushed by Nosfa. Perfectly executed. Stealth frag, I mean, Effortless. Almost getting a little bit too comfortable cycling the map, perhaps. And it's Nosfa, that one trap that is sprung. What will the rewards yield? Effortless. He only has a rocket launcher here. That's not a lot to shut down the arsenal of Nosfa, who not only gets a frag, but he gets the mega as well. This is the swing of momentum that Nosfa was putting all that patience in for.
Nosfa reading his opponent perfectly.
He actually had the perfect call out on that as well. Would have been a delicious rail.
I'm surprised Nosfa didn't push in further when he had Effortless stuck down below under that platform. There was absolutely no way for him to escape, the exception of the orb, so that is probably the reason that Nosfa didn't push in, knowing that if I drop down and he orbs straight past me onto the Mega, I'm losing positioning as well as the item that is mine to claim. So better just to stick to his guns, know that he's got the lead, not play things too risky, and just cautiously keep tightening the net and closing down on his opponent.
Oh, a big teleport. Shotgun not quite able to do the job, and Effortless will drop for another time. 4 minutes. There is absolutely still an opportunity here. But Nosfa, quite rightly, calling out the spawn and holding that light armor, expecting him to take it, and he will. But here comes some more wonderful LG damage peppering out. And I think things are starting to escape Effortless a little bit. The orb's gone for 20 seconds at least. However, yeah, up near that jump pad, there's plenty. Oh, the fake rocket jump sneaky.
This is definitely the time for Effortless to stabilize. He still has enough time. 3.5 minutes for 3 frags is entirely doable, but he has to stop the bleeding now. Just stick to the basics. Get himself that other small arbor. Put your base stack up to 100-100. And then just look for the right opportunity. Open with a rail, maybe a rocket. Take your opponent by surprise.
Here's the
steal an
problem,
item.
Fleet. He's only just about to take the rail. And he's going to get potentially a fight on his hands for doing it. However, if he can get out, I'm not sure because he is outstacked. Even with the orb! Looks for the rail, lands the shot! Effortless barely survives, but the combo kill. How can he recover from this? That is the question. He's so weak! Nosfa! Oh, good lord. Oh, rude. Oh, dear. There's no way out of this one.
Yeah.
I mean, what can he do? He spawned right in front of a Nosfa on the warpath, starting machine gun. That's a done deal right there.
Doesn't even have the orb to escape it anymore.
Perfect, cool. Nosfa is reading his weapon pickups as well.
This is looking like it might already be the end for Effortless on this map, at least. Catch up. He still has some time. It's still entirely possible, but not with Nosfa hitting shots like that. Effortless simply doesn't have any opportunity to even secure himself the weapons that he needs. He doesn't have rockets. He wants them, but Nosfa is sitting pretty in that middle area of the map and denying any entry or access to that final weapon that he needs.
And with 2 minutes on the clock, 5 frags, it's one of those things, isn't it, Flea, where we kind of have to start looking at the next map, really.
Yep.
Nosfa is significantly down on stack, but hitting a rail that's unreturned. I mean, that's not particularly amazing, because Nosfa will be able to continue just playing this defensive game, where he's positioning himself on the map as well. How many times do we see players sit on this side of ruins when there's a minute and a half left to go? And it's just so obnoxiously annoying to chase people down. Because just listen alone to how much information Nosfa has.
He's even going to be able to secure the heavy as well, land some nice defensive rail shots right there. And of course, he's got that totem that he's been hanging on to for quite some time, knowing that if Effortless gets to jump on him, he will still have at least somewhat of an injection. Oh, good rocket! Switches to the rail, doesn't connect, but I don't think it'll matter in the end.
I mean, the nature of Galena as well. We've got a minute left on the clock. If you got to get 4 frags in 1 minute and you hear Galena go, "Death is the only release," I'm like, oh, okay, great. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Galena. Just trying to have fun, man. You got Galena trying to take it away. You've already got a lead. I mean, you know, why do you need this health? You're selfish. Lovely rail.
Yeah.
And Nosfa. Solid first performance here. Effortless. I mean, it was Nosfa looking for that one opportunity that turned that tide. That ambush that he sprung on LG. Effortless, I think, had lost sight of Nosfa, and that LG was gorgeous in that fight. Combo kill with a totem and a rail. Nice, okay.
I mean, that just clearly illustrates how fast and quickly these single important situations can change the entire outcome of a match in a game like Quake, right? As you mentioned, that trap at just the right time allowed Nosfa to pick up heavy first, move on to Mega, and so establish himself a very solid rotation that Effortless was unable to break for several minutes, thereby giving him a decent lead and burning enough time to just run away with the score that he had.
So it feels a little bit like, wow, I'm just looking at the controls. Well, actually, Nosfa taking 14 heavies and 5 of them going to Effortless. It was just a matter of Nosfa having heavy and the totems alone. We've seen talented Galena. When a talented Galena player has a lot of armor control and totems, it's like, who needs Mega? You know, it's not as necessary. It's a strength of this champion, especially in the hands of someone like Nosfa, who is highly talented, but I feel like, Flea, that first map was quite an important one for Effortless to win, because we're going into Molten Falls now, and I think both of us weren't 100% convinced over the Keel pick, because it's going to be speed versus Keel, but on quite an open map. And even if we look at the items that are going to be taken there, you know, you look at Keel, and sometimes you think of him controlling certain items that are hard to challenge. On a map like Molten, even heavy is kind of out there. There's a lot of open space. Not necessarily on the heavy itself, but there's a lot of room around to build up the speed. Mega, right, maybe not, but I just think that on matchups alone, this was quite an important first map for Effortless to take, and he didn't quite manage to pull it off.
Absolutely, and I think that the biggest worry going into this map too is not that Effortless wouldn't be able to defend himself, right? Because he's got the stack, he's got the grenade, so when Nosfa finds him, he should be able to at least put up a decent fight. But if he does end up losing the lead, chasing his opponent down is basically going to be impossible. Keel, one of the slowest champions in the game, has 0 abilities to help him catch up to someone trying to get away, whereas Nosfa, of course, he's got the peeker to play defensively and the crouch sliding to give him so much mobility, so much momentum on the ground as well, and that will make it next to impossible for Effortless if he would be in a position where he had to chase for the lead to even catch up with him. So if Effortless allows Nosfa to get even 1, maybe 2 frags ahead of him, catch up, I think that this could be very tricky very early on.
And as we go into, you know, this is the long game, we always have to factor in Pro League, the fact that all 3 maps do get played regardless.
Yep.
We're going into kind of uncharted territory in map 3. So there's a lot to think about, actually, as we progress here. But Molten Falls, Stroggen Pika versus Keel Effortless has had some impressive showings in stage 1 of season 2, but this was a matchup that I think is going to be quite tricky for him now. The nature of how Nosfa took that first map, how the second he locked in control, Effortless really kind of struggled to get back in, and it's kind of, we can talk about this talking point until the end of time. It's always going to be relevant. It is going to be speed versus the direct opposite of speed. Keel is known for damage and tankiness. He is not known for being able to cycle around. So I'm, on paper alone, I am nervous for Effortless here. I don't want to be too negative, you know, I don't want to be a naysayer, but we will see if he's able to pull this one off regardless, because I would love to see us go down to a final map decider situation.
Yep. He just has to play a very guarded game in the opening minutes, right? He cannot allow Nostop to get 1 or 2 frags in the lead, because then he is going to be suffering and struggling for the entirety of this matchup. He has to play this passively and only engage in situations where he actually feels comfortable and where he has some good odds at overcoming his opponents. Because if he doesn't, and if he allows Nostop to pressure him too much and get that 1 frag advantage, things are going to be extremely difficult for the American player.
Looks like we're loading in. The Molten Falls begins. Effortless gets rocket launcher, spawn, and mega. So the fact that he's got a heavy machine gun already good to go. Not the end of the world for him. And both players take their items at pretty much the same time. So there's no delay. We can already see Effortless playing that patient game. Just in case he went around the corner. All of those grenades and a rocket launcher. He knows he's far enough away that he can safely pick up the LG without giving himself away. So that's not a big deal. And the Unholy Trinity locked and loaded for your boy Keel.
And this is indeed a pretty careful opening played by Effortless, doing exactly what he should be doing in this situation. As you mentioned yourself, even waiting, picking up the LG as to not give away his position with the sound cue. This is not looking good. It's already done. Nospa getting that first frag on the board. Effortless running right into the trap. Nospa reading him like an open book, cutting him off around the center area of the map. And now Effortless, he's got a chase.
A problem Effortless might start to have on this map too, then just how the main weapons that you kind of need are all quite spread out. And if you don't have one, it becomes quite obvious that you're going to try and eventually take one. So those rail angles become a lot more consistent. And the fact that Effortless, while he's looking to get those weapons that he needs, you know, Nospa already has them all. So while he's cycling around and keeping control, he's able to constantly damage you while you're taking the weapons that you need to get back into the fight. And already Effortless so far down significantly. But the important thing here, Mega, the next objective for Nospa. Wouldn't be surprised if he tries to shut down this light at some point. There it is.
Effortless, at least keeping this a close game. Nospa unable to really run away and build any momentum, but that is a good rocket from the Brazilian. Effortless hurting a bit. He was paying attention to how Dewey played this position earlier, just trying to juke out his opponent. If Nospa would come up for a confrontation, good use of the small items right now. Small armors are going to help him stay at least somewhat healthy, of course, because Keel can go up to that 125 base stack, isn't limited to just 100 points of armor, and that should help him when he does manage to secure that amount.
The problem with Effortless right now is that he's actually only got 1 rocket. And as Keel, that's not necessarily what you want. And the rocket now gone. He's run out.
I don't know if he knows, he still has the rocket out.
He's still got it out, and I don't think 100%. But that opening rail, certainly better than nothing. And right, he's been able to back off and get some rocket ammo, so if there is a close range fight, he can take it, but he's got to be so careful using the jump pad, making me nervous.
He missed the rocket jump. I think he tried to rocket jump. Oh, that's a bad rail to take. Nospa definitely doing most. What a beautiful little shot right there. Effortless. Too predictable, heading for those 2 health bubbles down below near Mega. And Nospa isn't going to let him get away with that.
I mean, it's so attractive, isn't it? 2 health bubbles close together. Like, you can't not go for it sometimes. You're just like, man, I need to heal now. But at this level of play, players will absolutely pounce on those desperation situations. As Nospa 2-0. Doesn't sound like much, but you said it yourself. If we see Nospa get a couple of frags in the leads, the mobility alone might start to be a real problem for Effortless. And hopefully for his sake, it doesn't really come through. He is able to take the Mega, but at what cost? He has all the weapons at least. So he's going to be able to fight fire with fire every given opportunity. But Nospa, he's just never in shot. I've been watching this whole map from Effortless's point of view, and so rarely Nospa's even in his line of sight.
I mean, we're only 4 minutes in, and this already feels like it's Nospa's game to lose, right? He's got such a mobility advantage that one of the only ways he can drop his lead is if he deliberately puts himself in a bad position. So if he still maintains his distance, plays a bit of an evasive tactical game and tries to read Effortless, which for the time being he's already been doing very nicely, he is going to put his opponent through hell trying to make this comeback happen.
More of this patient play from Effortless, unfortunately. Right. This is Keel at his most dangerous, but he takes so much damage going up the jump pad. Nospa is still at death's door, and this should be a pickup. And Mega spawning at just the right time. Nospa's not really going to have the weapon to answer back, and he does have LG spawn, but I think he's prioritizing Rail for a good reason. Play that game of distance, the angles. Rail will be more important than LG, fresh off spawn, and you just need to take down the inevitable Mega that you know Effortless has just picked up. So Nospa playing that one quite smart. And he's still in the lead, you know, by 1. It's not much, but it's enough right now. Oh, midair! So good! Oh, Effortless. That was a good sequence. That was a good sequence right there.
Nospa a bit careless right there, letting himself get caught out by Effortless. And Effortless is playing this the right way, using the right tool for the job. And again, Nospa just flying around the corner. He might be in trouble. Effortless actually taking some damage from his own grenades right there. And Ketchup, that's exactly what I was saying. Nospa being careless and just sliding around the corner, ending up in a bad spot. That's one of the only ways that he's going to give Effortless opportunities to get the lead on this map. Now, Effortless, though, is playing this very nicely, right? He knows what is the best weapon for this situation. It is the railgun. Hits can land instantly, no matter the distance. So even as Nospa is far faster than he is, all it takes is 2, maybe 3 of those railguns landing consecutively, and he will get himself some frags. So Effortless approaching this just the right way.
And we've only been watching Effortless's point of view on stream for a few minutes, but I've been pretty much watching his point of view the entire map. This has been his approach. Very slow, very calm. Not actually the kind of Effortless that you're used to seeing either, I might add. He is known for really liking like fast mobility himself. And it is nice to see the kind of layers that he can bring to the table. And he's played this matchup really well. Not only has he got things stabilized for 2-2, but look at the stack difference. He's got himself a respectable amount of items, at least enough to make it really prominent. Here comes the surprise stack at close range. Nospa is going to get some good damage. That rocket's certainly good, but the rail finished off with Effortless, who continues to impress. And now he's in the lead. 3 minutes to go. Good position.
Risky of Nospa to go for the peeker in that situation.
A couple of times he's risked it.
Yeah,
Peeker.
absolutely. Not knowing exactly where Effortless is, but thinking he still has the time to get it off safely. But then by the time the peeker is actually deployed on the field, Effortless is basically around the corner already. So pretty risky from Nospa. Landing some good damage now, though. Effortless doing a good job at destroying the peeker with rockets, which isn't all that easy, just stuck motionlessly right there, though. You could tell Effortless was just waiting for those rockets to start missing, but all of them did damage. And he was not expecting that, and that allows Nospa to once again tie it up.
A crucial map for Effortless to win right here. Okay, this is that difference between a 2-0 and a 2-1 either side, and especially as our final map, the Tower of Koth. It's not a map that we're used to seeing, so there is always that potential for there to just be that one player who's just a bit more experienced on it. You know, that secret weapon, if you will. And this will be an important 2 minutes for Effortless to see if he can take this one.
Still definitely within the realm of possibility. A base stack advantage is going to be helping out a lot, but those rails, definitely not where you want to be, and that will allow Nospa to secure himself the heavy. He could make it over to Mega on time as well. He probably heard the teleporter, knows exactly that Effortless isn't in a position to take the item. That will allow the Brazilian player to drop down and steal it instead. Effortless. I think that one rail exchange helped Nospa so much.
This is going to be a crucial minute. We're going to get at least one more... I mean, no, we are going to get more than one cycle of the items! Oh, dearie me! My man got sent miles away. That was a crucial ring out. And actually, a ring out in that moment when Nospa had that much stack? That is the absolute best case scenario for Effortless. I was just about to say we've got more than one spawn of the major items, 2 more cycles with a minute left on the clock. For him to play it carefully, play it safe, and then he ring outs Nosfer and undoes all the work that he conceded. That was such a crazy play, and it worked wonders. And now Effortless in the lead, 20 seconds. This has to be one of the most sudden turnarounds we've seen in some time, Flea.
Playing
Can
it
equalize?
nicely too, but
Misses
this is
it!
risky. Oh! Lands the shot on the peaker somehow. Nospa! 5 seconds left. He just has to push it, and he does it! Finds the rail catch-up. We are going into our first overtime of the day.
And it's a scary fight for Effortless. He's only got the rail. He's only just spawned. Thankfully, the rail was unreturned, and he's going to be able to back up and take the rocket. So piece by piece, he is going to be able to fight this. Heavy spawns. This is potentially one of those games. One of us dies here, right now. Maybe not. Nospa, he was holding the angle, but the second he decided not to, Effortless goes around the corner. Mega, the next objective. The missed rail, that's going to be game over. Oh no, Effortless, he was so close. And Nospa, he took it away at the last possible second. That was an emotional last couple of minutes, I think.
That was, I feel like Effortless's disappointment must be palpable right now, right? That was a bizarre series of events. The drop down towards LG and then shotgun. Strange decisions made indeed. Waiting up there with the shotgun and the rockets out rather than LG, knowing that your opponent is likely to come up the bounce pad. And I also don't even know about that position to begin with, because you're not fast when you're playing Keel. I would have expected him to maybe set up more towards, say, the teleporter or that bounce pad over at Railgun, where you really have a small secluded area where you can make the nails and, of course, your grenades work to their most effective. But then setting up there and waiting with a shotgun and a rocket for your opponent to come up the bounce pad, that is so risky. And I think that was a catastrophical misplay for Effortless in the end.
And we have to give props where they're due. Nosfer, that could have been an absolute disaster at the end of that map. The second that ring out took place and he lost everything that had just spent the last minute building up, that was a scary position to be in. And after that trade as well, I mean, that was where it almost all fell apart. And this was the moment. This was where everything kind of turned around. 5 seconds left on the clock and he's able to inch that shot out at the last second. Boom, right there. If he missed that rail, Effortless was going up the jump pad. He was going to run, and that might have been a done deal. That was the clutch shot, and unfortunately for Effortless, it was kind of like the clutch rail kept Nosfer in the fight, and the missed rail allowed sudden death to 100% win the map for Nosfer. So, a tragic end, no doubt about it, but no time to think about that now, because we are about to dive into some of the new stuff, and a map that we've definitely seen very little of in competitive, the Tower of Koth, the new addition. We've seen a lot of Deep Embrace recently, but not much of the Tower. And the Tower, we are seeing players, when we actually see this map get played, the fast champions come about. Because Tower of Koth, it's quite a large map. And not just that, but there's a lot of stuff to traverse. There's a lot of like platforming, you know what I mean, that you kind of have to do to get around the map. And Athena, it's a vertical map for sure, so that's going to help. It means you haven't got to use a lot of teleporters and jump pads to get around, especially teleporters on Tower. And then Anarchy, it's just speed, you know. So I'm expecting actually quite a fun final map here, Flea.
I think so too. I think this should be fun, especially for the viewers at home, because this is by far the rarest map in this season of the Quake Pro League.
It's a shiny map right here. It's a shiny 1 in 60,000. Yeah.
Very rare. You need to pull it out of the pack. It's like the mythical rare card to come out. But no, it is indeed a map that is very rarely chosen. It is a relatively slow map, pretty big map as well, not that easy to navigate. So as you mentioned, light champions do help out a lot, but it just hasn't been played all that much at the highest level of professional Quake. And so that is why it is so interesting that we are going to see it played this time. Now, of course, the scores already favored Nosfa. He won the first 2 maps, so the victory will be his. But of course, there's money on the line for every single map you play. So Effortless clearly is still going to put in all the effort that he can this time around to secure himself some of that cash.
I mean, we kind of look at these 2 new maps and the different, I think, pick rate over one or the other. And Deep Embrace, I think there's a bit more familiarity there because, Deep Embrace, it is kind of almost seen as an Awoken 2.0. A lot of players just consider it to be another Awoken style map. So I think there's almost like an instant comfort zone. And I think a lot of us can really relate to that it feels familiar, even though it's brand new. Tower of Koth, definitely, I mean, from my side, just, playing various modes on it, it still felt like it took a while for me to just learn the map in general, because it is a kind of unusual map if we're talking about size and shape and everything else. So there is that element of it being so different to everything else that it is going to take players, I think, a bit longer to be comfortable in a position where they can play this at a high level. And here we go. Tower of Koth. Let's go.
Starting things off on Effortless's point of view, of course, running the Athena. So while Nosfa has that more consistent maneuverability around the map and in his base movement, it is Effortless who will be more vertically capable when it comes to moving around Koth. Both
Especially
players
around here.
Yeah. No interactions just yet. Effortless did just catch a glimpse of his opponent there, though.
The rail, I think, will be quite important with the map. There's so much distance between the two players, almost all the time. And soaking up hourglasses, heavy as well. I do like Effortless's use, actually, where he's pretty much using that grappling hook when he sees hourglasses, just to take them away from Nosfa. The less injections you can give Anarchy, the better.
Looks like Nosfa is just gonna hang on to it, though. Sometimes you see players who are very eager to use that ability as early on as possible and then just spam it whenever they can to get their base health stack as high as it can go. Nosfa clearly not inclined to do that, wants to hang on to it until he actually needs it to get the health boost mid-fight.
And this is quite interesting to me because there's been a lot of, for a lack of a better term, simply sitting on a point with a rail out and just waiting for them to come around a corner or something. And you don't really see that on the other maps. You're already noticing a little bit of difference here on Tower. Effortless has completely just fortified this point. And neither player wants to make a large push yet. But here come the rockets. Rail versus rail. The item means that there should be a chase down for Effortless. And the moment Nosfa peeks in to try and see what the deal is, gives up a frag for it. I feel like this is going to be quite a defensive map, Flea.
Indeed, there's actually a very nice delay between the items now. 12 seconds between Mega and Heavy, and this could help Effortless a lot, because by using his ability, he has a very nice line of sight and travel in between these items. As we're jumping into the next fight, Effortless definitely dishing out most of the damage, has got the better weaponry as well. Nosfa, I don't know if he already planned to make a stand for Heavy right there, but without doing any prior damage, that seems like a bit of an overconfident move.
And the delay between the two items continues, and this could be quite alarming. And I actually really like this from Effortless too. It's not just the grappling hook, but it is that kind of little jump that she gets that you can definitely tell that Effortless has kind of done his homework here. And Effortless is a player that will do that. Just like to, as I mentioned at the start of the day, those kind of specific little jumps. I know he really relishes those. Oh, nice rail. Nosfa goes in for the charge and gets a lot more than he bargained for. Looking like quite a good map for Effortless right now. Impressed. Bam!
That's
Finish.
87% rail for Effortless. He's already done nearly 600 points of damage with the railgun alone, and he's hit 87% of the shots fired. Finally, we'll whiz one. Nosfa allowed to catch a breather, but still Effortless, looking relentless so far.
Yeah, that missed rail was the only second rail he's missed so far. Oh, he had the right idea. Nosfa, I'm still not confident he's going to be able to escape this one. There's just no stack. And how does he get away? He has no choice but to disengage, but there's such a delay between the Heavy and the Mega that there's nothing. Nosfa left with the scrap. Wow, this grappling hook, you can just see the difference it makes right here. No other champion in the game will have that much consistent mobility. I feel like this is not going to be anywhere near the last time we see Athena on Tower of Koth, that's for sure. Look at this! Oh! Oh, he saved himself! Oh!
Knocked slightly, of course. Luckily for Effortless, he still had another hook at the ready, because that almost went south for him. This is an opportunity for Nosfa, though. Finally securing another major item, stealing away Mega. First one to make it over to Heavy as well. Still has a pretty good read for Effortless is that, though. Doesn't do any damage, but a bit of a warning sign, like, I know you're down there. As he gets every major item on the map. Sets up a rotation for himself.
I really like this patient play from Effortless. Very, very much so. Because, I mean, clearly Nosfa doesn't have a clear idea over where Effortless is, and to be fair, this is a large map with all kinds of hiding places. But enough distance that it's not really going to be like other maps where it's just a matter of sticking your ear to the ground and eventually someone's going to make some noise. I think Nosfa, he's really struggled to find Effortless, and he can't even listen out for him because of how often Effortless is not picking up items unless he needs to. Even right now, he's waiting for information, knowing now that Nosfa has no information, so he's looking for the surprise attack once again. He's been there for like 15 seconds, Flea.
Effortless is just waiting for Nosfa to pick up Mega so he can get the exact timing of when that item is going to spawn. He's going to pick up the small armor, get himself to that base stack. He's got all the weapons that he needs.
Is he just going to hide for 5 minutes? I feel like that's what he's going to do here, you know?
Oh my god. Nope, lands the rocket from above. Damn, Nosfa will pick up on that. I think he probably would have been better off not going for the shot right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually almost expecting him to wait for Nosfa to go right on by. But it looked like quite a crucial ring-out location, and Nosfa fired a rocket that looked like it kept him back in. I think he got caught on one of those rails on the far side and actually stopped him from getting ring-out right there. Oh, I think he saw you, mate. He saw you. Oh, that one doesn't quite work out. He's trying to pick those traps, but conceding 2 frags quite quickly. There is plenty of this map left to go. Nosfa could steal the win at the last second at this rate.
Yeah, this is definitely looking up for Nosfa now. Sure, he's still behind. But Effortless doesn't have an LG to work with. Oh! Again! That little ramp
Stream
that you were talking about.
Would not have seen it. We are checking things out from Nosfa's point of view, but Effortless almost jumped himself off the ledge, but thankfully had the grappling hook. I will watch from Nosfa's point of view now, so no more of those surprises. Stream going, what are they talking about?
I switched back as well, but that was close. Effortless, the ramp jump nearly sent him flying off. Ooh. And now Nosfa just 1 frag behind. I think he heard Effortless, but probably didn't realize that he was above him, not below.
I do like that Anarchy-style rocket jump. Being able to rocket jump, take the Mega, and not even have to touch the pillar before you're back on the surface. And Effortless, this has become quite the problem now. It is Nosfa, the one getting the opening damage, and Effortless really unable to return. And even if that rail hit, it would have done nothing to save his skin. That death was guaranteed, and now we've equalized. Mega's about to spawn, and I think that Nosfa, he's starting to get a bit familiar and comfortable. Effortless!
Can he get out? Yeah, looks like he can. And that previous frag, that was such a good play from Nosfa as well. He knew exactly what Effortless was going to go for. The health bubble and the small armor down towards teleporter. So he just played it patiently and waited for Effortless to come back around. And now the rails chaining together as Nosfa, 72% railgun. As Effortless's accuracy is going down, Nosfa is only picking things up, revving up the gears. He's going to catch Kite's side of his opponent again.
I'm impressed with this swift turnaround from Nosfa, considering he looked so uncomfortable at the start of the map. It almost felt like it took that 4 minutes for him to just figure out what was even going on in this matchup. The Effortless was consistently just playing that strong, like, brick wall defensive game, hitting the rails, almost never missing a shot, catching Nosfa by surprise, and Nosfa kind of finding his feet. But now it feels like he has truly found his feet, and we have less than 2 minutes to go. This really looked like it was going to be Effortless's map, and in a couple of minutes, somehow Nosfa turning things around and then some. The missed rail. As you quite rightly said, that accuracy is not what it was at the beginning. This is a real problem for Effortless now. A shame.
And it also just speaks for Nosfa, right? It shows what an excellent competitor he is. There's so many players who would have started maybe to despair a little, right? When you're on a map like this, that you're not familiar with, you're not that comfortable on just yet, and your opponent is an Athena who has a significant lead and is just avoiding you at all costs. But Nosfa kept his cool, played his own game, and made his way back into it. But he's not in the clear just yet.
Definitely not.
Effortless, 1 minute left to get 1 more frag. Very doable.
And Nosfa doesn't have a lot of weapons either. Looks like he's on track to get a rail at the very least, but it's only just spawned, which actually means I think he's going to have a clear idea that Effortless is nearby. Because if it's only just spawned, I mean, he couldn't have taken it that long ago, surely. However, 30 seconds on the clock, Nosfa, the defensive locations, has to listen out. Heavy will be able to take this one for free. Can Effortless do anything about this? Immediately looking to get out. Effortless. Oh no, I feel like he's done Nosfa a bit of a favor, actually, giving him that speed boost.
15 seconds left. It has to happen now. Nosfa, he still has that teleporter. He's gonna go for it. It's LG on LG. One rail will finish it.
There's no injection.
Find the shot. Rocket misses. The second one won't though. Tying it right back up with 4 seconds left to go. Effortless also keeping his cool as he ties it right back up. 6-6.
This is going to be a sweaty few minutes, potentially. Unless it ends right now. I mean, they're quite close to each other. But there's no major item spawning. Not for 20 seconds. There might not even be one picked up at this rate. They're about to potentially clash heads. Effortless, unlikely to use the teleporter straight away. Has to delay it. And they're just looking for information. Who is where? Mega, the first objective. Every missed rail makes us clench a little bit, I think, Flea. I mean, they are scary. If Nosfa capitalizes in even one of those missed shots, he's going to be able to put that pressure on Thick. However, they both get an item each, so we can have a couple more minutes left in this 1v1.
Good decision from Effortless to just leave and let his opponent take the Mega, because he was down below at the pillar. Bad situation to be in. You can go through the teleporter behind you, but Nosfa's waiting. You can stay behind down below, but you're going to be getting a barrage of rockets coming your way. So just using the hook to get out of that situation quickly, giving up the item, perfectly done. It even allowed him to steal away the heavy. Now finally landing some more rails. This means that the American player has a bit of a stack advantage. Nosfa is in trouble. Shotgun connects and Effortless, at long last, secures himself the map. That was a close one, Ketchup. Very good game on the new map, Tower of Koth.
And it did look... There's just something about that map that did look a little bit like... Not learning on the fly, because I know players, they are intensely practicing every map here in Pro League, especially the ones that are in that competitive rotation, so you got to know what's going on. But that it definitely still looks like a map that's a work in progress to me. You know, you look at a lot of the other maps, and there's just... Everything is established, whereas here... It was very unusual. It's kind of hard to explain, really. I hope you people at home can kind of catch my drift here, but this map has been quite an interesting one to see, because Effortless, the first few minutes where it was just complete lack of information on Nosfa's part. He had no idea where Effortless was, because the map is so big and there's so much distance that you can't constantly listen out for where they are. And even then, the amount of surprise rails Effortless was able to start with is almost kind of coming full circle, that at the end of the map, he actually gets a frag the exact same way that he got the majority of the beginning. But then Nosfa, the turnaround was so impressive, an explosive couple of minutes to stabilize, and then, I mean, the sudden death was exciting still. I'm very, very excited to see a little bit more of the tower in future weeks. I really do hope we start to see it a bit more.
Yep, Nosfa played that extremely well. A bit sloppy towards the beginning, as you said yourself, but he did manage to finally find his footing. And the moment that he did and started landing those shots of his own, you could really tell that the movement and the mobility that we saw come out of Effortless in the first 2 minutes just evaporated, right? We were constantly praising how he used that hook to get around the map from heavy all the way up to the top of the map, quickly onto Mega. But then once Nosfa finally got his groove going, Effortless was just more concerned with staying away from his opponent and dodging incoming shots than really cementing himself on the map himself. So very well played from Nosfa, but in the end, good to see Effortless still securing himself a map. There were some really close games, and yeah, well played to both players.
I think the 2-1 was the safe bet. You know, 2-1 was absolutely the safe bet. After that first map, it was going to be a little bit challenging, I think. And Nosfa going to be feeling pretty good about that overall performance. And it's an important time to get any maps that you can. You know, conceding a 3-0 this late, it's scary times for a lot of players that aren't in the absolute top side of the leaderboards. And there's a lot of things to think about as we go into the coming weeks. Now, I called it an America's Marathon for a good reason, because our next matchup, even after that, it's going to be Maxter and Rafa. Saigib versus Dahang is going to be our next series. So strap yourselves in for more wonderful America's action to come. We're going to go for a quick break. go grab a drink or a snack or whatever. And in a few minutes' time, we'll be back with more Quake Pro League. Welcome back to our latest edition of the Quake Pro League Season 2, where my name is Ketchup, joined as always by Flea, and we will be continuing our run of America's matches, because our next matchup will be none other than Dahang and Saigib. Now, I feel like this matchup, it's one of our more, I think, kind of standard matchups, right? Two players that are definitely on the higher end of the Americas in terms of skill, success, and, you know, just accolades within Quake champions across different game modes. You know, you've always expected Saigib and Dahang to be two players that you would expect to do well in the 1v1, the 2v2, and then some. And them going head-to-head, we can expect a good matchup.
Oh, absolutely. Dahang is currently ranked number 3 NNA, whereas Saigib is the 4th ranked player. So they're very close when it comes to their standings on the leaderboards, and that should make for a very interesting matchup. Dahang, of course, one of Liquid's faithfuls, an extremely talented player, gone by the nickname of the accountant back in the day, because he is such a calculated and disciplined player, but also a very heavy hitter. Last time he played his opponent, Saigib, was actually in the Quake World Championships, the Stage 4 finals, and that was a pretty decisive victory for Dahang. On the other hand, though, Saigib, we've seen him put up some great fights, showing some swagger on the Steam as well when he was in one of our highlighted games, so this should be a fire match.
And there's not a huge amount for us to really go into, I think, with these two in terms of head-to-head. That hasn't really been said a million times over. They're two players that you know are really dangerous. You know their combat skills, some of their most celebrated assets, I think, which is, I think, why I'm so excited to watch them go head-to-head, because you can feel like it has such a high potential to just be an all-out brawl, doesn't it? And on that note, let's take a look at the picks and bans so we can see what the journey's going to be. I can see you already. I'm sitting here in the lobby. The Awoken is ready to go. Now the Scale Bearer was taken away from Saigib straight away, and it'll be Doomslayer and Athena. Corrupted Keep after that, with the Strog versus the Ranger, and then Ruins as our third map. So looking at the maps, I kind of think we can expect a brawl again.
Yes, indeed. I don't immediately see a clear, massive advantage for either one of these players. Dahang banning the Scale is, of course, not a surprise at all. It is one of Saigib's favorite champions, a deadly tool in his arsenal. And then going for the Doomslayer on Awoken versus Athena. Now that is a very interesting matchup. Doom is pretty damn meta on this map, but Athena isn't played all that often. It is a relatively small map, of course, and that makes it a little bit more difficult to get the maximum utility out of the grapple hooks. Then Corrupted Keep, Ranger versus Strog, two medium champions. Strog, of course, the crouch slider, generally faster around the map, but the explosiveness, the orb mobility, and sudden teleport will be favoring Saigib. And then finally, Ruins of Sarnath, Saigib going once again for the raw speed with the Anarchy, whereas Dahang will be running the Ison with the turret, which is much more of an informational and a defensive tool.
Which is characteristic of both of the players, I think. Dahang, he brawls when necessary, but I don't think it's like his most celebrated part of his play. I think with Saigib, it definitely is that if you have one player that you can expect to swing and go pound for pound in terms of damage, Saigib's always a very safe bet, whereas Dahang, he is always just an efficient player when the fights break out, but he is calculated. He is all about the items, the timing, the control that he gets from those. He just has great combat skill anyway, because that's just one of his greatest skills, isn't it? Now, prediction-wise, I guess I'll take the first prediction here. I think 2-1, again, is a safe bet, but I favor Dahang. I do favor Dahang 2-1.
I'm also going to favor Dahang. Just if we look at the performances this season, Dahang has only lost one matchup, and that was against Chain, whereas Saigib has lost quite a few more against players that were a little bit more down on the leaderboard. So Dahang definitely has the strongest track record, but on the other hand, there have been a few close calls, maps that really could have gone either player way, and that could have changed the outcome. So Dahang, we very often talk about how consistent he is, but he's gotten pretty close to dropping the ball here and there. So Saigib definitely has a shot at overtaking his opponent this time.
Feels like Saigib will need to have a good day, though, to be able to do that. You know, you don't really catch Saigib on an off day by any means, but you still need to play your best if you're going to bring it to Dahang, because it is his absolute, just rock-solid fundamentals that just make him one of the players that is so almost impossible to count out. But as we start, we'll be checking things out from Saigib's point of view. And we'll really see if this Athena is able to around and get that early advantage. Now there's the immediate grappling hook. Minimal damage dealt though, that double jump for Doom. Very good at denying Rocket Splash. Not so good at dodging LG though. I don't know why that sentence was so hard, but here we are.
Good push from the Hang, knowing that he is in a stronger situation after picking up that Mega. And that was just very calculated. Saigib gets the better spawn. That was the best spawn he could possibly hope for. Because even after dying right there, he still manages to secure the heavy. Good rail as well. Takes one for his trouble though, and the Hang still applying pressure. Gotta be careful.
Oh,
isn't quite careful enough, as the next rail will take him down. And Saigib, that respawn on the heavy helped him so much.
Speaking of heavy, that will be the next objective. Looks like Dahang's going to take it. I like Saigib's positioning, you know, the classic. Let them take it, but at the same time, really kind of bank on that rail to shut down its usefulness. And the rail angle ready to go, and no grapple hook to save you this time, Dahang. There was an attempt to try and get back out there. I do think Dahang might have been able to finish it anyway, but it's all about the attempt being made. And they're going to trade another frag, it looks like. Saigib tried to push in, but now using this as an opportunity to take the heavy. Because Dahang, it's going to be risky for him to challenge this with the lack of stack that he's working with. But I think he knows that. That's why he's not going to push too hard, doesn't want to concede. And I do like that patience from both players.
Problem with the grapple hook is, of course, that you have to wait until it fully extends and hits the surface, and Saigib just didn't have anything nearby to pull himself right back up. Now he does have the better positioning on the Mega. The Hang taking control of the center area of the map, that T part, misses the rail, and that is going to allow his opponent to get away with the Mega scot-free, and using that speed that he can get from the hook to secure heavy as well. The Hang, though, looking to land some more rockets, or rails rather. But it will be Saigib getting away with the better stack.
It's been a rather explosive 2.5 minutes here. Can't say I'm surprised with these two players, but as the Mega spawns and Dahang takes yet another wonderful rail angle and the two-piece, easy money. The accountant, as it will be. A divide between these two major items. Dahang just having the absolute confidence that Saigib was not going to drop down there. I mean, just spawned. What's he going to do? Point blank rail fight? Yeah, right.
This has really been an extremely rail-heavy map so far. Both of these players have been done about 80% of their total damage output with the railgun alone. That just shows that it's been more about the distance and that careful positioning, trying to punish your opponent picking up a major item, than it has about these close combat engagements. But that was a beautiful rocket, the Hang flipping control. Now he is the one with the items to his name. Saigib, though, landing all the shots he need. One more would be brilliant. Maybe sticking around a bit too long. That was risky, because now he's on the back foot. And the Hang fearlessly landing the shot. That was... He must have only caught a few pixels moving quickly across the screen, but that is all it took for him to land the shot.
It is those little details that make these players in Pro League such absolute animals. Just being able to understand, Saigib, he's locked against that corner, he's Athena, what's he going to do? He's going to try and grapple his way out. I have to be ready for a little bit further out with the rail angle just to accommodate for the fact that he's going to be faster than normal. And still manages to find the shot. It is the absolute awareness of the game that makes a player like Dahang such an absolute beast, and it will be 7-1. This was close at the beginning, but this is the kind of classic Dahang and, dare I say, Liquid effect. You know, both players from Liquid have this idea where they lock in the control and they start to secure this comfortable circuit of the map that it's so hard to take it away from them. And it looks like this will continue. Dahang gets the heavy. Now he will be able to fight for the Mega as well. Saigib not going to let him take it without a fight. 2 rails and no armor, but the third shot misses. You really know Saigib was banking on that, but he gets hit by an immediate direct. And the grapple will not save him again. 8-1. Somehow that slips through Saigib's fingers.
I mean, the plan really wasn't all that bad. Just grapple onto the item first, get yourself that small armor and the health bubble before the Hang can even get around the corner. But that rocket, the preemptive shot, just pushed him against the wall and gave the Hang a very easy frag. Now this is a sizable lead for the player from Liquid. Saigib does secure the Mega off his spawn, but what can he do with it?
I mean,
It's one of the risks when you play a small champion on a map like this, right? If it works, yeah, you've got the speed to continuously apply pressure, but once your opponent gets the momentum going, you have to use it time and time again to escape, losing so much time and taking damage in the process. So, Saigib really struggling right now.
there was just something so funny about that frag, how before Athena can actually finish saying, "Can't catch me now," she gets hit by a direct rocket, and it's like, oh, really? Now, it's been almost 6 minutes here on this map with 10-2, an incredibly sizable lead here for Dahang. And at this stage, you can choose to just back up, get some of those all-important resources. Rail, absolutely, it's been a star weapon for him. Just not really letting Saigib slip away from these fights. The rail angle is always perfect for the escapes and perfect predictions. He definitely felt like there's this element of, if I was Athena right now, what would I do? And using that information to have the rail angle ready. And it has been a problem for Saigib all long. Looking like he's going to push in again. Saigib so weak. Here's the grappling hook we use. So Dahang ready for kind of any position, I think, at this point. Nothing's going to catch him by surprise.
Dahang hasn't had the lightning gun in quite some time now. Doesn't seem like he really needs it either to maintain this lead for the time being. His rails have just been oppressively strong. Hasn't been hitting that many of them in terms of accuracy because he's just been pre-firing and spamming them all the time, but still, nearly 1.3k damage done with the railgun alone, which is saying a lot because that's nearly half his entire damage output.
Here we go, 3 minutes on the clock. A lot of work for Saigib to do right now. And he does not have a lot of time to get the job done as Dahang continues to just cycle and rack up the frags. This, by all means, will be a map 1, for sure. And just Saigib thinking about the future because, I mean, these rockets have been absolute filth for Dahang. The damage in general. All of it when it needs to hit will. And this is the, I think, the momentum effect of these lights, especially in a map like Awoken. I know you said we don't see Athena all that often on Awoken, but this is Dahang playing the matchup perfectly. You know, you're so used to seeing Athena swing around the map and catch people by surprise. Dahang's ready for every and any attack.
Pretty sure Dahang straight up walked on Saigib's head for like a full second or two right there, but doesn't really matter in the end. He's got an 11 frag lead, 2 minutes left to go. Saigib, not the kind of guy to call GG earlier. Maybe wants to get himself at least a few frags on the board, try and reset so that he can move into the next map on at least a positive note. But it definitely doesn't seem like Dahang is willing to grant him that for free. Still pushing out a lot of damage. Still securing these items. The rocket bouncing Saigib over the Mega. And if it wasn't done yet, it sure is now.
Absolutely. The rails just continue that. Another rail. Cheeky little flick. At this point, we're kind of just asking the question, can Dahang get more than 20 frags in this map? Not something that you see all that often. But, I mean, let's kind of break this one down. The Dahang, we mentioned at the very beginning that aim and just the ability to dish out massive damage, it means so much to both players with how they approach. And Dahang, he has this perfect combination of really good combat skill, but then at the same time, this just methodical item play. You know, I'm trying to find other words for it, but there really isn't any need to, because Dahang, he cycles the map perfectly, he times everything flawlessly, you'll rarely catch him off guard with that. And then when the fights happen, he hits every shot. You know, he hits those rails, and it's not just everyday normal rails. He knows he's against Saigib's Athena. He has angles already set up. Saigib thinks he can escape. Psych, you know, think again. I've got the rail, and like shots like that, come on!
One more for the 20. Can he get it? Saigib lingering around. Won't get caught out.
Stream, give us a yes or no. Will he get the 20? I want to know.
Chat. Prediction. Can he get it? 10 seconds left. Saigib uses the grappling hook to get away. Doesn't look like the hand will be able to secure it, but still, 19 frags is nothing to boo at Ketchup. That is an impressive performance.
Yeah, it's not 20 though, is it? It's not 20,
against a player who is just one rank, one position below you. So very well played to Liquid Dahang. Congratulations on the first map, but of course, many more to come.
Yes, indeed. But I mean, yeah, I mean, what can we say about that map that we haven't spent the entire 10 minutes going over? It's just that Saigib, things were so competitive for the first couple of minutes. You know, that really is where it ended. Dahang locked in that kind of cycle of the items at a very early stage. And from that point on, he was just cycling the items and taking fights when necessary. And rails like that, just knowing when Saigib's going to escape, having the immediate kind of mixture of those kind of shots, you know, mixture of prediction and reaction, I think. You know, kind of having a bit of a sixth sense for when they're going to try and get away, because they don't want to give up too much time, do they? And just having the awareness constantly. And it just seems like Saigib, he just wasn't allowed to exist on that map, was he?
If you look back at the frags, I think that Dahang's railgun played such a big part in this. Almost all of those early frags were with the rail, or at least him landing a very crucial rail that set him up for the frag. And then it looked like Saigib perhaps got a little bit desperate at times, just rushing in, hooking into an item even after he already took a fair bit of damage. And Dahang, of course, is going to clean that up nicely and then really get the momentum going. And we talked about that earlier, right? That is a risk when you're playing a small light champion on a map like this. Yes, when you're in control, that grappling hook can help you out so much. But the moment that you lose it, and that your opponent is the one applying pressure, what are you going to be using it for? The only thing you're going to be using the grapple hook is to get away, is to escape. You're not even really going to be allowed to play the game that you want to, as you're always on the back foot, and your ability nearly becomes a liability in some of these situations. And Dahang, of course, capitalized off that beautifully, secured himself 19 frags in the end. A very good game.
So, as brawler heavy as that map certainly was, we are going to be going into, I think, the ultimate of ultimates when it comes to close combat, and that's going to be Corrupted Keep, a map that we've seen both of these players actually do phenomenally well on. I believe Saigib is going for a quick restart, and hey, just like that, he's actually back in the lobby already. So shout outs to a quick rejoin there by Saigib. But what do we think of Corrupted Keep with these two players? I think we can definitely expect a map that has absolute potential to go extremely high frag count, and it's just going to be down to whether Saigib can kind of match that intensity. He has to. We've been given the information today that Dahang is playing on top form for fighting alone. You know, he's hitting those crazy rails. Granted, rail's not going to be on keep, but his rockets have been great anyway. And it's a map that we've seen both players historically be quite successful at. Saigib needs to make sure he's able to match that. So I'm a little bit nervous about him right now. Just going by Awoken alone, I think he just needs to hit that next gear going into Corrupted Keep to keep up with Dahang, because it's not just the fact that it is a combat heavy map. He's got movement as well. You know, Dahang, he's got the Strog. Dahang and Strog, two peas in a pod. So we'll see what happens here, Flea.
I mean, one of my biggest concerns is that Corrupted Keep, perhaps more so than any other map in the pool, is that snowball map, right? Yeah. Where if you can get the lead, it is almost impossible for your opponent to just escape incoming damage of the spawn, and you can really daisy chain together a few frags if you really get the momentum and the item timing in your favor. And we know that item timing is one of Dahang's strongest suits, and we saw what he already was able to put out on the previous map, on Awoken. So now we're on an even more likely map for a situation like that to happen. It is all going to come down to Saigib holding his own, especially in the opening stages of the game. If he lets Dahang just build that momentum, it is going to be extremely difficult for him to just reverse that flow of the game.
So here we go. Entering the Corrupted Keep for the first time today will be Saigib and Dahang continuing their series. Dahang dominantly taking map 1, but this is a new day and a new map where things, often what happens in Corrupted Keep stays in Corrupted Keep. Plays unlike any of them. So as we start things off, it looks like Dahang was able to get a little bit of that Pika damage, but that is all we've had so far.
Of course, Trog, very powerful pick on this map, not just for the movement, but also for the Peeker, that ability. Because the number one counter against the little robot is, of course, the railgun, which destroys it in one single hit. But of course, railgun isn't in play on this map, and Dahang already starting so aggressively. Saigib, he's just gonna have to hold his own, lands a pretty decent shot still, but it will be Dahang cleaning up the first frag.
Wasn't a terrible idea to stick around. Super shotgun point blank, the damage on it can be quite ridiculous, and with Saigib as weak as he was, running away would just open him up a little bit more to get hit by anything, really, with how weak he was. However, as we start off, Saigib using that rocket jump to not only frag Dahang, but beat him heavy. I think Dahang must have been pretty confident he could have taken that heavy, but that rocket jump had other plans. You love to see it.
And that first rocket just also destroyed his momentum, right? The Hang jumping into the room, eating a direct that killed his movement and allowed Saigip to just secure the item first. This is pretty decent from Saigip, not a bad start at all. It looked like the Hang was going to be running away with the situation after that first frag, but he held his own. Did a good amount of damage. He's gonna want to secure that heavy machine gun, though it is essentially the equivalent of the railgun, because it is the only weapon that allows you to do consistent long-distance damage.
Here comes a little bit more of that free peeker. Saigib. The defensive rockets, that one's so good. 100, just like that. And it has forced the Hang to retreat immediately and show respect. As we still have 5 seconds until heavy. Does the Hang try and push? Looks like he will do. Trying to double up. A bit of a missed time on the orb, I think, from Saigib right there. A second later, he might have been in business.
You saw him throw out the orb, right? He wanted to pick up the item and orb out of danger straight away, but then it never came. You heard the orb fade away and the heavy hadn't spawned yet, and I think that at that moment he knew that it was done. Now the Hang in the lead. Saigip waiting for that small armor to spawn. He is still trying to, of course, maintain his stack, put himself up to a fighting 100-100, but it will be the Hang securing the heavy. Can he get over to Mega on time? Nope, Saigip. Good decision. Keeping track of the item timing as well. And now actually doing a decent amount of unreturned damage right there.
A little bit more of that rocket spam round corners. You know, if anything, information. So many fights can break out in this room alone. Especially when we have 10 seconds until the Mega, and even less for heavy. Speaking of which, the Hang, at this rate, I think the objective will be Mega. Being able to just get the lights. It's able to keep that basic stack up nice and high. There's actually still that vial up top for health. Looks like it has just disappeared though, and that should be dead! Saigib. That is such a horrendous situation that a Strog can put you in, where the Pika comes out and it uses up your cooldown of your weapon, whatever the weapon is. If it's a rapid fire, fine, but some of those single shots, I mean, that was the Hang's plan, played to perfection. But if you didn't shoot the Pika, it was going to kill you anyway.
And of course, both players just spamming all of their nails, no one even peeking. But as I was about to say, the Hang is, of course, one of the best Strog players in the world. He's the one who brought it to the scene first. He knows the champion and everything there is to know about the tech and the mechanics. And that is going to help him out tremendously. Saigip taking the Hang by surprise, but still ending up being the one that takes most of the damage. All he has is the nail gun and the shotgun. Nearly getting it, though. Not a bad effort at all, but won't be enough to secure himself a frag just yet.
The Hang has done a wonderful job of kind of keeping that nail gun room full of resources. How often the Hang's able to get a frag and then he kind of picks up everything in this half of the map. Sometimes it feels like he doesn't even need a heavy. Kind of like right now, actually, that the Hang's brought himself up to a basic stack. Almost trading. Wow, Saigib. Barely any stack left to his name, but surviving was the key objective, and thankfully he was able to. How long can he survive? I mean, there's plenty of lights around to pick up on Corrupted Keep. But it does mean the retreat gets a bit more predictable. And if there's only a few resources left on the map, to Hang will have a fair idea over where Saigib's gone to pick him up.
Unfortunately for Saigib, though, that was not the ideal time to get that frag. 10 seconds before Mega spawned, even longer before Heavy, there was nothing for him available to start the rotation of the items or to really get his stack right back up. So instead he had to cede a lot of the control to the Hang, who is now nailing him down with the LG. Mega spawns just in time, but the high ground will come through clutch as the Hang extends his lead by yet another frag.
And here comes that Heavy. Can Saigib do anything? I mean, he had a rocket launcher, but that's nowhere near enough. That delicious combo. Good lord, the damage of that. Pretty much as high as you can get in that situation. And it'll be LG versus Rocket. To Hang quite weak, neither player with armor. Thankfully, Saigib having a light to pick up right near jump pad, so he comes off just a little bit better. And he jumps in towards the light as well, just in case the Hang goes there. A wonderful call out from Saigib. But the big armor, the one that matters most, is about to spawn, and the super shotgun tries to chase to Hang the patience. And I think Saigib, there's no way he's surviving that. No way.
Those defensive rockets were just obscene. The damage that he dealt completely changed the situation. Saigib had the upper hand, was pushing in aggressively, but just had no chance but to turn around and run away. To just barely cling onto his life. Whereas the Hang secures yet another major item. And now, taking a look at the item pickups, it's actually still relatively comparable. Saigib doing a good job at securing many of them, just unable to do so at the right time. We pointed it out when he got his previous frag. He got the kill, but then just didn't have anything available to really manifest himself on the map and start building some momentum. And that is something that the Hang has been doing expertly for the time being.
More of this defensive play can come out from Dahang, but it's not really going to put a dent in his control, as it looks like 5 seconds. Here comes that heavy, and once again, he's going to pick it up. Not much Saigib can do to challenge. I mean, he's got 2 of the main close-range weapons, but so often when he's trying to push in for these items, Dahang just has this upper hand. The orb does nothing! And Dahang gets another one, but it's almost like there was no fight at all. He's so healthy. He tries to stop him from taking the Mega, but it looks like he himself will be punished. And another frag. Dahang has just been that one step ahead every time. This entire series, Flea, it just feels like Dahang has just been the better player. There's really no other way for me to say it. They've got similar... When the fights are breaking out, there's a few similarities here, but Dahang, I just think that he's on his A game, and it doesn't feel like Saigib really is.
Yeah. And now we've more or less entered the stage where Saigib just has to push in aggressively and see if anything sticks. That's why he's just pushing in with nothing but the nail gun and the orb, hoping to secure a frag at a convenient time. But the Hang remaining strong, standing his ground and getting the frags as well as the items. And now Saigib losing out on another heavy. Poised to lose out on the Mega as well, and he cannot afford to do that. Now with just 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock, it looks like Saigib is just setting up for a trap over on the other side of the map, banking on that being his last hope. Good read from the Hang though, knows exactly where he is, doesn't do any damage, but at least disarms the trap.
And now 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Have to be thinking about that next map, because this one was a done deal ages ago with how things have been going. Dahang continuing to just cycle in the majority of the control. There's been an even split on the light armors, but it has been Dahang. He's been able to get so much more from these frags too. How often Saigib, he's only got 2 frags, and both times he gets it, he can't really get anything from it. He's kind of pulled the fight out at the last second, and then you have to spend a little bit of time recharging. You can't put on any pressure. The only person that's been able to snowball the classic corrupted keep way has been Dahang. Saigib just showing us his cool little balancing act on the ledge. the nice, the map. Check out where I can stand. Bet you never seen that before. Hee.
But he knows it's over and done.
Oh yeah, without question.
There simply isn't any more time for him to make a comeback happen. And that will mean that Liquid Dahang is going to be able to secure yet another map, putting him up 2-0 in the lead, meaning that he will be the one to secure the series, but there's still coin and fame to be earned if Saigib can turn it around on the final map.
But it seems like as things are progressing, and I don't want to talk about things as if they are completely over, but I think it is. At the rate things are going, I would be surprised if we don't see a 3-0 here from Dahang, because it just looks like he is playing that kind of top-level efficiency that we have grown to expect. Even though we don't get it every time from Dahang, today he has been incredibly rock-solid. And Saigib has just had a really hard time all the way through the series. Now, as we go into a third map, is Saigib going to be able to kind of just magically kick in that next gear that Dahang has started the series on? Like, from this map to that, the next one, it's kind of hard to believe that it will kind of just happen like that, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. But there seems to be quite the distinct top 3 of Americas, and the divide between the top 3 and everyone else, it does seem to be quite the gap so far.
Yeah, that's very true. We mentioned it towards the beginning before we even got into the games, right? Dahang is thirdly placed, With Saigib, of course, being 4th in the rankings for NA, but still, clearly, there is a significant difference. And you can also see in the money that they've earned so far, their earnings, because that's, of course, how our points are being tallied during this season. And it's very obvious that even though Saigib is a tremendously strong player who has taken maps and series from the very best in the world, there is definitely still a gap between what Chain, Rafa, and the Hang are putting up and basically the rest of NA.
I do wonder if there's going to be anything he can do in this final map. It just feels like Saigib's having a little bit of trouble here. And it is very tricky for him, because even little details, little moments where he's trying to... we saw that there was that sort of key moment for me earlier on Keep where he tried to throw the orb and time it so that he could pick up the heavy and teleport to the orb and get out of there. They're the kind of Saigib plays that you expect. You don't really expect them to fall short, so I don't know if he's having any kind of troubles or whatever. But there isn't a lot of time to really think about it, because we're now going into our final map, and if Dahang keeps the momentum he's currently working on, this by all means could be a 3-0 here. And it's a shame, it is a shame, but hopefully Saigib can kind of inch up just that one little bit for this final map.
Yes, indeed, and this final one, again, promising to be an interesting map. It is going to be Saigib running the Anarchy, so very fast, light, nimble champion, whereas the Hang, again, going for the Ison, which gives him much more information, knowledge of where his opponent might be, and also just allows him to play a more disciplined and defensive game. So, clash of styles, contrast between the champions just reinforces that even more. Saigib, he still has a chance. Yes, both of these two first maps really didn't go his way, but he's a professional, might be able to still reset and push ahead to secure him at least the final one of the series.
But looking at this match on paper, it seems very momentum heavy for the Anarchy player, doesn't it? And in this case, with how things have been going so far, I'm a little bit concerned, actually, about this third map for Saigib, because Dahang, he's been playing rock solid, his rail has been phenomenal, and now we're going into a map that has rail on it again.
Yeah.
And it hasn't just been the rail, it's been everything. His ability to dish out damage at key moments as well. Real key is that in those critical moments where an item's just about to spawn, or something that allows him to just continue the pressure, keeps on happening. Now we're going medium versus light for another time. Yes, it's Anarchy who has an injection, but light depend on momentum to thrive on these kind of maps, and this is quite an out in the open map. So the second Saigib gets put behind, if Dahang is able to keep hitting the rails that he's been hitting today, you try and take those light armors, you're railable, you're out in the open, you can get stuck really easily, and there's no way Dahang doesn't know that. So I can thoroughly expect kind of a repeat. This could very well be a 3-0, but we will see.
Absolutely, as you mentioned yourself, this is a difficult map to play a light champion on, has always been the case, primarily because of how out in the open those small armors are, right? You mentioned yourself, lots of open areas. If you are relegated to the sides of the map and you have to pick up the small armors as a light champion because you can't contest for the major ones, you are such a vulnerable play to those railgun shots. And Saigib is, of course, acutely aware of that, and is going to put in all the effort that he can muster to try and keep close to his opponent. There we go, good opening rockets. The Hang won't quite land that railgun shot, and there's already a pretty sizable delay between the two major items. Heavy has been taken by the Hang, Mega up in just 1 second. Can Saigib even still get there? No, he gave up too much positioning, but the Hang ran quite far away. But of course that turret sitting pretty helped him a lot. Can Saigib even get out of this? Rockets aren't half bad either. The Hang definitely taking a lot more damage there than he was hoping to. But Saigib will fall nevertheless.
But it was a really good use of the injection from Saigib. It kept him alive long enough that he was at the very least able to get kind of some bonus damage before he inevitably went down. However, because of just the nature of how many items were left to pick up, the Hang, he has been able to thoroughly outstack Saigib for another time, and as the delay between those items is great, here comes the Mega, with time to set up for Heavy. So this is going to be quite the obstacle for Saigib, especially off that rail. The injection was used again, but the danger really is no armor. 5 seconds until Heavy spawns. There's really no way Saigib can survive that fight. Maybe they're a little bit early, perhaps, on the Heavy. And now Saigib will get fragged for another time near LG spawn. Perfect call out from Dahang. I'm nervous about the early delay that's been established because Dahang is able to constantly just cycle these. Saigib was able to at least make sure he can get the Mega, which is good for him, but the objective always has to be armor because just look at how much of the Mega got deleted. Just like that.
That was a brilliant read by the Hang, and we've seen him do that time and time again, right? He knows that he loses out on the Mega, so what does he do? Put himself in a perfect position to hear out, predict what Saigib is going to do, and drop right in front of him as Saigib is running past the rail, and then that LG just takes away that extra stack instantly. Can Saigib even get out? No, he tries, he goes for it, using that mobility and speed, but still gets shut down nevertheless, and now he doesn't have any weapons off the spawn. The Hang mercilessly putting himself 5 frags in the lead already, and that turret, Ketchup, the turret's been there for how long?
The entire map, I think.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now, in Duel, there is that key factor that makes it so hard for Light to bring themselves back into a fight if they're behind, especially on this map. Saigib, when he spawns, there ain't no armor. He doesn't spawn with any armor, so if Dahang finds him early, he just gets melted. LG, rail, direct rocket, whatever. Anything. No armor is bad news, and Saigib, he's going to spawn again with nothing. Where does he spawn? Nowhere where there's a light to pick up, and this is the problem. You try and take a light on ruins, and someone has a rail angle on you. I mean, you have to take the rail. There really is nothing you can do about it unless they miss the shot, which really is out of your hands for the most part on this map because it's out so there. I mean, he's going to go for the rocket jump to try and escape, and I'm not even convinced he's going to be able to get away. However, all right, the one thing that allowed Saigib to get away was Dahang swapping weapons right as he hits the line of sight. That's the only thing that saved him.
And the Hang was also out of rockets in that situation. Almost out of LG ammo as well. But indeed, really clever positioning from the Liquid player right there, because he knew, of course, that Saigib didn't have a railgun yet, so he just perches himself right on top of that wall and simply waits. And Saigib goes for the rocket jump, horizontal momentum, as well as the injection to get out, but oh my god, trying to push through that choke point against the heavy nail gun just wasn't the right call.
Oh, terrible spawn. No. Actually, no. Good spawn. He was weak. Yeah, I saw that. We all saw that. You would think a terrible spawn, but actually enough to catch the Hang by surprise. So I was so nervous when I saw the super shotgun as well. Not prepared for that. Gauntlet, the only damage Saigib was going to be able to do from that spawn, and thankfully the Hang was kind of blindsided by it. So definitely could be worse. But another coming out. The turret has just lived here, down here for 4 minutes and 50 seconds. To Hang, the momentum belongs to him, as it has done all series long. Saigib, he's just trying to stack himself up for a fight, and then before he's even finished, the Hang has found him. Again, it just feels like Saigib has just not existed, Flea, in this series.
It does feel that way. LG on LG, the Hang actually dropping down. Careful though, there's a turret. He knows. Oh, can he get it? Still secures the heavy. I was worried that Saigib didn't realize there was a turret and then was gonna jump around the corner with 3 points of health. That would have been disastrous. Luckily for him, manages to take out that ability first. Mega's about to spawn. And even though Saigib hasn't really been very present on this map catch-up, there's still around half of the playtime left. 7 frags, that's entirely possible. We're starting to see Saigib build a bit of momentum, finally get a few frags to go his way. Still needs a rocket, but he's looking pretty decent.
Well, there's not heaps of time left. With how the Hang has been approaching this one, Saigib's been able to get himself a little bit of control. Wow, flowing right over his head. But we have less than 4 minutes on the clock now, Flea. And it sounds like that turret, I mean, it's information. Information more than anything. He knows he's up there. Not that he knew anyway, because Mega's just spawned and been taken.
I love how Saigib just used the turret like a little stepping stool. He just hopped over it, used it as a platform to gain a bit of an extra jump with. Doesn't even bother trying to take it down. That's how confident he is in his movements and, of course, the speed that the Anarchy can bring. But now the Hang, actually it's been around a minute since the last major engagement. Liquid player doing a good job at steering clear from his opponent.
Saigib does not want to overextend. The second he's got some of these items, he has got a full cycle. But Dahang The defensive position was so good, and he was prepared. Happy to concede the Mega, because if he has more armor than you and a turret to help him out and he's hitting the shots, who cares about health if armor isn't available? Has been Saigib's nemesis, lack of the green.
And the Hang is now just playing this game to perfection, right? It's around 2 minutes ago that we mentioned, okay, Saigib actually still has a shot. There's still time. 7 frags in this many minutes, that's possible. But then the Hang just basically has avoided and thwarted any attempt at a good fight for Saigib. And now we're 2.5 minutes later, and it's still a 7 frag difference. So this is not working in Saigib's favor at all. He needs to find the Hang, and he needs to find him now.
It's the change of pace, change of play style. He's found him, but he's so far away now that if Dahang wants to back up, he can. Not that he's going to. If he can take away the Mega, that's just as good. Maybe even get the frag, misses the rail, so that will allow Saigib to collect. But he's weak, and there's still a turret down here. Oh, good lord. That was such a horrible situation for him. Turret, and he's fresh off the spawn. He's got no weapons. A tri-bolt is all he's got, and Dahang knows it, so he's going to go in for the kill. Picks up an easy frag. You've just spawned. What you got? Tri-bolt? I don't care about that. And now with less than 2 minutes, Dahang just continuing to daisy chain the frags, and a dominant showing this has been for Dahang today. A one-sided victory against Saigib, and not the manner of victory I expected. I think Dahang had the edge here, but I would not have expected it in this fashion.
The Hang just picking up heavy and suiciding right away. And Saigib once again just pulling out the gauntlet, going for the tactical crouch, so to say.
Rapid crouching, you know.
Yeah, as we are moving into the final minutes of this series, the Hang trying to just let the turret do most of the work. Won't be enough. Looks like the Liquid player should have an easy path to victory in these final 60 seconds.
And Saigib's had a really hard time just getting this information on Dahang. He does get these interesting frags in the final stage, but the damage is done. The work is finished. Dahang cements himself enough of a lead that there really is nothing Saigib can do here, and a bit of a disappointing showing, you know, for Saigib, because he knows he can do better, no doubt. He's been having some trouble today, and Dahang has just been the complete opposite. You know, he's had no issues whatsoever. This has been a more common Dahang. Item control has been clean. Combat's been clean. Rails have been great. I mean, hard to really point out any errors from Dahang today.
Yeah, indeed, Dahang has been playing an extremely solid game today. I wonder how that loss against Chain might have factored into how he's going to approach the next few weeks, and then the Stage 1 finals, of course, because Dahang has been the de facto number 2 of NA for so long that for him to now lose against Chain, I think twice in a row now, is not looking all that good for him. So maybe it really is time to start, you know, wondering how close some of these other players are getting. Now, clearly, Dahang's still a top contender for the Americas, but he is indeed looking solid as hell.
I mean, the idea of Dahang getting a wake-up call to step up that game to take back a number 2 spot, I think that's scary in itself, because Dahang is already, you know, we can never forget that he's one of the most decorated Quake Champions players in the entire scene. There is not one single game mode that not only has he been able to play at the highest level, he's actually won. You know, he's won a sacrifice tournament. He's won a dual major tournament, and there's really no need to go into the 2v2 legacy that himself and Rafa are able to establish. The most dominant 2v2 absolutely in Quake Champions without question.
Yep.
And there's a reason for that. There is a reason that Dahang, as long as there's been a game mode in Quake, this man has been at the highest possible celebrated level. And a dominant 3-0 versus Saigib is going to give him a nice injection of prize money, nice establishment at the top of the leaderboard, continuing to be in that top 3 position and continuing to look like a real threat as we get closer and closer to the Stage 1 finals.
Absolutely. I mean, the Hang, he is a consistent monster, and he proved that today as well. Everything was on point. The positioning, the constant reads of his opponents, the item timing and control, and then, of course, not to be neglected, the aim, the railgun. The man, I don't think I even saw him zoom in once with the railgun. He's a true old school player that way, and still landing some ridiculous shots from across the map. So this is the complete package. A great asset to the team, Liquid, no doubt, as the Hang secures himself another 3-0 victory. Congratulations.
So, next up, quite a challenge for the old Maxter, as he has to go head-to-head against, I mean, we go from one Liquid player to another. It's going to be Rafa versus Maxter as our next matchup. Thank you all so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure so far, and there are plenty more Quake where that came from. In a few minutes' time, as we go for a break, we'll be back with more Quake Pro League. See you in a sec. Welcome back, everybody, to our latest week of the Quake Pro League Season 2, where we're going to be seeing some more Rafa stepping up to the plate, but he'll be going up against Maxter. So I think this is going to be quite a challenging week for Maxter. It always is when someone has to fight the world champ, right? But we'll see how close he can make it, I think. I don't want to sound too negative here, Flea, but I think that Rafa's the clear favorite here.
That is indeed the case, and I think Rafa is about the clear favorite against just about anyone in the entire world. A man widely considered to be the GOAT of Quake, the greatest of all time, an incredible player, currently the holder of the belt, the grand champion of the first season of the Quake Pro League, and so far undefeated throughout the entirety of this season. Hasn't lost a single map, every single win has been a convincing 3-0.
Which is, I mean, expected of Rafa at this point, and I think, without being too negative, I think it's safe to assume we might see that again today. But I'm just very curious to kind of see how Maxter is shaping up against someone of Rafa's caliber, because Maxter has made quite an early splash in Pro League. He is new to this whole thing, and he's one of the newer players for sure. But he's impressed everyone, I think, quite quickly, and he has his fair share of fans. I know he's recently upgraded his equipment as well, which I think I almost take for granted these days, how not everyone who plays at a competitive level actually has top of the range equipment. So someone like Maxter being able to bring himself into Pro League with not the same level of equipment as everyone else, that alone is insane and impressive in its own right. But now you got to bring that A game and then some against Rafa.
Yeah, and I mean, Maxter has been doing an admirable job so far, right? Because he's already beaten 3 players, he's lost 4 matches, won 3, which put him in the 7th position, so outside of that relegation league. And I think that is extremely telling for a player who made it into the league through, of course, the challengers, right? Because very often, once these new players get added to the pro roster, they struggle tremendously, especially those first few weeks or those first few stages, because the level is just so different to what they're used to. But Maxter has really been holding his own. He's beaten players like Zeniku and Dewey and Effortless already, so the man clearly is a force to be reckoned with nevertheless.
Now let's take a look at the maps and the picks and bans, so we can see how things could shape up, as Awoken will be our first map. The Athena was taken away, so it's Sorlag versus Doomslayer there. Deep Embrace is going to be our second map, of which Rafa picked, which is no surprise. Rafa is one of those players that you can really expect to start picking the new stuff. I know he is incredibly talented at picking up new things quicker than most, and it is why he's considered to be the greatest Quake player of all time right now. Anyway, it will be Nyx and Ranger on that map, and then we finish things off with the Strog and the Visor on Blood Covenant. But I think excited always to see that Deep Embrace. Gotta love the new stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And Deep Embrace is quickly becoming a bit of a fan favorite, it seems. Very similar to Awoken, which is the first map of today's series, and a lot of fun to play on such a high octane and small map. So Awoken, as you mentioned yourself, Sorlag versus Doomslayer, pretty standard picks. Deep Embrace, again, Ranger versus Nyx. I feel like it's a little early to talk about a very established meta on this map, because players are still developing their playstyles, but nothing out of the ordinary there. And then finally, Blood Covenant. It is the Visor versus the Strog. Definitely a smart decision by Maxter to ban / away from Rafa, because we have seen what a powerhouse she is when he takes control of her, especially on the map that is Blood Covenant.
I like this idea that, look, Rafa's going to get a crouch slider at this point, so you may as well ban out the fastest one. And just take that one away. You accept your fate, but try and make it just a little bit more bearable by him going in with the Strog instead. So I believe we're loading into Awoken now. Normally we do talk about predictions, but I think we both predict a 3-0 here, if I'm right.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone who would bet otherwise, given Rafa's tremendous track record.
But it's a fair assumption. But I'm optimistic. I'd like to see Maxter really be able to step up here. Being able to take a map on Rafa would be an incredible achievement, because it's doing what hasn't been done yet, really.
Yeah.
So that would be absolutely better than nothing. But it's an opportunity as a newcomer to Pro League to go up against the best of the best of the best with honors and figure out how you shape up versus that kind of caliber, because it can really give you that all-important information as we go into, a few weeks away. We're starting the Stage 1 final, so there's not a lot of time left, is there?
Absolutely, and just worth noting is that this is the first time these two have played each other at an official league game. So a lot of unknowns that are no doubt going to be answered soon, as we're starting things off on Maxter's point of view, who is running the Sorlag. So he's got that base stack advantage, he's got a solid offensive ability with the Spit, but he lacks that vertical mobility that Rafa has with the double jump. Good little trap right there, the LG solid.
Oh.
But Rafa with the rail, finishing it up right away.
Now, Maxter has got that spawning stack and an LG, so I think he's going to be quite confident to make his presence known here. He's not going to have to be particularly careful knowing that Rafa was weak and will have to lick his wounds himself. Looks for a rail angle, doesn't quite hit the shot. However, the retreating rail is definitely good. Hits a second that Rafa, again, not fully expecting it. And the turnaround, Maxter, can he finish the job here? Rafa sneakily getting in and out and taking that light. And it looks like he'll retreat for now. Maxter, flee, he was so close to getting that frag.
He sure was, almost putting himself on the board right away, but now he's in a bad position. Loving the position right there from Rafa. Instead of jumping across and giving his opponent a way out, he positions himself down below. But nevertheless, Maxter manages to escape. Rafa actually burning the Berserk right there. Not often that ability comes into play. Switching into the shotgun because, of course, he knows that those big body characters, big girls like Sorlag, they will eat all of those pellets for days, making it a lot of damage coming through.
I actually don't dislike that Berserk either, because straight through the teleporter, if Maxter was really close, the kind of lock-on nature of the Berserk and how weak Maxter was definitely would have kind of guaranteed the kill for Rafa. And then even if he didn't need to use it, Maxter's, if he's not there, it's because he's going to be gone and he's running away, so there's no threat of, you know, melee versus projectiles. And then the most important reason is that you get to take away Hourglass. You actually get to compete with the Hourglass. Maxter can't pick them up. As Sorlag, that's quite important. And he goes in for a big push. Rafa, always trying to stay optimal. Oh, I think he was looking for the Doom. Can Maxter get out of this really sticky situation? Nope, is the answer. Now, Rafa did try and do one of those kind of classic Doomslayer only techniques where he used the jump pad and immediately double jump to fake it out. But Maxter didn't take the bait.
Now he's stuck in a bad position though. These are good rockets from a distance. Maxter has already dropped 5 frags in barely 2.5 minutes. Catch up. Are we going to see Rafa do what his teammate could not? Secure that 20 frag on the map Awoken?
Well, at this rate, I mean, if the maths are correct, then maybe. But we'll see. I mean, it's dominant showing for Rafa so far. It has been complete efficiency. Maxter been able to fight back. All right, here come the rails. The defensive play from Rafa. Not able to escape as Maxter gets a frag, and he's healthy at the same time. Now, Rafa gets a pretty decent spawn, though. There's armor to pick up. He's got an SSG. He's got a rail. It's clearly been shown that that's kind of all he needs to get some damage done here. However, the opening rail misses, but Maxter can't return fire. It's important to hit those shots. The moment your opponent misses, right, that unreturned damage, especially as they're going towards these items, the all-important items that just keep Rafa afloat, and he gets a big direct 100 damage just like that. Maxter forced to back off, and with plenty of ammo and damage potential, Rafa still sitting pretty, I think.
Yeah, Rafa definitely with a bit of a stack advantage right now. Maxter setting up position for the heavy. This is good. I love that he's pushing out a bit more and doesn't just jump straight onto the item, knowing that that's a bit of a death trap. He's got to be careful though. Railable. Luckily for him, Rafa couldn't quite land the shot. He will secure heavy. And I think that just shows a bit of the difference still. I can guarantee you that Rafa would not have just walked by the hole in the wall, not even taking a peek. Right? But Maxter was so convinced that Rafa had moved towards the Mega site or the LG that he just slowly strutted in front of it almost, giving Rafa an angle. Rafa missed the shot, but still, that was a bit of an oversight on Maxter's play, and I think that it's those little things that do add up in the end.
Especially going up against Rafa, those little details. There's no way that any of those things sneak by Rafa either. He is the most aware player that we have in the world right now. But here comes our big full speed. Oh, full speed push from Maxter. Didn't quite work out. Man, that was a speedy little Sorlag right there. But we're dawning on that halfway point. Somehow, Flea, sentences are hard to get out today. I don't know why.
Well, what hasn't been hard to get out of those 5 frags for Rafa, but nevertheless, Maxter has been doing a great job at stabilizing Ketchup. 5 frags in 2.5 minutes, and now we've gone another 2.5 with no more frags for Rafa. Maxter getting closer and closer, it feels, to securing another kill of his own. Rafa still slipping away when it matters the most. Actually getting a bit of a boost, a speed boost right there.
Definitely
Tribals propelling him forwards.
I say that Rafa is a player who is extremely prepared. I don't think anyone can be prepared for that. Your tri-bolt spam to just so happen to give the speed boost to a Sorlag. Can't be ready for everything. But although Maxter has been able to stop the bleeding a little bit, and this lead hasn't extended, what's a bit of a danger is that he hasn't actually got any frags himself yet. He's got one early on, and that's pretty much it. So Rafa has done a good job of kind of playing runaround and that rail angle. Maxter had the right idea. Couldn't quite land the shot, though. Does manage to land a second. But the stack still belongs to Rafa. And with that light armor and an opportunity to push in, the unreturned rail, really good. But Maxter, he has to retreat. Rafa's going to get that heavy, and he'll be on the warpath straight away. Maxter knows he has to show that one respect. A little bit of damage on the rocket. Could be better. That rocket's certainly good. Looking for the combo piece, but can't get it. Rail missing. It's going to make things kind of awkward as this mega spawns, especially now that rocket's been able to connect. Maxter has to make a bit of a choice here. Do I push in and stop the mega being taken? I mean, he's running out of time, and the time it took him to push in, he's railable. He's still railable! That would have been a kill shot. Rafa looking for it, the SSG up close, but he can't quite hit it. The mid-air doesn't hit it. Smartly. That was so important to land.
I feel like one of the big things that's holding Maxter back right now has been his aim in the past few minutes. He's had so many angles, so many shots that he missed. And if he landed even one of those, he likely could have been able to leverage it into an actual frag. But then he just misses the rail as Rafa is trying to retreat, where he doesn't connect with a rocket at all when he has the high ground on his opponent. And Rafa, as you said yourself, right, these small mistakes, Rafa is going to capitalize on every single one of those, and that just spells the difference in skill between these two players. Maxter still putting in the effort. It's still very much possible. Hasn't given up just yet. But this fight, that's gonna be a tricky one. Rafa actually running out of LG ammo and will drop down to a rocket. Maxter getting a little lucky right there, because if Rafa had more LG ammo, that would have definitely been a frag for the American.
But he goes right back in. You think you've been given some kind of a lucky break, and here comes Rafa, full speed ahead, just straight in. And Maxter off the spawn. The acid spit is gone. He knows he only has to fear a rocket, and that is it. Maxter has nothing else to work with. This, by all means, should be the map win. Rafa controlling as always, and even though Maxter was able to no longer concede a lot of frags during that kind of halfway point, Rafa was still in control. He still had more stack. He himself was not giving up any frags either, so it was difficult for Maxter every step of the way.
I also love just seeing how Rafa incorporates every single weapon into his arsenal, right? Sometimes you see players who completely ignore some of the weapons, but Rafa, he is, like, as you see right there, he is using the nail gun in a situation where so many other players would just go exclusively for, say, the rail or the rockets. But Rafa, using just about everything. I think the only thing he hasn't done damage with is the gauntlet. Other than that, every single weapon has net him at least a few points of pain on his opponent. And Maxter, on the other hand, hasn't used the shotgun, hasn't used the nail gun, and that's, I think, another one of those differences with Rafa kind of thinking outside of the box a little more.
And right now, there's no need to even get any frags, but bonus frags are always welcomed. There's the Berserk, just in case. As the final moments loom over, Rafa with an 11-2 lead and a dominant showing here on Awoken Map 1. Deep Embrace is going to be the next location. And I am always curious to see what Rafa brings to the table on the new stuff. And I think it's actually a map that would favor him. I can kind of see Rafa being more prepared for new maps than anyone. So this is going to be a hard challenge for Maxter, I think. Unless he's got some kind of trick up his sleeve, I favor Rafa on map 2 for sure.
Yeah, Absolutely. I mean, I'd favor Rafa pretty much any map, any champion matchup, but as you said, things are looking dire for Maxter. Once again, NG on LG, this should be going to Maxter indeed, the Black Hawk clan player, securing himself another frag, but with 10 seconds left on the clock, it will remain at a 7-point difference. Hang on, Rafa still wants to get a punch, and indeed he does, extending it back to an 8 frag lead to secure himself the win. Well played.
You know, it's kind of odd listening to Doom 2016 music now. Doom Eternal's out. I know it's meant to be the remix of E1M1, but it's almost like nostalgic, even though it's only a few years old. Love it. Anyway, map 1 is going to go to Rafa. I think to the surprise of no one. It's not going to be a big upset that he's able to take the map in the fashion that he did. It's a classic Rafa map, shutting most of the map down from you. His aim has always progressively gotten more and more impressive, as you quite rightly pointed out, just using the different weapons in ways that other players often don't, and just awareness all the way through. It was a classic Rafa map. Maffa-Rap, I almost said. Wow, sentences really are difficult. Now, let's move on to map 2 and just forget I said that.
Map 2, Deep Embrace. Very different champion picks this time around. Maxter will be running Ranger, medium champion with, of course, that orb. Gives him a lot of burst damage at close range, as well as a lot of ability to reposition and relocate himself around the map. Whereas Rafa is running the next small champion, less base tag, but far more mobile, because she has that wall jump and, of course, that ever-intimidating Ghost Walk. If you put a tool like that into the hands of a tactical mastermind like Rafa, you are always going to be walking on your tippy toes, because you know that danger is going to be looming around every corner.
So it looks like both players are readying up. So very, very soon we'll be jumping into our next map, which, as we've said, should be the Deep Embrace. Now, similar to Awoken, so I think with the nature of which Rafa was able to take that first map, I mean, we can expect to see similar results, I think, on map number 2. But Rafa, when you think of Rafa playing his best, it is all about just the purest of fundamentals, just exaggerated with Rafa, isn't it? He's got the aim, he's got the brain, he's got the movement. There really is nothing in the game that he can't do. And I think that's what makes him such a nightmare at competitive play, I think, to play against, clearly.
Yeah, for a very long time, there was one clear, I don't want to call it downside towards his play, but there was one thing that clearly wasn't as well developed as the rest, and that was his aim. But then Rafa made a very deliberate effort to focus on that, and now he can brawl it out with the very best of the world, and that really can't be considered a weakness of him anymore. If you look at the LG, the railgun, the rockets, the fundamentals, as you called, especially with the unholy trinity of weapons, the man is probably, likely, the most complete package out of any player in the Quake Pro League.
So it looks like we should be loading into Deep Embrace right now. It's always nice to see these new maps, and as we start to reach the kind of later stages of Stage 1, it's no surprise that we are kind of starting to see players go in with the new picks. You know, when a map only just becomes part of a rotation, unless you just have some kind of specific tactics that you're kind of keeping hidden, a lot of players won't tend to go for the new material until you've given it plenty of time, because the reality is, folks, every single map here counts. The format change for Season 2 and how it's all built around map wins having their own individual payouts, and then, you know, your total prize money factoring in at the stage finals, and the fact that we reset as we go into new stages. If you are playing a new map and you don't feel 100% confident, players won't pick it. You know, if they don't feel ready for something, considering that one map could be the difference between seeding, it could be the difference between, you know, being relegated. I don't think players are going to play any games here unless they're 100% ready. They will not pick something.
I am inclined to agree with that, yeah. If anyone is going to pick for a map like this, I would expect it to be one of the newer players that are ranked more towards the bottom of the leaderboard, right? Because if no one is prepared for the new map, your opponent isn't going to be either. So while they might be vastly more experienced on the traditional maps, picking a new map to throw them off could really help your game. But by now, this is week 11, right? The new maps have been in rotation for quite some time. Every single player has played them at least multiple times. They've practiced them. They know exactly how to go about approaching a situation on these maps. So there's really not that much of a surprise left to it. And that is, of course, why Rafa, as you said yourself, one of the best players to pick up on new things, will love this opportunity.
And it looks like we're loading in Deep Embrace. Maxter and Rafa head-to-head for another time. A dominant map win for Rafa. We'll see if he can continue this momentum and just continue this absolutely ridiculous streak that he's working on throughout Stage 1. Checking out things from Rafa's point of view first. The Nyx versus the Ranger. I think the wall jump, it's all about mobility on these kind of maps. People often do compare it to Awoken for a good reason, but that Ghost Walk, you catch Rafa in a bad situation, he's got that invincibility and escape option. Kind of like now, any other champion in the game would have been absolutely a done deal after that, but Ghost Walk has other plans. But who's going to come off better? Mega spawns. Looks like Maxter has it in his sights, but he's looking to push on, actually. No fear. And a lot of respect. Now, does Rafa use this opportunity to take the heavy? I did like that angle that he was holding just to try and damage him a bit more, but can he escape? Maxter, he is being aggressive here, Flea.
Yes, indeed, but Rafa landing the rails that he needs. Those rails have really been his saving grace so far, and that LG just slamming his opponent into the ground. That is going to help out tremendously as well, but it's the rails. Those have been key to Rafa's success. 60% accuracy so far, landing every shot he needs to. Kind of messing up the jump right there, but it's not going to matter because Maxter simply doesn't have the weaponry to take that effective fight.
When Maxter chased down Rafa, by the way, I really liked Rafa's wall jump usage. Kind of landing on that little platform with the pot. It kind of looked a little bit like Maxter wasn't fully prepared for that. He kind of had to snap his aim, and that's what allowed the LG to completely nail him. A lot more of this intense play on a map like Deep Embrace, very combat heavy. And it's Rafa. I know you're going to take the Mega, but where's it going to be? Allow me to drop down and say hello as I get my second frag right as Heavy's about to spawn, and Maxter not in position for it, really. And he will concede. Maxter conceding a Heavy just to make sure he can try and get some weapons.
So many nice little jumps that you can use the Nyx for. There is a very common jump that you have to make to get over onto the Heavy, but it's kind of tricky, and messing it up can easily give your opponent control out of nowhere. So having a champion like Nyx, where you can use the wall jump to make that with 100% certainty, is going to help a lot, even when you're as good of a player as Rafa is.
That was just a savage point-blank shotgun right there.
The rail, I called it from the beginning, it's really been Rafa's prized weapon. Hasn't been the one that he's done the most damage with, that's the lightning gun, but still, he always lands the shot when he needs to, putting his opponent at a low stack before he finishes it off with something else. Oof. Lots of tribal to the face as well. Maxter has to run for his life. Will Rafa find him? Knows exactly where he is.
Perfect play. Using the jump pad and then immediately landing right back down there, knowing that Maxter might have used that opportunity to try and take the Mega. And the aggressive Ghost Walk, Maxter. Oh, he does manage to get it, and there's the ring out. Self-ring out. Rafa.
Oh, Maxter, literally 1 point of health after that engagement. I mean, your opponent's suicide might as well be a frag for you, right? So Maxter's gonna be very happy about that. Does he even have timing right now? Heavy, still 10 seconds from spawning. I think he has got a decent idea of when it's up, but he's got to be careful.
That's the
He
Mega.
only has 100 points of health.
Mega
good
goes to
rockets.
Rafa. That's a really good defensive shot to undo the work, because Rafa, he was on the warpath and he was hungry. Now he has a rail.
Oh,
But not without taking some free damage. Good catch there by Maxter.
that was a sneaky rocket in between the boards of the stairs right there for a 95 damage. Really good shot. Misses the kill rail though. Now it's tricky. Does get out alive.
But not without mistiming that orb, I think. It really seems like Maxter was trying to do that classic Ranger play. It's now 2 times today we've actually seen that not go right for players. The orb is a teleport into weapon or item pickup, I guess is more accurate. And here comes Maxter getting shredded by LG, but with no armor. That's a bad string of damage to take as Rafa hungry again. Looking out for this damage. A little bit of damage is better than nothing when it's unreturned, as Rafa just listens out for the rocket jump. And that rocket jump means I can now get some of these other weapons that I'm looking for. Play the later game. Here we go again. One rail is going to put Maxter in a terrible position. Good rocket jump there, thanks to the Ranger passive. Less damage on a rocket jump means that's definitely the lesser of 2 evils. He takes an armor, but will it cost him his life? It's a... Oh, he gets the rocket! And that's the death scream that Rafa absolutely heard.
I just absolutely love the Rafa aggression in that situation, Ketchup. Both of the major items, Mega and Heavy, were up. Rafa knew this perfectly well, but instead of securing one of them, maybe even both, he just applied pressure until the end, securing that middle area of the map and just constantly damaging Maxter, knowing that he wanted at least another frag out of this and would then likely be able to secure both of the items if he did it in the right fashion.
Aggressive Ghost Walk is going to kind of get matched with the Dire Orb, so it's going to be ability for ability. In Rafa's case, I think benefit for him because he's laying on the push with significantly more stack. The point-blank rockets just to make things harder. The last-ditch effort of a rail, although it hits his mark. Rafa, too healthy. That really was as good as it was going to get for Maxter. The rocket, I mean, he does what he can, but Rafa just soaks up yet another one. And there is a delay between these two items, enough for Rafa to continue his circuit of the map. The classic Rafa style. So hard to crack into it once he's got it locked in. And it looks like he will continue, Flea, as the Heavy gets picked up for another time. What does Maxter do to bring himself back into this? That missed rail is going to be free damage that he can't challenge. Maxter, fresh off the spawn, Rafa is laying on pressure. So Maxter kind of has to make best of what he's got, which is not much.
Excellent use of the wall jump there as well. Rafa knows that staying low to the ground is going to open him up to a lot of rocket damage, with Maxter can of course dish out without fear, because he's got that passive of less self-damage, so instead he uses the wall jump to get that extra height over the rockets and do so much damage to his opponents. Really well done from Rafa, as he is 7 points in the lead still. Is there anything at all that Maxter can still do? Rafa, again, just sitting around that center area of the map, knows exactly where his opponent is and wants to pressure, wants to punish. There we go, one rail. One more should do it. Even gonna deny the small armor there.
The use of the Nyx on this map has been just shy of flawless, honestly. And this is what you expect from Rafa. There's the rail, the Ghost Walk. Now protect him from rails on the way to Heavy. Make sure that he can get a frag and keep a big enough lead that now he can pressure, fresh off spawn. Which it looks like Rafa might be eyeing up as 10 seconds away. The Mega will spawn. He knows the Heavy is a fair way away and the pressure applies. Orb is ready. But will it mean much? Rafa, the Mega will belong to him. Heavy still up for 5 seconds and Rafa knows he can get both of them. Oh, a missed
not like
jump
that.
though.
Yes, to surrender it seems. Maxter. Oh no, Maxter actually. Wow! I don't know what that was. I didn't see it from Maxter's point of view, but it looked like he was gonna rocket jump up and kind of messed up. Didn't secure the Heavy in the end, so that leaves it up for his opponent, the American Liquid player, running away with it. And now again, the reads. Perfect. Rafa knows exactly where Maxter is, but his opponent does slip away. And again, back to that base area. Rafa has done such a good job at keeping control of the middle part of the map, because that's just his base of operations. He can easily get to every point on the map and punish every mistake that Maxter makes.
And there's just been, the usage of the orb has kind of just been a bit scrambly for Maxter, I think. Rafa's use of the Ghost Walk has been this absolute next layer to what he's been applying on Maxter here, and Maxter's orbs, they've kind of been used to maybe try and keep him alive during the Ghost Walk, or maybe he's using it to try and escape, and he rarely actually teleports to where the orb appears. He was almost trying to fake out Rafa to no success. And I kind of just feel like Maxter hasn't really been able to get into that Rafa rhythm. You know, Rafa has gone into this with a solid game plan, and Maxter has really struggled to kind of just get any kind of bearing on it, it looks like.
Still at 52% railgun, Rafa is. Make that 53 after that one. With a minute left to go, there's simply no way for Maxter to make a comeback happen. He's already going to start thinking about the final map of this series. Still has a shot. He still has the opportunity to become the first player to take away a map from Rafa in this season. But will he manage, Ketchup?
With how things are currently going, it's hard to say that I have faith that he can do it. It's not a knock at Maxter. It's definitely more with just how excellent Rafa continues to play. And now Maxter pushes in the best he can, does get a frag, but, you know, 20 seconds left to go. That is going to be all she wrote, absolutely. And Rafa, the use of the Nyx, thoroughly impressive. for Deep Embrace, the wall jump, the ghost walk, the fact that it was clearly making Maxter so uncomfortable that Maxter was just throwing his orbs here, there, and everywhere the second the ghost walk was even used. I think there was a lot of discomfort from Maxter on that map, and it's what Rafa kind of does when new maps hit the fray, though. I recall seeing very similar stuff like this when he started playing a lot of Veil of Nath when no one else was picking it. Very similar.
I mean, I mentioned it before the map started, right? You know how good Rafa is at predicting and reading where people are going to go. And so when he uses that ghost walk, you know that something bad is coming. There is just this terrible shadow looming over you no matter where you are on the map. And I think that did get to Maxter a bit, throwing out these orbs a little bit too carelessly sometimes. But of course, it's not that spelled disaster in this situation. It is just Rafa being insurmountably strong once again, landing so many of the shots, 55% railgun there towards the end, perfect control of the items, and of course making extremely clever use of that center area of the map where he just manifested himself, used it as a base of operations, and just continued applying pressure no matter where Maxter was. There really wasn't much of an opportunity anywhere where it felt like Maxter established anything resembling control.
And the more we start to see Deep Embrace, I think the more prominent it becomes the importance of that middle area of the map. The fact that you have so much, because it's a small map, right? You have so much information from the center point, control over everything that someone would want to take. I mean, just look at the crucial weapons and the items. It's all within kind of the middle ground area. You can hear someone near it. You can see it. If you have all of the items yourself, it's kind of easy to catch someone off spawn and lay that pressure on instantly, which was kind of what Rafa was doing. The Nyx and the Ghost Walk kind of just made that even trickier to deal with. But a dominant showing from Rafa on the Deep Embrace, as we can grow to expect when he plays on new maps. It is his style to be quite innovative with certain picks. Now, we're going to go from new and we're going to go the complete opposite way, because now it's Blood Covenant. So we go a lot more old school here. Maxter locking in that visor, and it will be Rafa picking the Strog. So mobility versus vision really is the matchup that we're going to be seeing here. But a map that Rafa, I mean, he's good on every map, but when you see Rafa on Blood Covenant, he's got a crouch slider. Always makes you nervous to be on the receiving end of, I would assume.
Absolutely. Now, Maxter did get to ban away Slash, who is even faster than Strog, so he doesn't have to deal with the absolute worst that Rafa can bring in terms of crouch sliding action, but nevertheless, Strog is a force to be reckoned with. Also a very useful champion, the Peeker, if you can get up close and maybe drop down and then send it flying right back up, because generally, Strog isn't picked all that often on this map because it's so wide open, very rail-heavy map, so Peeker is likely going to be shut down before it gets anywhere near your opponent. But it is Rafa we're talking about. The man always seems to find a way to innovate, as you mentioned yourself. So this could be quite an interesting matchup once again.
It's always hard to try really hard not to sneeze when you're on camera, and then you just reach the point of no return. All you can do is mute your microphone and hope for the best. Anyway, I think a lot of us have been predicting a Rafa 3-0 here in this series, and Maxter, he's just really struggled to get around the method of Rafa. And this is kind of what Rafa can do to you, though. Like, Maxter, he has impressed throughout the course of Stage 1 here in Season 2. But what Rafa does better than anyone, with the exception of, maybe Razy, is he can make it look easy. He can make it look easy no matter who he's against. And that is an absolute phenomenal strength to have as a player. That Rafa can win this one-sided versus anyone, regardless of how successful they are. It is quite the strength. And it looks like as we start things off, the Rockets are fantastic from Maxter. An early lead. The question is, what does he get from this?
Good opener indeed. It's going to help the player from Argentina tremendously. Love the patient play right there, but he doesn't have a railgun yet, and that will be the next course of action. He's seen how good Rafa can use that weapon. Decent, rather perfect defensive rocket there. 100 damage to the face. Good use of that ability there as well, just standing behind the pillar. But Maxter, out of rockets, doesn't have a railgun, isn't even going to be able to secure himself that weapon either, and that makes him non-viable at longer distance. Is he going to go for the rocket jump? Probably indeed the best decision. Now he has the Unholy Trinity to work with, and maybe hang on to this lead of his.
Having that rail so important versus Rafa on a map like this, especially seeing as he is playing a crouch slider, so it's going to be significantly easier for him to take a rail. Just a crouch slide jump, and that's pretty much it. In and out, without having to worry too much, whereas Visor has to be a little bit more methodical because those rocket jumps give your position away. You take that self damage. The barrage of the Pika is going to allow Rafa to stabilize and make things a 1-to-1. And right as the heavy spawns, the health vial just makes things even better thanks to the overstack, and he's healthy, good to go, and I think he will have that range damage on his mind. Can he get that opening damage on board? Maxter, not going to use the teleporter. He wasn't born yesterday. He's going to go a lot safer. It looked like he had somewhat of an idea of maybe doubling back towards LG, although he didn't fully dedicate to that decision. As we look at the items, which item do you prioritize? You know, Mega's up, Heavy's up. Is Maxter going to go for a straight swap? It looks like maybe he has a frag on his mind. He wants to find out where Rafa's going first, and Rafa's taken a bunch of damage. The Mega is his way back into this match, but I do like Rafa's patience. He's not going to push and take it. Maxter thoroughly expecting Rafa to take that Mega to stop the bleeding. And both items actually still up. Does Maxter finally take one?
No, he's still just chasing around, yeah. He left those items up so long, wanting to apply more pressure to Rafa. And that is commendable indeed. I don't know if it's going to help off in the long run, but one of the things that you very often see when players go up against Rafa is he just has that legend factor to him, you know. You know that he's probably the single greatest player in the world. Going up against him, that's an intimidating factor. So players are often a bit too reluctant to pressure him. They give him too much respect sometimes. And it looks like Maxter is just completely the opposite right now. Applying a lot of pressure, leaving up the items, looking for more damage. And that is exactly the kind of unorthodox play that just might help him win against the powerhouse that is Rafa.
It is a player trait that only the 0.1% seem to possess. You know, whether it's, no matter what game it is. It's similar to the Wong factor in fighting games, Justin Wong. Very similar, where there are players that fight you and you are such a legendary player that even the best, they play different against you. You know, that they doubt themselves more. They don't have the same level of confidence or resolve, whatever you want to call it. Rafa is absolutely a player that shares that trait, and for good reason. But what doesn't change is how they play against you, Flea. That's what makes it even scarier. Because some players may doubt their decisions fighting Rafa, but Rafa believes in every single one of his, no matter what. The strength of Rafa is that even when he fights someone that doesn't fear him, Flea, he still plays just as good. You know, it's not like he relies on that. It's just that his legacy alone. But with 4 minutes on the clock, he's looking pretty solid here.
Maxter has been doing a good job though. Still keeping this to a 1-frag game against Rafa on Blood Covenant when he's playing a crouch slider. That is an accomplishment on its own. He just needs to keep it close and find that one opportunity to throw a spanner in the works and then secure one of the items. That's a good rocket. That's a good rocket. This might give him an opportunity to make a move for Mega if he wants to. Looks like he isn't ready to commit to that just yet. He's gonna leave that item to Rafa once again. Not comfortable making a stand at this time. First we'll secure the railgun. I think he didn't have that weapon. Did he actually make it? Yeah, he just dropped down afterwards. Looked like he messed up the rocket jump for a moment there, but just got himself the weapon. Rockets are not working out in Rafa's favor, and that's a trade. Maxter is going to be benefiting from that one, especially since he's getting the better spawn near the heavy.
Now, Rafa, at the very least, won't have to push so hard to get a rocket. But the rocket is as good as it's going to get for now. I think the at least objective number one will be that machine gun. Needs something to contest with range against a visor, especially when he can see where you are. And that piercing sight's been used up. Maxter taking all kinds of tri-bolt damage, but Rafa without armor. This is that red alert. There's a light nearby. That's going to be real good, and now maybe even safer, able to approach. Take away the 2 lights and then take heavy. This does mean that if he comes off better in the next exchange, Maxter is not going to have a lot of resources to retreat to.
Yeah, out comes the Peaker. A little bit of damage done. Good rail, though. Yet another. Can he find the final shot? Rafa dropping down.
No! Narrowly misses!
Surprised to see that Rafa went for that. Did he think Mega was going to spawn? Because it doesn't seem like much of a reason for him to go up the bounce pad knowing that Maxter was up there when he hadn't really done much opening or entry damage at all. So Maxter doing a good job, as you said, or as you lamented rather, missing the final shot that would have tied the game up for him, but Maxter is playing this very nicely.
And it looks like Rafa continuing to stay patient. Maxter, he is doing a really good job of keeping Rafa kind of unable to make these big pushes. There are some crucial rails, although he didn't land the kill shot. He is at the very least slowing down the pace and letting himself think, right, what is my plan of attack going to be? In this case, taking the heavy and getting in and out. Piercing Sight is ready to go, and that's going to give him the all-important information, probably timing on the Mega as well, as he has just moved towards Mega to pick it up. So Maxter full timing on both items. What can he do from this situation? Only 3 rails, Flea. He doesn't have a lot of range shots left to go. One of them will land, and Rafa, no armor, deleted his stack. The light been taken. No doubt Maxter will be aware of that. And look at how quickly Rafa was able to restack.
Of course, that's that movement speed, right? The crouch sliding helps so much getting around the map, securing those little items. Good push from Maxter, sending himself flying across the map, boosting with a rocket on the bounce pad. Rafa knows that the piercing side has been used, that's why he's not pushing out. Realizes that it's very likely he's going to take too much damage if he does, and that is not the kind of terms that he wants to take the engagement on. So Rafa, slowing it down a little bit. That rocket, that might have been crucial. I feel like if Rafa would have stayed on top of the bridge, he probably would have been able to secure the frag right there.
But the lack of armor is going to be very scary for Maxter, holding his own and then some with some impressive damage. Again, that piercing sight, a bit more defensive, I think. Rafa looking to push forward. Max has to show it so much respect. He's lost vision now, and Rafa could be anywhere at this point. I think sometimes it's best to not know, isn't it? Where could he be? Well, with 2 minutes on the clock, Max has been able to, I think, stay nice and protected. But the danger is that we are now in a position where, I mean, he does need to get a frag at the end of the day, Flea.
Yep. Oh no, that might just spell disaster. Indeed it did. And Maxter had such a nice opportunity too. Rafa, that momentum when he used the peeker carried him so far out into plain view that Maxter actually had the opportunity to land a few nice rockets on his opponent, but he couldn't quite get the angle, and then panicked, switched back to the peeker. Rafa just destroyed it, and then trying to push through the teleporter put him in a really bad position, allowing Rafa to get that leg up.
I think
1 minute left, catch up.
Just a moment of bad judgment, and that can be all it takes for disaster to strike against the world's best. Maxter, maybe a bit too eager to try and tie things up, playing right into Rafa's hands. I think there's a reason that Rafa just stayed in that position.
Yep.
When Maxter was deciding whether or not he wanted to go in through the teleporter, Rafa was standing there the whole time ready for it. And this is it. He'll absolutely sense your fear and capitalize. Now, there's still an opportunity for Maxter to take this.
There absolutely is. He's got the stack advantage. But he needs more than just that. And he is the slower of these champions. Piercing Sight won't be up for another half a minute. He can't count on that anymore. Is he going to push up? No. Wise decision. Rafa just waiting at the top. He needs to land some rails here, and instead he takes one. That might be the deciding factor, the nail in the coffin. Yep. Very solid effort from Maxter, though. I don't think he should be disappointed about that, especially the last map. Ketchup, he kept it so close and so competitive. Almost managed to tie it up. Like, there were just some rails that he absolutely could have landed. He landed more difficult shots than the one he needed. And that would have probably allowed him to tie it up. And then a few mistakes, a bit overzealous towards the end in an attempt to tie it up when he still had plenty of time to work with. But still, admirable effort from Maxter, really showing what he's worth.
Without question, Rafa 3-0s everyone. That's just the way things are at the moment, you know, until proven otherwise. We might see if that changes up in the stage 1 final. There's always an opportunity for someone to step up to the plate. But as of right now, Rafa does continue to be that undisputed best. And Maxter, a lot of those maps, there were definite moments of greatness for him, things he can take away. We were going into this series, you know, I think everyone really kind of expecting Rafa to have that upper hand, and he did. There's really no getting around it, but that's the expected result when you have the newcomer to Pro League versus the current champion. I think this was a great opportunity to just get as much information as possible. Maxter having an opportunity to weigh himself up and realize kind of how he fares here, you know, what those strengths and weaknesses might be. The things I did well versus Rafa, what were they? The things that Rafa really punished me for, what were they? There's a lot of food for thought going into future weeks and the ever-looming Stage 1 finals. So this was still, I think, a important week for Maxter, even though it was a 3-0 that he had to take.
I mean, it's like they say, right? You win or you learn. And this time, Maxter, he didn't win, but I think that there is a lot for him to learn from here. If he compares the way he played that final map to the first two, I think there's going to be a marked difference in him realizing how he can move ahead in the future. And also just some of these plays towards the end, like that push through the teleporter that really just ended any chances he had at making a comeback. Yep, too hasty indeed. So I think that this is going to be a good learning opportunity for Maxter, but he absolutely shouldn't be disappointed with his results because he played well against the absolute top player in his region.
So we are now about to enter our first featured matchup of the day, which, if you've watched these shows by now, you know we're going to be joined by DJ Wheat. We're going to have a chat. We're going to call the featured matchups of the day, and our first one's going to be Avec versus Sparcy. So the Avec fans out there, strap yourselves in. In a few minutes' time, we'll be starting our next matchup. Thanks for joining us here for Quake Pro League, and in a few minutes, we'll be right back. I don't know about you folks, but I think it's time that we start our first featured matchup of the day. Welcome back, everybody, to our latest edition of the Quake Pro League. My name is Ketchup, and I'm joined by Flea. But it won't be just us two for long. We do have a special guest, as always, to join us in, none other than DJ Wee. How's it going, bro?
It is going great, gentlemen. Thanks for having me here yet again. Excited for these two featured matchups. Both of them should be great. Definitely got a lot of storylines that are intertwining between both of them, but it's been a great Sunday so far. And thank to you both for all of the great action that I got to experience this morning.
It's been a good time, and I think a lot of people are looking forward to this matchup. Avec, he's back. A lot of people missed him, and he is back. He is playing his matches, and we get to see that he is continuing to just keep that level of excellence up. He had a wonderful performance last week, and I think a lot of people project him to maybe be able to take out Sparty this week, although Sparty not looking too shabby either. I think it should be a really good day, folks. Flea, what do you think?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, last time these two players faced each other was actually in the Quake World Championship, the Stage 4 finals, and it was Avec getting a convincing 2-0 win. But, as you mentioned yourself, a lot has changed since then, right? Sparty got off to a very difficult start this season, but turned that around quite nicely, beating Cooler and Toxic 3-0, if I'm not mistaken. So clearly, the man kind of finding his groove again.
Yeah, he also had a nice victory over CNZ, and in his matchup versus Base, he did lose that one, but it was 2-1 and a good set of games. So I think Sparty's definitely one of those players that not only I think have we seen him improve, but other players have said, "Hey, watch out for Sparty because he is, he's playing a better game," and that's exciting to see here as the weeks go on here in stage number 1. So, like Avec not necessarily being around and kind of he got caught up. You mentioned he's been playing great, so I kind of expect some really solid, explosive play between these two in this matchup.
Well, we'll find out just how explosive now on our picks and bans. So I've got a couple of thoughts as we can see the pre-game lobby, and it will be Tower of Koth as our first match. So we get a double whammy. You don't see that all the time with this map, do you? Now, Corrupted Keep after that, and then Ruins of Sarnath. Champions, it will be Visor versus the Nyx. Then Corrupted Keep, it will be Strog and Galena. And then finally, Keel versus Doomslayer. But I think we're all looking at that new map again, aren't we? Most of us.
Yeah, and again, that's going to be an interesting one because we've got Avec running the Nyx, right? We talked about this earlier. The fast, nimble champions work really well on this map. But on the other hand, Visor is also a huge threat because it is a large map, isn't easy to get around. Having that ability at the ready could very easily reveal your opponent's exact position.
Yeah, we got to see a game of Tower of Koth last week. I believe it was in the Cypher versus Kilson game, and that was Sorlag and Athena. Cypher was playing Athena, and Sorlag played Kilson. But with these picks, this is definitely a different setup for this map. And I like what you say, Flea. I think it'll be pretty interesting. We know this map is large. It plays a little bit slower, but there are areas that I think give us some action, and I'm kind of excited to see how these two players are going to attack this one.
We did see this map earlier as well. We saw it with Effortless versus Nosfa. That was a much more sort of light, speedy champion-oriented match. We saw Athena there again, and the benefit of those light champions and speed, and especially Athena, has been quite impressive because it's a large map. It's one of the bigger maps that exists because of just how vertical it can really be. And I'm very interested to see kind of how Sparty approaches this one because Nyx, I think you kind of know what you're going to be seeing here. It is all about the wall jump being a little bit more mobile, and as rail heavy as this map can be, those lights are obviously a lot harder to hit. But Sparty, he'll kind of be forced here to play at a much kind of slower pace because he's not going to have the same movement that almost every other pick we've seen on Koth so far has been used. He's going to have to play this a little bit slower because Visor has no choice but to do so. So predictions, folks. What do we think? Starting with you, Flea.
Starting with me, man.
We're going to kick you out soon, so I'll start with you first.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close, but just watching Avec take down Wenger, who is currently rank 1 EU last week, that was such an impressive comeback from a man who has been gone from the scene for a while. So I am going to put my money on him and think that Avec will take it, but likely in a 2-1 fashion, and it's going to be a hard-fought victory no matter what.
What about you, Wheat?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Flea. I think any player walks away with a 3-0 here, and that was a really, really great Quake Sunday for them, right? But I would say that with how Sparty's been playing and what we've been seeing out of him, I think that there's no way that this could go 3-0. I'm going to say 2-1-2. I will favor Avec a little bit. Again, Flea citing that momentum coming out of his matchup versus Wenger. But I think he's not a player that you can discount at all.
He's got some really solid champion picks too. You know, looking at the maps and looking at what he's locked in, I think he's got a really good chance on paper alone. And I think we're going to have a full house here. I think I'm going to have to agree with the two of you that I think a 2-1 is likely. Avec, I do think, has a bit of an edge here because he just seems to have gone straight fresh out of the gate swinging, and he's doing incredibly well. So, Flea, I have to quickly say goodbye to you for a minute, but we'll have you back at the end of the series. But we're now going to prepare and set up map number 1, Tower of Koth. It's always good to see this new stuff, and always curious, Week, to see how different players put their own playstyles and personalities into the new content.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in Deep with Deep Embrace. We've seen it with Tower of Koth, and although we didn't necessarily see the new maps immediately, it's not surprising, right? The players want to be comfortable in there. There's a lot of different champion variation that could take place, not only what you choose, but what your opponent chooses. So it's exciting to see these come into the mix, and it's exciting to see players say, "Hey, I feel confident enough with my game that I'm gonna, I'm going for it." And I think it makes the picks and bans a little bit more exciting as a result of that, because you might be able to, slide something in there that your opponent's not as comfortable with. So this map's definitely unique. The size, chat debates it quite a bit. I hate this map. I love this map. Obviously, every map kind of has that debate that goes on with it. But so far, the maps in the games that I've seen on it, I've quite enjoyed.
Well, I'm interested about Sparty more than anything on this map, purely because what he's going to lack in movement, he's going to make up for in vision. And vision is so... Already we're starting to see the importance of it because there are so many hiding places. It's so large, you can easily kind of slip the net, if you will, and it can be kind of hard to find people in certain situations. And that piercing sight means that if Avec wants to kind of hide from Sparty and play a hyper-defensive game, it's going to be kind of tricky for him to do that against a piercing sight champion. So let's have a look. Looks like we're checking things out from Avic's point of view first. And who's going to get that initial advantage, I suppose, already? He's starting to build up a little bit of the weaponry, but the rail angle was prepared. Sparty just knows where you are, catches the first shot. Can he safely get in and out with this rail? I think Sparty making a really good call out, just knowing that Avec, he wants the rail. You need a rail on this map.
Yeah, and I think that's where suddenly Visor is, really, really interesting pick. If Sparty can be hitting these rails and then potentially using the piercing sight to find his opponent and, close the one chapter, get that first frag. We've seen some very nice rails already. Avec is now at least getting back up here, but that's what I'm looking for here, a little bit catch up to see how that will come into play. Again, keeping having that mental GPS of where the other player is on this particular map is tough. So Visor can sort of, change things up a little bit here.
Oh, two-piece! And importantly for Sparty, he didn't even need to use the piercing sight to secure that. So he can do the best play possible, which is going to be use the piercing sight fresh off the spawn and then use that as just immediate information, isn't it? And Avec not having any utility to save his skin has got the Ghost Walk. I think he did quite rightly hold on to it, using it now to try and escape. But is it going to delay the inevitable?
Yeah, and Ketchup, I wonder how, if I kind of wonder if we see, and there's Sparty with his third frag, but if we see piercing sight become more powerful with the lead increasing, right? Because Oh
Wow.
my goodness. Wow. Even with the low 46 points of health, Sparty still manages to point out his 4th frag. And maybe a little bit of frustration coming out of Avic, knowing that, oh, my opponent's so low. But Sparty's rail is on fire this morning or afternoon, whatever it is you are. 66% already, 9 shots, 6 of those have hit. And if you think about that, that means that it's led to 5 frags. Really impressive so far. But yeah, how will that piercing sight come into play now? Because, Avic doesn't necessarily have the element of surprise when Sparty has the lead and can be using the piercing sight to know exactly where Avic is.
And it's going to be quite the benefit for him so far, because in quite a few of these frags, he hasn't even needed to use the piercing sight, because he's a incredibly smart player in his own right. The rail is always a really powerful weapon for him. Piercing sight just makes your escape unlikely. Or when you spawn, you can't escape from him. He knows you've got no weapons. He knows that you have nothing to work with. Oh, cute double rocket jump. That was incredibly cute. Love that stuff. But now the piercing sight to try and bully his way onto the Mega, and he gets it. That's a sick play. That double rocket jump.
That was very nice, right? Getting a perfect positioning. And this map is a lot about positioning. Not only, whether you are ahead or behind. Oh! Well, Avic does manage to get his first frag as we have a ring out coming from his side, and we switch over to his view. Now, 3 minutes and 30 seconds gone by on the clock. There's still a lot of time here, but if it's any indication, I would expect Sparty to, use a similar strategy that he used to try to regain that lead. In this case, he didn't necessarily even need to, but using that rail, playing from a distance, using piercing sight if he needs to grab distance. Ghostwalk is popped, but Sparty's not going to fall for it. He gets a quick double rocket for the frag, and it is now 8-1. Can you believe it? 4 minutes in, 7 frags separating these two.
This is not the kind of deficit I really expect to see from a map like Tower of Koth, because it's just so big, isn't it? You normally, and as we saw earlier, when we saw Effortless versus Nosfer, it was quite explosive in terms of those short bursts of frags, but a lot of it was kind of the nature of neither player having clear information. Avic, he's making quite a lot of noise on this map, actually, and he's going to be able to return fire and get a pickup, and there is still time for him to turn this one around. But there normally is a lot of players, they play hyper-defensive, hiding places. You don't have that chance versus Visor. That might be one of the reasons that Avic is being a little bit more mobile than maybe he normally would be, because you know that you're against the Visor. One of the things you're likely to have is not really a clear idea over whether he's used piercing sight. Normally you can hear it, but on this map it's so large, you might not be able to hear him at all. And here comes a big fight.
No, that's a great point. Yeah, Sparty down to 45. He's going to be running away, and Ghostwalk is popped. Ooh. Avic does come out right behind him, has the opportunity for the frag, but unfortunately, Sparty once again ready for that, is anticipating that, and as Avic rematerializes into the arena, Sparty picks up that frag. So even on the chase, Sparty seems to be able to defensively play the game that he wants to play, hitting those rail shots, even when he's at pretty low health and armor catch up, right? Like, those are those moments that you expect a player like Avic. He's going to get that hit. He's going to, he's only got 40 health. He's going to get the frag versus Sparty, but Sparty's playing a great defensive game as well.
Well, it looks like this map already, 6 minutes already done. This has felt like one of the faster maps, even though every map is 10 minutes. It's always kind of bizarre to me to have that factor, but I've got to say, thoroughly enjoyed this showing so far. The different elements, the easy two-piece rocket to rail, Avic. Spy is going to be a little bit disappointed with that miss. No armor on spawn, being able to shut down the Mega would have been really useful. Heavy is about to appear, and the missed rail means he has no choice but to concede. Bad miss there, but thankfully, he's done so much work on this map that Avic still has a mountain to climb, just to equalize. And that's to assume that Sparty won't get any more frags, which I think is unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, to try to shut him down, that'd be pretty hard. And I would love to know, how much each of these players has put in on this map. If I'm not mistaken, this was This was Sparty's map pick, right? So I'm not surprised. He looks like he is playing it in a way where he has put the time into this map. You know, seeing a one little glimpse of the player landing that perfect rocket or that perfect rail angle versus Avic, and I don't know that I would say that he looks as comfortable based off of how he is playing on this map, and you know that could be a big decider here.
Sparty's a grinder, always has been. These kind of new maps, I wouldn't be surprised if he's tried many, many different strat in scrims and practices. And there's that piercing sight. I think Avic would have just heard the mutterings. The
But
Visor.
that's like what a great time to use it, right? On the defensive, he wasn't necessarily looking for Avic for the kill, but rather let me just avoid Avic. I'm in a spot where, you know, I could take a rail and die. I think that was really, really fantastic usage, and probably one of the reasons why I would guess Sparty prefers, you know, Visor on this map.
Little details as well. You know, you've got no armor. You would think you go straight to that light. The light's a bit more out in the open, a bit more obvious, less places to retreat. Sparty doesn't need to take the light in that situation. You waste a little bit more time avoiding it and just listening out for where Avic's going to run. And he has 2 minutes to run away and avoid 6 frags. Again, on a map this size, I think it's pretty likely that he'll be able to escape Avic. He's going to constantly get a couple more piercing sights, at least 2, maybe 3. And he can find him. And again, it's like you said, the defensive. Where is he? Okay, so I'm going to avoid that.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that, you know, Sparty probably hopes to get that initial frag to potentially convert a couple more. We do have an LG battle happening here near the jump pad. A couple rockets come out. Will LG finish it up? Well, Ghostwalk is popped. The LG doesn't let Sparty finish the job. Narrowly escapes a rail there, and Avic does manage to survive a little bit. But this is Sparty's game to win and Avic's game to lose. Sparty at this point, with a minute and a half remaining, can, you know, play like the turtle. He can put himself in a shell. He can use piercing sight to really figure out where he should not go. Doesn't even need to prioritize any items, really, because it's all up to Avic. And I think we clearly see Avic knows there's not really a 6 frag mountain that he can climb that is going to get him victory. We'll have possibly one of the last battles here near the heavy, and some back and forth. Avic tries to hit that rail, unfortunately misses. Some defensive tribal coming out as well, but it's not going to happen in the final minute here. Sparty with a very, very impressive 6 frag lead, and this is what we were talking about, right? Like Sparty putting in the time, the work, the practice, and the results obviously showing right here in game number 1.
I'd love to maybe be able to chat about this a little bit more depending on how the series goes, as Avic does push on, gets a couple of frags, but definitely too little too late. Sparty did so much work for himself at an early stage that he was always playing from advantage, and that piercing sight helps him out a great deal, on top of the fact that, I mean, he was just playing really well on his own without it. You know, the rails were fantastic, always having an idea over where Avic was, but also making it kind of tricky for Avic to pinpoint his location, it seemed, and it was like quite an important element on this map.
Yeah.
But it's over. 10 minutes, and here we are. Tower of Koth is now done and dusted. So we'll be moving on to a bit more of the traditional stuff now, but a good win here from Sparty Week.
Definitely, you know, started off super strong with that rail. He had a 66%, ended that game with about a 42% rail. But those key rails early on in the match gave him that early lead, which then allowed him to really, really capitalize on piercing sight. And then I think just the knowledge of the map overall, right? I mean, it will be pretty clear when we see the next couple maps. I believe we have Corrupted Keep coming up next. But, you know, I like Avic didn't look very frustrated in that matchup. I think maybe even he knew, like, maybe he hasn't put the time in for this map. I don't know. I'm just speculating here. But all you can do is reset and take it to the next map.
But that's something Avic is. Yeah, it's what really some of the hallmarks of those top level Quake players, the ability to completely ignore what happened in maps prior and kind of take everything as a new experience, and you know, it is what it is, right? And not be affected. And that's something that, you know, Avic, you expect him to be totally fine in that respect. We're going into Corrupted Keep now, so quite a different map to Tower.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be, you know, one of the absolute smallest maps in the game. No rails, super combat heavy. You know, the snowball effect can be so ridiculous. And looks like Sparty He's getting ready to lock in here. As soon as the players are ready, I'm sure we'll jump straight back in. But he played incredibly well, and I was really impressed with just seeing Visor on that. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Quake Pro League Season 2, where huge apologies for the delay, but thank you all so much for sticking with us during them. I do believe we're good to go now. DJ Wheat and I are ready to chat a little bit about our next map, which we are starting as soon as possible. Don't worry. Sparty and Avec, head-to-head on Corrupted Keep. What do we think?
Obviously a reset from the last map. I don't know that everyone got to hear our final comments on Tower of Koth, but we were giving Sparty a lot of credit for obviously putting the time and the energy in the map. But now we come back to a map where it's like every player has made their rounds, knows this map intimately, front and back, up and down. And I think the big question we're going to have is Avec certainly wasn't necessarily feeling comfortable in this map. Are we going to see Avec come out the same Avec who played so well versus Wenger in his previous matchup? And it looks like we're going to get started here in just a moment, so we won't have to wait too long to find out. But what do you think? A Galena versus a Strog and Peaker. Any thoughts on how that might play out here on Corrupted Keep?
It's two champions that you see pretty regularly on Corrupted Keep. Ultimately, it's a matter of fast movement from Avec, where that movement is really big on a map like this because you can get those two major items really quickly. You can escape. If you have the lead and you start to reach that point in a map where you can start to play a little bit defensive, you can't hide on a map like this because it's so small, but you do have that kind of mobility advantage over Galena, and that will matter in the last couple of minutes if he's got the lead. Alternatively, though, Galena, the totems, it obviously heals her, as you always expect, but it is the nature of being able to shut down key areas, being able to put it on the teleporters, being able to put it around a corner where someone might try and get away. They can be really annoying as mines on this map, more so than most maps. So it's, two very meta picks, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, the zoning aspects of Galena, like you said, really big, can be a massive pain for a lot of players. We're going to have to see exactly how Avec is going to deal with that. And as you see the map fly by, that means that we are about to go live in a 3-2-1 fight, and we are looking at Avec right off of the bat. So we'll get to see what he is going to do to, what I would imagine he really wants to do is, hold on, we got a fight here in the RL room. A couple of shotgun blasts come out, and finally we see Avec switching over to that rocket launcher, getting the final health that he needed for the first frag. And although he has no armor right now, he is the first on the scoreboard.
Well, fresh off map start means Spy wasn't able to take or shut down any of those light health, so Avec is able to kind of get a little bit of a stack back up and good to go. I do want to extend a massive thank you, actually, to everyone for being patient again. It was a bit of a delay, but we do appreciate you sticking around, and let's see this second map of action. You guys rock. Anyway, 1-0 here for Avec, but the nature of Corrupted Keep, you always expect that to be a matter of time. But here comes the Peaker. Actually keeping the Peaker really far away, which isn't a bad idea because it's a little bit harder to hit. No rail on this map means that you can't just instantly shut it down unless you've got an SSG. But Sparty tries to escape, put into the point of no return. Now, I do think Avec, he knows there's some kind of totem there. He's like, you were a lot weaker than that. Where did that health come from?
Yeah. I mean, he did a great job keeping him back there in, outside of the teleporter exit. A great job just chipping away with that machine gun damage as you see him continuously doing that. And as you mentioned, knows there's a totem there. We'll probably go through and eventually clear that out as well. But he's got that 2-frag lead, and be watching for that because the dynamics of this map don't change a lot. And there we go, as we have more damage being chipped away. No battle over the heavy, though, because Sparty manages to defensively move back and take that.
But then Avec undoes pretty much every ounce of it that was collected. An immediate 100 damage rocket and then just a little bit of bonus. That's just, okay, it is what it is. At least it's going to be gone. Avec, the light spawning. Real good use of this long-range heavy machine gun. Sparty was ready for the Peaker, though, shutting it down before the majority of damage could be done. Here comes that heavy, though. Objective number 2. Sparty looking to heal up just a little bit if he can, but there's no armor in the tank, and there's no light armor to drop down near nail guns. So he's not in a particularly amazing position, and here comes Avec using that speed and that crouch slide. Sparty's going to get annihilated right there, and it'll be Avec taking another
Very, very nice. I liked everything that happened there and that little exchange from the dropping down and getting the peeker out to give him and buying him just a little bit of time to grab that mega. That also gave him the heavy. But of course, as they exchange blows there in the middle of the map, Havoc down very, very low. Sparty knows it. Goes in with this LG, does manage to get the frag, and is going to get, no, did not stick around for the heavy. Apparently was just a little bit too low, and that gave Havoc a perfect opportunity to just sneak in there and take it away. He's now armed back up. I think he just doesn't have his LG, but he'll get it right there out of the teleporter. The peeker comes out. Great, great hit right there. And Sparty is low. He's going to try to follow up with the LG. Some really great shots. Gets the mega on top of that. It keeps him alive. And the score is now 4-1. A great little 1 minute of play there from Havoc.
Not just getting the frag, but undoing a lot of the benefits of that overstack. The 3 totems that were built and that frag, allowing him to shut down 2 of them. Looks like Sparty's going to get a totem now that he can use either now if he wants to recharge, maybe in the fight. No doubt Sparty's waiting for the right time to activate it, but so many layers to fighting. Galena pushing in, maybe trying to shut down the mega, but just nothing working out as Avec secures another. And to boot, it's quite healthy for his troubles. It's been 4 minutes on the clock, 5-1. That's a decent lead, but a lead that can be easily undone on a map like this. But Avec, I mean, he is a man of momentum, aggression, Avec aggression, no less.
Absolutely. And we're seeing it right here, keeping Sparty zoned into this little light area. There's not a whole lot of options that you know he actually has right now, and it is too bad. You know, I think Sparty had an idea when that mega should be coming up and was literally maybe 1 second too early, and the peeker comes out, but it's not going to matter. Almost a distraction as Sparty drops down. Abbott grabs that heavy and gets the frag. 6-1, a 5 frag lead now. A great string of LG followed up by a shotgun blast to the face and frag number 7 on the board. And this is that aggression you were talking about, Ketchup. Wow.
Oh, delicious. You normally expect the double rocket right there, and that's Avec saying, nah, I want more. More damage than 100. What a greedy man Avec is, but 8-1. 5 minutes, about half the map already done, and a sizable lead for Avec. No doubt there are people out there happy to be seeing this one. There's no getting around the fact that map 1, convincing victory for Sparty, but the Corrupted Keep has been a complete opposite effect. More of the damage to dish out. Here comes the Peeker, of which he's using range. Kamikaze!
Oh,
and the juggle!
Oh, that was glorious. The glorious, the literally peeker with the seek, the huge hit, and then the LG on the jump pad. That was a thing of beauty. If it was a painting, it would sell at an auction for quite a bit. That was incredible. 10-1 now, and just extending that lead. Ketchup. You know, you mentioned there was a time, right? The window was open where certainly a comeback could be had, but when you see Avec playing and not really giving up any ground at all, it's tough to see what you know how Sparty paths a path to victory.
Kind of really coming across as one of those welcome back Avec, we missed you moment. Some real highlight reel clip coming out, and this is just halfway through map 2. There's plenty more where that came from, and Sparty, the ability to turn this one around, and there goes one frag, but can he apply the snowball that we talk about so often with the mega in play? Avec being able to beat him to it, and once again misses the rocket. Strong on this map. The fact that you can't just swap to a rail and instantly delete the peeker makes it so much more punishing when you miss a shot. Sparty learning the hard way.
Yeah, and I mean, a great job by Sparty picking up a few frags there on the conversion, and great job by Avec bringing it back. He's going to pick up another one, and so low, too. 35 points of health on that one. He is going to get the light, but he's got to be careful here. The opponent knows exactly what is up. But, you know, Sparty did a great job there, you know, trying to trying to bring it back. Avec, though, back in control. The heavy is going to be stolen away. Nicely done. Sparty capitalized on it out of the teleporter and a shotgun to the face. And it's 12-4 now, but 3 minutes left to go. Sparty certainly has to, you know, he has to ramp up the pace a little bit here. Ooh!
If it was any other map we'd probably be talking about, right, it's done, and we'll be
Yep.
talking about the next map. You kind of, unless it's like a minute left, you kind of never say never on a map like Corrupted Peak, because it is
Absolutely, yeah.
so insanely small, and the momentum can swing in the blink of an eye. However, 7 frags are still 7 frags against someone like Avec that has been playing out of his skin on a map like this. It's still quite the tall order, I think, and this is kind of the other element of the matchup too. Avec is now starting to position himself in this corner, this curve. You can't see it on the spectator, obviously, because Sparty is the one that got the last kill, but Avec is sitting pretty in that curve near heavy. And this is the first time all map he's actually been there, and there's a reason for that. We have 2 minutes left on the clock. It is a notoriously hard part of the map to chase down a crouch slider on, and Avec is now going to set up shop here, I think.
And I mean, a favorable moment there for Sparty as Avec gets blasted with a rocket at the same time he fires one, resulting in a suicide. And now only 6 frags separating these two. There's about 1:40 left to go. But, Sparty certainly has the loadout that he needs. He's going to grab another light, knows that Mega's up, is going to grab that, and might actually have an exchange here at heavy. They both decide to go for it, but Sparty is going to, walk away with it clean. He could have there, but instead going after Avec, knowing that the clock is another opponent here on the map. We're going to force an LG battle. And, this is where it gets kind of scary because it feels like, Avec can sit back here, use the statue as cover, and force his opponent to come in. Avic's LG has been incredible this entire game, so a rough position to assault. And here we go. Sparty on the hunt, and he tries to get it. There he does manage to get the shotgun frag, 11-6, with less than a minute to go.
But the goal has just been to waste time.
Yeah.
Just chunk down that clock. He's done a wonderful job of it, and the reason Sparty's been able to start taking these items, with the exception of that one, is because that's just the way Avec wanted it. He doesn't care. Sparty's been able to take all these items because Avec has allowed it, because you taking an item means you're not fragging me, and it's taking a long time for you to do it. And he has been able to completely waste every valuable second by the end of this map, and it will be a clean victory for Avec, who has thoroughly impressed, as always, on this map, but it will make it 1-1 wheat. Our final map, which, if memory serves, I believe is Ruined.
I think you're right.
It's going to be where the decider takes place.
Yeah, I mean, a great showing here from Avec. Pretty sure he wasn't feeling super comfortable on Tower of Koth, and Sparty played, out of his mind on that one. Avec, though, definitely bringing it back, showing like, hey, I'm comfortable here. I've got the champion I want. Used a great utility on that map. And 12-6 is certainly a decisive victory for Avec. And as you mentioned, 1-1. We've we've still got a series up in the air here. It could go to both players as we take it to Ruins. But I like that when we go into Game 3 split.
Oh yeah, and a lot of those frags, the totem was involved in some capacity. The endgame stats showing that Avec had 1.2k more damage than Sparty. They're both mediums. They're both picking up sort of similar pickups and similar power-ups as well. Say power-ups, major items is probably more accurate. But you're fighting a Galena who's consistently got like a whole bunch more stack hidden away thanks to the totems. And yet Avec was still able to shred in so many of those encounters. And I mean, frag of the game, definitely that Pika pop-up. The one near the jump pad, I think that's one of the nicest Pika frags we've seen in some time. But no time like the present, because we're now going into our next one. Actually, this is the one. Boop. Boop. So good.
That was so beautiful. Just very, very nicely done. And I'm trying to, I'm not quite in the lobby yet. So hopefully we haven't started yet. I have to restart my client. So
you're in the lobby for me. So I
have to restart my client. Yeah, we got US internet over here, so I was like, my bad. But yeah, that was actually one of the best Pika frags I've seen this season by far. Excellently done with the finisher LG at the end. Just beautiful stuff. Love it.
So our final map here, Ruins of Sarnath. This is where things actually are going to change quite significantly, though, because we do get to see Avec rocking the keel. So this is not going to be a map all about movement. This is going to be hitting hard, positions mattering, an absolute crazy amount. But over time, we've started to see Keel in the hands of really, talented players Keel becomes incredibly dangerous in duel because he is so insane at just controlling those like major positions. If there's a Keel in play and he's anywhere near the heavy room, a lot of players are like, it's not worth it. Does not even bother trying to fight back because the amount of damage he can put in those really small little choke points is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about zoning, right? And being smart about that. It's clearly what I would expect to see here. And there we go. I'm back in. So
Welcome back.
I'm curious to see. Thank you. I'm curious to see exactly how Avic will try to use that, and Sparty on the other side still has a chance to claw this one back. Both players certainly playing exponentially better as the stage continues to move on. And I have to say, Sparty does have some pretty tough matches coming up here. So a win here would go a long ways for securing his spot when we get to the Stage 1 finals.
Us being in a 2-1 position either way, it's certainly better than nothing with every map counting, because it is, to remind everyone, I will continue to say it because it's a different format, the prize money matters more than ever now. It is all about prize money, which dictates your leaderboard placement. So Sparty is one of the players that's kind of in that split situation. We referred to the leaderboard earlier today, and that might change up a little bit. But there are certain matchups that haven't been played yet. It's been a very Americas-heavy matchup. So matchup day is probably more accurate.
Yeah.
Long day for me, even though it's only been a quick day. How about that? But final map, Wheat, what do you think?
I think to me, the deciding factor is like, how is the rail gonna incorporate in, right? Like, look at that first map. Look at what Sparty was doing with the rail gun in his hands. It's a style of play that I would kind of expect, especially wanting to probably stay away from Keel and stay away from what Avic's going to try to do from a zoning perspective. So that's kind of what I'm going to be looking for to see who might be able to take a lead there. And, I mean, the same thing could come out of Avic too. So I'm going to have to say that it's ultimately going to come down to here, or to the rail.
Here we go. Final map. It's Avic and it's Sparty. It's like right now we are checking things out from Avic's point of view. We'll see what the Keel brings to the table. Already getting 2 of the 3 major weapons, LG and rail, good to go, and plenty of grenades too. Ooh, even that, a little bit of bonus damage, but he listens out first. Timing first, item later. Now he's got both. He can make that choice a little bit later on. But the Doomslayer from Sparty, we haven't really touched on it, but Doom is actually quite a common pick for Sparty, even on maps that you normally wouldn't expect. I think there might just be something about the double jump. But as long as I've been seeing Sparty competing in Quake Champions, he's been one of the more prominent Doom players, Wheat.
Yeah, there's a few points on the map where you can kind of do some cute things. Hold on here. We got to fight at the Mega. Avic just outside of range, and Sparty capitalized on it with a rocket to the face. Unfortunately, the pineapples are not going to let him get that item, and unfortunately, actually, Sparty was not afraid at all. Just went right in for it. He's got that first frag. You can already see him now using that rail, trying to get some initial shots in. As you got the pineapples going out again, all about the zoning, all about trying to get some of that damage off. And Avic needs to kind of, re-gear here. He doesn't have a rail. He's going to grab one up right now. And we are going to have heavy coming up here in a moment. Is Sparty going to chase? Doesn't look like it. Avic walks away clean on that one, and Sparty holds on to his lead.
Ooh. Both players looking for that initial opening. Right now, this is a bit of a tricky exchange. Like, who's going to go where? Avic is going to get immediately tagged by Rail, one that he unfortunately can't return, but the defensive grenade does at least keep Sparty just inches further away. That would have been maybe a Rail with his name on it. And Avic, no choice but to concede the heavy as well. Wasn't really able to make too much of his presence known. It's a tricky position to be in. For Avic, one of the main things, is that he hasn't got a rocket launcher yet. So if we are down there, he hasn't got much to challenge.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Ketchup, and probably one of the reasons he just disengaged. I mean, sure, you can fire all your grenades in there, but it's not surefire on. And there it is, the rail coming out. Sparty with a great angle from that Mega platform, picking up his second frag. And, we're going to have another fight here in the heavy room. Heavy is up. and Avic does manage to get it. Sparty incredibly low. Avic looking for that rail shot. He misses. Oh my God, he hits it. But Sparty hit 2 there before the death frag that came out from Avic. It is now 1-2, and pretty much reset the board back to step 1.
I think it was still a good call from Sparty. You know, it can be so misleading to go down under the jump pad to get those 2 health bubbles, but with no armor, he was still going to be railable even after he picked them up, so it's just not worth it. However, Sparty, the rails, you said, how prominent will this rail be? Well, it's been prominent for Sparty, who's currently sitting on 57%. He's already fired 14 of them, and it's only been 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, if Tower Cloth was any indication, I kind of felt that, you know, Sparty's rail seems very, very on today. I mentioned that I thought that that was going to be the thing that was going to separate these two. And not that Avic hasn't hit some nice rails himself, but Sparty really extending himself on some of those angles, and it is paying off. Also getting a couple of nice shots here, just like what we're seeing here from the top to the bottom with that RL. Unfortunately, can't press too hard on this one and does have to give up the heavy. Will that give Avic an opportunity? Coming in with that LG, a great direct rocket. That's going to force Avic to get out of here, despite the fact that Sparty is in the danger zone. He had 27 points of health. Oh, very risky move. A double jump up to the top platform. Tries to land the rail. Misses. Avic gets it instead. It's 3-2.
I also think the fact that Avic was somehow ready for that is even more impressive. It kind of felt like he was already holding that angle. Sparty, man, the rails today on this map. Been both players. It's been their main weapon, it seems, but Sparty weak. Oh, that crucial miss. Avic. You know he's looking for that one as Sparty gets a perfect call out near the teleporter. And for another time, looks like he's starting to run away with it. He makes the good call out that Avic spawning near Tribolt, probably going to try and take that light armor. The Tribolt's looking pretty good for Avic, though, to shut down Sparty, get some of that bonus damage, but it won't help now as the Mega is absorbed for another time. Sparty, he's looking good here, Weak. He's looking very good.
Really good, and continues to hit that rail, sporting still a 58% rail. And, you know, like every player in the QPL has a great rail, but after we saw some of those shots on Cloth, you know, there's a difference between like today's just a normal great rail day, and today is the day I'm feeling it. And that's what Sparty really kind of must be feeling right now. You know, obviously in a map like Corrupted Keep, no rail was there. Avic is still managing, going to bring it back, but you know, not surprised to see Sparty really using his rail, as he's obviously feeling very comfortable with it. Avic does manage to bring at least 1 frag back. This is still an incredibly close game, and I love the action that we're seeing so far. I'm sure there's got to be some frustration because Keel's grenades haven't really felt super effective versus Sparty, and maybe that's where the double jump kind of comes in, right? Take some positions of be able to avoid some of those pineapples. There he finally gets tagged with one. The Mega is up. Sparty forced to get out of there, and that means that Avic is going to snag it away. Are we going to have a fight over the heavy? Well, Avic wants to have one, trying to force it out. The nails come out, and no rail. Avic just not able to finish and up those shots with the rails that he is desperately trying to hit.
Sparty's rail game has been so on point that rarely is Avic in a position where he can do the kind of conventional Keel Ruins play. Now, this is where things, you know, differ. He gets the Tribolt kind of working as a budget rocket in that respect, doing more damage than a rocket would, thankfully. But Avic, Keel is so good at controlling and bullying certain parts of the map, but only when he's stacked, only when he's able to force you into them. Sparty's done such a good job of doing rail damage every step of the way that Avic, this is the first time, I think, all map that he's kind of been in what we would call like a common Keel position, where he's stacked, he's looking for rails of his own, Sparty's on the run, Sparty's getting bullied around. It took almost 7 minutes to reach this point, but now we're here.
I know, 1 frag separating these two. Avic says I can rail too, but I think you called it quite well, Ketchup, is that the differences was that Avic had a stack. It changed the way that he could approach things, and then finally hit the shots that he's been wanting to hit. So less than 3 minutes left to go. Got 1 frag separating these two. A very, very exciting third map to decide who is going to take this series. And the rails are just being thrown back and forth between these two. A lot of misses happening there, but a lot of respect between those two. Sparty has to get out of there as Avic will grab that Mega and the Heavy. And here we find ourselves once again, a position that Keel wants to be in. He's got a great stack. He's almost full on grenades. And, Sparty's probably going to be playing back a little bit more on the defensive.
Changing to the machine gun when it wasn't even necessary. At that point, Avec says, I'm going to go for the rail just in case. He did pick up one of those health bubbles right near. And now, we've equalized. This has been an absolutely ridiculous match. And some people might have already noticed, Avec, he's just not used a rocket in this map at all.
Yeah.
In fact, 0% damage, 0 rockets fired. He's not picked it up at any point.
It's actually crazy. I mean, it's actually crazy. How many times, if we could go back and look at all the stats of the games, would we see something like that happen? A staple weapon for so many reasons. But as you mentioned, using the tri-bolt, his grenades is kind of a replacement when he needs to. And it seems to be working. Sparty with another great rail from the top. He is going to drop down, misses that one. And that one would have been pretty sweet for Sparty. We got in the lead back. Oh, and once again, Avec going away. We're going to have a fight here at the heavy, and the LG comes out. Avec very, very low.
Oh, he somehow survives. What?
I can't believe it.
This is absolute madness, Wheat, that not only did he get away, but then he survived the tri-bolt, but he's not out of the woods yet. Sparty is on the warpath. He's got a minute to at least give himself one frag of a lead. It could easily go south, but Avec somehow worms his way out of that. And here we are. What a perfect prediction. Sparty, the defensive tri-bolt was incredible. Even Sparty hasn't got a rocket in this life. This has just not been a rocket map. And to be fair, it does make sense. The tri-bolt serves a lot of that kind of spam purpose.
Sure.
Both players, they're not really interested in being close range, it seems. And Avec somehow escaping death for another time. The second he sees Sparty, you can't help but get nervous. 30 seconds on the clock. Who's going to take this?
Oh, well, Mega is picked up by Sparty. That's going to be big in the deciding factor. Avec is certainly in the lesser advantageous position. Sparty with a full stack now. Avec knows that he is kind of in the danger zone right now. We're going to see Avec make his way through, and he is playing this one slow. He might just go ahead and run out the time, try to give himself as much as he can. Lands a nice rail on the defense, but down to 10 points of health. We're getting to sudden death, and you do not want to hit sudden death with 10 points of health. There's a 25. Gonna grab another one. We will have the heavy up here shortly, but is he gonna fight for it?
Sparty makes the perfect read, but he still has to finish it, and he will. Sparty. Oh my days. That final read where he goes, I know that
huge.
You know that the heavy is too attractive, so you're gonna go up the jump pad, and I'm already going to be there. Pow, pow, finished. That was a wonderful decision at the end. Hard-fought map.
Huge victory for Sparty. Not only was that such an impressive map close, we talked about how little the rocket launcher came into effect, but there were two things there. That beautifully placed last rocket as his opponent was so low, and as you mentioned, that perfect read. Even Avec, you saw from his view, he looked over to the staircase. He was waiting for his opponent. He knew that it was possible that Sparty was just going to drop down from there. There would be a battle. He went over to the jump pad, giving himself that room to escape. But surprise, I kind of had a feeling you were going to do that. I knew that you were low. Well read, awesomely done. Very proud of Sparty. Huge win. And, Avec played very nicely as well. But what a matchup that was.
It's one of my favorite matches I think I've seen in the Pro League in general, especially when it comes to the weeklies, because in that sudden death moment, the amount of, I think, mental fortitude you kind of need to display in that situation to begin with is kind of ridiculous. The fact that he could make that kind of just really well-calculated decision in the heat of the moment clearly did not crumble under that pressure. Neither player did. In fact, Avec, he tried to go for the safer approach. It's just that he was, his bluff was called by the better player of the day, basically. But not only that, but this was an important series to win for Sparty because he does have some stiff competition coming up. He is a player that has been, kind of up and down, but he's certainly playing a lot better now than we normally had seen previously in Pro League. It's great to see Sparty come back into this form, especially with performances like that. But he doesn't have to worry about this week now. He's got that 2-1. He's got a decent amount of money in the bank, and then we can start to plan for the future weeks. And not just that, but the Stage 1 finals. Now that is what we are looming on now. Now I believe we can get Flea back in. I'm sure you've got a couple of things to say about this. Flea, welcome back.
That was an incredible series. Best games of the day by far, right?
I agree.
Immediately, Sparty, that first map, completely wiping Aavak off his feet. Next time, the turnaround, instantly Aavak opening a full Aavak aggression, as you said yourself, catch up. So, brilliant return right there. And then the final map, what more could you ask for? Goes all the way to overtime. Moving back and forth, nice little comeback towards the end, and then Sparty with that read. Beautiful. I think someone has to ask him about that particular play when we have a chance to interview him, because I think we all want to hear it coming out of his own mouth.
Oh yeah, I think we have a fair amount to ask him. It would be hard to actually decide which questions we want with the time that we have. But overall, it was a great series, because it wasn't just all of this. It was the impressive showing on the Tower of Koth, the kind of slightly different picks than we normally see in Pro League on that one, which clearly worked wonders. And then it was being able to just climb back up on this final map and have composure up until the bitter end. And well done, well played.
Yeah, phenomenal job by Sparty there. I mean, both players gave us a great show, which is what we always hope to see here at the QPL. The rail was on for Sparty this week. We saw it in Koth. We saw it in the final map. And to me, was like a big reason why he won this entire series. Obviously, the read at the end was just beautifully done. And excited if we get a chance to talk to him.
It was a really impressive showing, wasn't it? And I think as we reach these later stages of Stage 1, this is all important information to gather, because we just get to see really how everyone's shaping up as we do loom towards the all-important finals, which are not very far away, which is kind of mad. I felt like we only just started Season 2, yet here we are at the end of Stage 1. Now, I do believe we have an interview with the man himself, Ready. Sparty, are you there?
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hey.
All right, so first of all, big congratulations. Nice monitor.
Thank you.
We're interviewing your monitor, yeah.
So first of all, well done. I'm sure Flea or Wheat have plenty to ask you about Ruins and the final moments, but I kind of want to rewind a little bit and talk about the first map, Tower of Koth. You kind of went into that looking extremely prepared, and some players look more comfortable than others on that map. And I kind of want to pick your brains for a minute over how you approach Tower of Koth and kind of why you think we don't see it as often as something like a Deep Embrace, for example.
I don't know what to say. I've been practicing a lot with Kilsen, and by doing this, I'm able to read the game on tower pretty well from all the practice with Kilsen, and I think that's where I'm ahead of other people right now, because it's a huge map, and you can easily hide, but that's not the only way to play the map.
Yeah, is that why you also picked Visor on that map? I mean, is Vision, we talked a little bit about it earlier, love to hear your opinion, because it looked like that was all a part of your plan, right? To grab a lead, use Vision both defensively but also offensively. Can you speak to that at all?
Visor is just to get some information, but Aavak picked Nyx first, and to be able to catch Nyx, it's way easier with Visor. So since Aavak picked first, that's why I picked Visor. And since it's a big map, you can get real good information from the Wallach.
So the final question I think we need to ask as well is, dude, those final moments of Ruins, the kind of decision you made at the very end to kind of just meet Aavak, where he kind of went for what you would normally assume as a safer option, yet you're there on the other side. The clutch you displayed, just being able to keep it together in the final moments, what was kind of going through your mind as Ruins was coming to an end?
I just took Mega Health. I knew the heavy timing. I knew that he was down at the jump pad. I mean, I think that he was down there at the jump pad. And if I will push down from railgun, then he will just run away. So I did a calculated risk that he would take the jump pad up, and he did. So
And it was a good read. Well played, man. No,
Yeah.
big congratulations for today, and we're looking forward to seeing you as we do draw near the finals of stage 1. But we've got to say goodbye
Congrats,
to you for
Barty.
now, but it won't be the
Thank
last
you.
time we see you. We're going to go for a quick break, folks, and set up our second featured matchup of the day. Cypher and Wenger will be back in a few minutes' time. See you then. Welcome back, you lovely people, to our latest week of Quake Pro League. My name's Ketchup, joined by the always talented Flea and DJ Wheat. Pleasure to have you here, just in time for a heavyweight matchup. It's going to be Wenger, it's going to be Cypher. Everyone's excited for it. We're excited for it. Starting with you, Wheat. What do you think?
I mean, you know, the last few weeks we've had these great matchups here in which we've had two players who are neck and neck, are basically tied and or, you know, right next to one another. And this is one of those matchups. Wenger is in the number one spot. He has a 5-2 record with a map record of 15-6. Cypher, number two, also with a similar record, 12-9 maps with 5-2 series. And, you know, Wenger is a player that I know every time it pops up, chat gets really excited. He is a newer player, younger. He's got a ceiling that you just cannot see how high it is. And that is exciting to see in a player that's performing as well as he is. And, you know, Cypher is Cypher, right? He is the Cypher legacy. And so this is, again, another one of those where it's like, we're going to get fireworks and we're going to get drones with those fireworks. And then we're going to get more fireworks. I'm just so excited for this matchup. Flea, what do you think?
I mean, I think that if you would have showed anyone today's lineup, this would probably have been the number one game, the big hitter of the evening. And indeed, I don't think there's any doubt that it will be an amazing match. Wheat, you already mentioned it yourself. These two are neck to neck for the first place in Europe. Both players tremendously talented. Wenger keeps getting better every single week, it seems. If we look back at his previous LAN performances or his finals performances, he finished 5th, then 4th, and then 3rd place, back to back to back. So he's only getting better. It's only a matter of time before he gets his big win. And then on the other hand, Cypher, one of the absolute titans of the scene, but someone who had a pretty disappointing showing on the last big tournament where he lost both of his games instantly. So definitely looking for revenge, I feel like, and hungry to get a win today.
Now, we are moments away from actually starting our first map, but we're going to have to go through those picks and bans to kind of see what the journey's going to be, because from the looks of things in the lobby alone, I think we're in for quite an interesting one. It's going to be Doom versus Strog on Corrupted Keep. Ruins coming out to play again, but this time Cypher getting that kill on Ruins, something that we've seen do quite a lot of damage historically versus the Ison from Wenger. And then finally, Molten Fools, Slash, and Strog again, which I don't think is correct, but I'm sure we'll find out. Yeah, Strog is being used in map 1, I believe. I can see Cypher already having it ready. So it might actually be Athena down there. Either way, we'll actually see what happens a little bit later. Sorry about that, folks.
Yeah, nevertheless, interesting lineup. Difficult to say now because it's not entirely clear which are the correct champion picks. So I find it hard to comment on this.
I believe Molten's the one that might be different because Cypher has Strog ready here on Corrupted in the lobby.
Okay, I imagine so. So first one will be Corrupted Keep. Let's just focus on that one for now. It will be Doomslayer versus Strog. Both champions with quite a bit of mobility. Doom, of course, has got that vertical mobility. Very powerful around the mega area of this map because you can jump straight up to the LG part of the arena, whereas Strog, of course, has got that beast speed moving around the map and, of course, the peeker as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big question that keeps swirling in my mind is like, what? I have no idea what the results are going to be. Usually, you know, Ketchup is like, all right, what do you think? What are your predictions here? And, you know, I honestly have no idea. I'm gonna at least say that I don't see either of these players taking a 3-0. I mean, it's certainly possible one of them goes into beast mode, but at the caliber that both of these are playing and the level that they're both playing, I find it really hard to see a complete blowout. I think it's going to be 2-1. If I had to make a decision, you know, I'll go with the individual who's managed to hold on to the number one spot for most of this stage, and I'm going to say Wenger 2-1. But I don't feel great about it because it's really hard to call.
I feel like I'm in the same boat as you, Wheat, to be honest, because it is going to be a really good match either way. I feel like that's almost guaranteed. don't want to curse it, of course, but Wenger, he's always a player that's quite motivated to recover from a defeat as well. And he's likely to go into this week, I think, pretty motivated and just looking to correct any kind of mistakes that he's made previously, because he takes losses quite hard. He's always striving for number one because he knows he has what it takes to reach that point. So he could absolutely bring that A game and then some. So for that reason, I think 2-1 Wenger as well. Flea, what do you think?
I'm going to go ahead and follow you guys on this one. I just think that overall, Cypher, when he's got a great day, there's nothing that can stop him. But Wenger has just got that consistency. If we look back a little bit further than just this series alone, or rather this stage alone, looking back at stage 4 of season 1, as well as the finals, Wenger was just on the top pretty much all the time, winning every single game nearly until the very end of the last stage. So I think that when it comes to consistency, he probably has Cypher beat right now, and that is why I'm also going to say 2-1 for Wenger.
You know, I just got to throw it out there. Lamprey666 says Cooler did put his blessings onto Cypher. There is no way he will lose, and that did happen last week. So you know, something to sort of factor in. But chat is so split down the middle. It's like there is not a consistent prediction at all, which is also very exciting.
I tell you what, and that is to the surprise of no one on the subject of chat. I'm going to go jump in and join you because I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Flea and Wheat to take the match. So, lads, take it away.
Thank you, Ketchup. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, like Flea, these are the matches that you can't predict are usually some of the best matches that you're ever gonna get, right? And it's exciting even to throw something out there. I'm always okay being wrong in these types of situations because players surprise us all the time, and both of these players have that potential, that possibility to surprise us in ways that we did not expect.
Oh, absolutely. And if there's one player who can really surprise, I think it's Cypher, right? The man is just, he's always been this prodigy when it comes to Quake. Limitless talent, very unorthodox player who can just read the matrix, right? All he sees when he plays Quake are just the green ones and zeros scrolling down the screen. So the man can come up with a solution to just about everything, but he will have to beat down Wenger's consistency and those incredible rockets that he's so well known for to get there.
Yeah, I mean, Wenger's been an awesome player to watch, and you see it, you know, from the chat every time he comes on. I mentioned that people get so excited; they love to see how much he's improved. And I actually want to make a call back to one of his first interviews that we did during stage 1, and it was one of the very early weeks. And you know, in talking about sort of him improving his play, it was obvious that, you know, not only is he putting the time into the game, but he's also trying to find that, you know, mentally where he feels like he needs to be. And I think for a player like Wenger that we've seen improving, you know, focusing on sort of the mental side of the game, not being upset if you lose a map, or understanding how to mold better to the other players that you're playing against. You know, he called out some of the skill sets that Rafa has that he would love to adopt and get better at. And I think that we've seen that actually happen a little bit over, you know, over this stage. And this is probably, you know, definitely one of his toughest tests. For Cypher, you know, neither of these players are in any sort of danger of, you know, not being in a great spot for the finals. But as we all know, being in that top spot, it's a lot of momentum to carry into the finals. And so I would imagine that Cypher wants that badly, whereas Wenger wants to hold on to that lead that he's had for a majority of the stage.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And I do agree with what you just said. I think that Wenger, one of his biggest strengths is just that he's an incredibly talented player. He's very twitchy, but that's also kind of been one of his downsides, right? He needs someone to be able to rein in the holds on him, because sometimes you can just tell that he feels so confident in his aim, which is of course exceptional, that he sometimes tends to forgo positioning or maybe even strategy just to chase down a kill when he really shouldn't. And I think that's one of the things that he's really been working on the most. If you compare him the way he plays now between when he played last year, there's a very clear difference in that. You can see that he's got a much more controlled and much more balanced playstyle, like you said, that does remind more of Rafa. So it's clear that he's trying to draw inspiration from some of the greatest players in all time just to improve his game even further.
Yeah, and I mean, some of that you can't necessarily force on yourself, right? Some of that just comes from experience, just comes from playing over and over. So I would imagine that in the QPL, both in and outside of the league, right, he's trying to gather and gain as much experience as he can, because trying to catch up to the experience of someone like Cypher, who has traveled around the world, who has played against some of the top players on stage in from the lower bracket to the upper bracket, like so many different variances of experience that Cypher brings to the table. So overcoming that is difficult, but Wenger's been a player that has obviously shown us throughout last year or last season and this season already that he's got what it takes.
Yeah, absolutely. But today he's facing one of the most abrupt opponents he could possibly go up against, Cypher, and it looks like both players are readying up in chat, and we will be loading into the map momentarily. So chat, for the final game of the day, make some noise. Let me hear who you want to win. I want to see some Cyphers. I want to hear some love for the Maestro boy Wenger. Make some noise, give it up, as we are about to jump into the first map of our final series, Na'Vi Cypher versus Maestro Wenger.
Yeah, this the next three maps that we're going to see here for the second featured match is really exciting. I think it's going to be a knockout, drag out battle from the start to the finish. Starting things off on Corrupted Keep is kind of a treat. We're going to get high octane. We're going to see what mindset these players are in, who's going to take that initial lead and could dictate the rest of the series. So I'm pretty excited that Corrupted Keep is actually going to be our first map, because we get to start with that super fast pace, and it should be a good one. So as you mentioned, we're about ready to go in, and this is week 11, a couple weeks left. So every game, every win, every map is important to secure that spot as you head into the stage 1 finals. And we are so close. Ketchup said it earlier. It's hard to believe that it is, here already. We're almost there. But that just shows just how exciting every week has been.
Absolutely, and on that note, we are kicking things off, starting on Wenger's perspective. He will be running the Doomslayer. Of course, one of the things that he will have to be most careful of is the Peeker. There is no railgun on the map, and that is, of course, the ideal counter against that ability. And we saw that in the previous game, right? Avec used the Peeker so effectively to get a few kills and do a lot of damage, and Wenger has to be ready for that.
Wenger with a nice read, starting things off right away. His opponent went for that rocket launcher, landed a rocket himself. Got a little bit of control here, gets some great LG damage right off the bat. Cypher answering back, and both players incredibly low. Peeker coming out, looking for a target, but gets shot down mid-air. Wenger grabs that Mega and is back up, an LG in his hands as well. Needs to get a light. There it is for him. But what an interesting way to start. I thought we were going to see our first frag there, but nicely done by both players.
Yeah, Wenger very patiently approaching that Peeker and waiting until he knew that he could take it down with one blast of the Super Shoddy. Very calculated play right there. Now when we look at the item timing, there's very little delay between both of them, so it really doesn't seem like either player will be able to set up a good rotation unless Wenger might secure himself a frag right there, takes down the Peeker with a good rocket, and both items will be secured. But this time around, though, Heavy 5 seconds behind. Even more so, Cypher still denying it, leaving it up for nearly 10 whole seconds. This could be the beginning of full dominance control, because I don't think that Wenger knows when the Heavy is spawning.
Yeah, Cypher definitely trying to play that chess match, right? Thinking several moves ahead. Wenger has had control, but I'm curious to see how this is going to play out. Coming into the main room here, we see Wenger get some early LG damage off, and he is just trying to chase down his opponent. Sitting on top of that Heavy, not quite up yet, and he's going to have to retreat, and that will give Cypher access to what might be his first Heavy of the game. Nope, actually his third. I was completely wrong on that one. But I meant to say Wenger anyway. That's my bad. But he, I mean, where the control is going to come from, we're gonna see. But both players kind of splitting the map a little bit, exchanging blows in the middle. But we've yet to see that first frag.
Yeah, and that was exactly the chat that you were talking about. But here we see another engagement. Looks like both players will once again break away, but find each other towards the small armor. Cypher uses the peeker, but probably didn't quite account for the fact that Wenger could get that extra height, and he dodges yet another rocket in midair. After almost 3 minutes of nothing really happening, we get 3 frags in mere seconds.
Yeah, and I I feel like a lot of players would have made that same decision right there, right? Knowing that his opponent is very, very low, just needs to get a little bit of damage off. He did manage to get it. Cypher did bring a frag back. Wenger in an LG battle there in the light room, and we're just going to be tied back up 2-2 as we are now following Cypher, who just tied the game up with that little exchange. Mega is up, and he is going to grab it, and there we're going to see that 10-second delay may play out in his favor for the first moment here. He's got to worry about Wenger up top, and he's going to push him away with that LG while he grabs it. Doesn't come out of there super healthy, but still denies it. Wenger definitely in a worse spot. Is Cypher going to be able to capitalize on this? The LG coming out, peeker looking for a target, cannot find it. Still 2-2.
Really good play from Cypher right there. Instead of choosing to chase his opponent down, he just went for the small armor, knowing that he did the most damage and that he was in the best situation to just cycle the items once again. But Wenger, these phenomenal rockets from above. Player from Belarus, representing Na'Vi, does manage to get out, but he is hurt. He is tender. Wenger smells blood in the water. Can he find him? Of course, he has to first catch the Strog. He is fast with that crouch slide weed.
Yeah, it was very, very nice. Cypher so low on that one. Gets some nice long-range machine gun damage right there. And but Cypher still, with that low health count, is going to get a little bit of LG, and even more up top after sending Peeker out, grabbing that heavy. But man, I've not really seen Cypher be playing with like 100 health. It's always been under 100 health, and that just goes to show what Wenger is doing in terms of damage. But Wenger is in the danger zone right now. He finally picks up a 25 himself. He's back up to 78. And Cypher grabs that Mega, makes a rocket jump over the side, misses that rocket into the side room. But we're going to find a fight here right on the bridge. Coming out of the teleporter, the LG stays locked on, and Cypher takes the lead with that one.
Yep, Cypher pushed him back far enough that he knew that initial momentum would carry him right back out through the teleporter, so he just waited and got himself the frag. Now, if you look at the items, though, Cypher actually has managed to pick up 16, make that 17 major items, compared to Wenger, who's sitting on just 4. The only reason that this is such a close game is because Wenger's aim has been phenomenal, and he is out-damaging Cypher by several hundreds of points of damage right now, and that is still keeping this such a competitive and close game.
Yeah, that's actually really impressive. And Cypher... LG has kind of been his saving grace right there, but it can't save him this time as we tie back up 3-3. And, we talked about how this is going to be a tough game to call. This was going to be explosive matchup, and you're seeing it here. 5 minutes have gone by, almost the 6-minute mark, tied 3-3, and there are certainly dueling blows back and forth. Wenger, though, is going to take the lead, making it 4-3 now in his favor with a nicely placed rocket on that bridge.
Catching Cypher on the jump at DLG. Perfect. Just locking on. Absolutely nowhere for Cypher to run in that situation. Now Mega's about to spawn. Cypher dropping down, trying to do a little bit of damage at least. But it will be Wenger walking away stronger. He's got the item timings. He's got all the weapons he needs as well. And he's got the better positioning moving on to heavy. This is a tall order for Cypher to break this control.
He also long beeped him there, when you get so many LG hits that it just sounds like one continuous beep rather than a bunch of small ones. Love to see it. Hate to be on the other side of it. Peeker did come out there, Cypher anticipating his opponent maybe coming through that upper hallway. He does grab that Mega, but Wenger looks and feels like he has full control here, not only in the score, but also in the items. Going to drop down LG Assault as he's going to force Cypher out. And, he is choosing where these battles are going to happen, choosing where Cypher is allowed to go. And with that 2-frag lead, great spot to be in trying to get those last little hits off on his opponent as the Mega is about to come up. Oh, he misses it, but I don't even, well, Wenger saw that it wasn't there. A beautiful rocket onto that light. And is he going to be able to clean it up right here? No, he can't, but still some amazing play.
Cypher landing that direct rocket from down below was so clutch. If he didn't land that shot, Wenger probably would have just bullied him and secured yet another frag. That was a very important bit of damage to do. Now Cypher. Oh, very impressive use of the tribal triter. Not always the most effective weapon, very situational, but when it hits hard. And now Wenger on the back foot. Has to give up some ground to Cypher, who just secured a Mega. He's making his way over to the Heavy. Things are not safe yet for the Italian.
Yeah, this is a scary spot to be in. You know, he's down in stack. He does have the lead, but you know, this map's small, right? A lot can happen. And there we see the LG coming out, and 2 rockets cannot reposition Cypher as he does get it one step closer to tying this game back up. It is 5-4. An excellent little assault there coming out as he crouch slides around the corner and hits all the LG that he needs to. Now, can he follow up with this last frag? Wenger does have that ability to stay in those back hallways to kind of make him chase and run, but he's given Cypher the map right now. He's got a full stack. He's going to find himself on top of the statue. LG versus LG from top to bottom. Peeker comes out, does do a little bit of damage, but not enough. Wenger is going to run away. Cypher stack has been ticked down, and we're about to hit 1 minute left, and this is all on Cypher to tie this one up.
And indeed he does. Don't even need to wait to see it. Good rocket off the spawn as well. More information than anything, but that 20 points of damage will help in the end. Stacks basically identical right now. Mega will be the next major item to spawn. Wenger's got the high ground, but Cypher, the rockets from below, rockets from Belarus, strong as always. He wants this item. He does not want to give it up just yet. And Wenger doesn't manage to do as much damage as he would have liked.
Yeah, getting that Mega is going to be big. It's going to all be up to this Heavy now. Cypher down to 51 points health. He's going to have to back off. He might have to give that one up. He's going to wait outside the teleporter, firing some Tri-Bolt spam. And, of course, Wenger's not going to be falling for that one. And so I think both players just going to slow it down, gear down a couple, and let this one hit that clock so it'll come down to that final frag. We said this one was going to be close. We didn't know how to call it, and this is exactly why. 5-5 here at Sudden Death coming into the room. A huge direct rocket, and oh my God, Wenger keeps the LG locked and takes the frag in the first 10 seconds of overtime. Crazy end to that game.
That was all about the weapon selection right there. Cypher just was not ready for the push, right? You could see him switch to heavy machine gun. Why? Because he was expecting Wenger to be all the way over towards LG to try and do some long distance damage. But then the moment that he zooms in, Wenger comes blazing through the doorway. That's the situation where you need to have the LG out to stop the momentum, push him back straight down. But he didn't. And he had to switch to a lightning gun. And by the time that he managed to do that, Wenger was right on top of him. Cypher dropped down. And that was all she wrote. Very aggressive, but a calculated, risky play from the Maestro player. Well done, Wenger.
Very, very well done. You know, that one moment, too, where you're like, okay, I hit that direct rocket. That's really good. But as you mentioned, right, weapon selection, being caught with the wrong weapon out can be real rough. And Wenger had the perfect advantage on the top there. Nicely done, as he's going to take that map 6-5. And I wouldn't be surprised if every single one of these games actually went into overtime the way that they are playing. Some great frags on that one. Both players putting all their heart and soul into it. But Wenger comes out on top, and it puts himself one step closer to holding on to that #1 spot.
Absolutely. Now the next map is going to be something else entirely. We're moving away from the very small tight corridors of Corrupted Keep into Ruins of Sarnet, which is a far larger and more open map. And we are going to see Wenger, it seems like, play the ice and go up against Cypher on the Keel. And we've seen Keel used on this map to great effect. That said, Eisen is also a staple pick because that turret gives you so much information, and there's a lot of very useful places to put it down to help you out in the middle of a fight, such as down below towards the heavy armor. So this should be a pretty evenly matched game, I do feel like. But the biggest aside, or our biggest new factor that's being introduced right now, Wheat, is of course the railgun. We didn't have a rail on Corrupted Keep, and that could spell a completely different outcome.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll probably see that early on, right? Just like what happened in our last game between Avic and Sparty. You know, Sparty was showing a very impressive rail in game 1 on Koth, and he carried that right into game 3, where it inevitably did help him win that series. We haven't yet seen it come out, but we both know that these players and a railgun in their hands is certainly a very, very deadly weapon. How will that play in? We're gonna have to wait and see. But after a very intense game, I'm sure both of them are just kind of like taking a breather, getting ready to reset on this one, because as you mentioned, like, have to kind of reset, re-rack, and play a little bit different game.
Yep, absolutely. And now we're loading into the second map, so we'll jump into the game very shortly. This is the final series of the night. For those of you just joining us, Wenger won the very first map, an extremely close game, went all the way into overtime, but now we're jumping into map 2. Can Wenger ride down the victory on Ruins already, or are we going to jump into the tiebreaker after this? We're about to find out.
Yeah, what a matchup it was, and I'm sure Wenger is going to be entering this one with a smile on his face, knowing like, hey, I'm just one map away from holding on to that number 1 spot. I mean, for Cypher to grab that, it'd be a big accomplishment, but he's got to win these next 2 maps, obviously. So here we go, 3, 2, 1. We're on Ruins, and we're going to be kicking things off, looking through Wenger's eyes as he is going to get a spawn that allows him to grab the Mega. I'm going to have the turret go down there in the room leading down to the Heavy and in Rail Room. And we are going to see Cypher grab that Heavy. So there we see that rail come out. First rail it goes to Wenger, but we see Cypher answer right back, Flea.
Yep, immediately with the clapback. He is not going to let that go unchallenged. So far, though, both players rather passively, right? Kind of what you suggested, Wheat, taking a bit of a breather, not rushing into things, because this is an incredibly important map. Cypher not dropping down straight away, expecting the LG to be pulled, and indeed, getting that right. So we're watching Wenger, yeah.
I mean, a lot of respect, right? Especially after a game like that, and not surprising. It's always one of my favorite things to see. I know a lot of people are like, "Come on, fight, do it, rush at it," but it's just right, like the way that their LGs are going and the rockets that are hitting, and some of those initial rails. There's that flick rail and some of that flick action, and a second one coming out from Wenger. Can he find a third? Oh, you see Cypher just peek right around that corner. Can't pull that one out, but we're gonna have the Heavy coming up here in just a moment. Wenger is going to get that one clean, completely unanswered, and they might meet up here. Turret is going to be redeployed, and now a fight at the Mega. Wenger's looking like he might be able to hold on to both of these items, and it put him in a great spot to try to take that first frag.
Wenger caught looking the wrong way there for a moment. Luckily for him, Cypher missed the shot, and Cypher, of course, struggling a bit with the larger size of his champion. Not always coming out on top on these rail engagement, and that is allowing Wenger to secure a decent rotation. 12 seconds between the items, and he's looking very good to take both of them once again. He knows exactly where Cypher is. Can he lock him down? No. Cypher does manage to drop down towards a Heavy. Admiral effort from Wenger, though, as he's setting up for Mega already.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Wenger is just sitting with just perfect timing right now on these 2 items. I'm wondering, what is Cypher going to do to try to interrupt this cycle, this pattern that Wenger has kind of established for himself here. Grabbing that Heavy. Well, here he's going to try to force a fight at the Mega. Some nice rockets thrown out on the platform. A very, very close Cypher with a little bit more armor. He is going to be able to take it away, but a rail comes out. And Wenger is in rail position. Cypher's going to get the first frag with that LG and putting him on the board 1-0.
Cypher, for his sake, I hope the railgun can finally kick into gear. Cypher is currently only sitting at around 20% railgun shots that connect, whereas Wenger is hitting just about half of his shots, and we've seen what that can do. Now, Cypher did manage to clutch it out, but not without trouble. Landing even a single additional rail could have ended and secured that fight so much sooner. So I think that if Wenger continues going for these long-distance rail engagements, he should still have an edge.
Yeah, and I mean, it was that seemed to be the best spot to try to, stop the rotation that Wenger had down. There's a nice rail coming out, finally starting to hit a few of those. And with the lead, he now can kind of get in a position where he might be able to steal the rotation of these items as he grabs himself the mega and now will make his way down to the heavy. Does see his opponent there, and that's actually a great sign for Cypher because it doesn't look like Wenger wants to fight here. He's going to take, a beautiful pop-up with that plasma gun to get a little bit more air there. He lands a nice rail and grabs that heavy. Cypher certainly shifted things around. Another great rail as he looks like he is in complete control here of Ruins.
Nice little rocket to the face. I was still on Wenger's point of view. The read was tremendous, but now he's stuck with just 15 points of health. Cypher looping back around, though. Is he going to give him a way out? No, Wenger is still just sitting there. Cypher is, of course, going to take advantage of that.
I mean, a hard one, right? Like, because, I mean, I was a little surprised that Cypher went back and grabbed that mega, but it also makes a whole lot of sense. He probably wants to keep that timing as close as it was, and he knew that his opponent, Wenger, was kind of in that rough spot. But, of course, as I'm sitting here blabbering, suddenly we see, Wenger setting up a nice trap of his own as Cypher came up that jump pad, got some damage, finished him off with the shotgun, and is on the board, 2-1.
Literally 1 point of health, though. Wenger standing his ground, knowing, of course, the shotgun will be devastating to a larger champion like Keel, but it was a very close gamble. Still, he might be able to turn this into something, but Cypher, of course, having that stack advantage of the spawn, wants to make himself hurt as he applies pressure off the bat. This mega is important. Wenger decides not to even go for it. Does he have timing on heavy? Does he even want to stick around? I don't think so. He's going to give up full control. Maybe go for a little peak rail. Misses it. This is risky for the Italian player because he is so outstacked right now, especially after taking that rail.
Yeah, and Cypher is absolutely hitting his shots now. Some great reads coming out. Has an opportunity for a conversion frag, but was so low and does go down 2-3. Still an incredibly close game as these two go back and forth, neither giving the other room to kind of expand their lead at all. And although Cypher was up a little bit there, we're now just up by 1, 3-2. Wenger is going to grab that heavy, and Cypher looking a little low, a little worse for wear here as we're going to have Mega coming up in 10. And are we going to see a fight over there at the Mega? Wenger heading on over there right now and knows that it's going to be up any moment, waiting for it, and we'll probably head on down to heavy to see if he can engage in a fight.
I'm loving how Wenger is like even denying every small armor he can see, doing a little bit of nail gun damage to himself just to make sure that his opponent isn't able to pick it up. And look at that stack that he's working with right now, Wheat. You would absolutely not think that it's Cypher who's playing the champion with the bigger pool. Wenger absolutely stacked to the max. All he needs to do right now is find Cypher, but of course, he has got to remain cautious. We've seen what Cypher can do with the rockets and the grenade combo, and that is vicious. You don't want to be caught in a bad position anywhere near this opponent.
And, I think you called it out a little bit before, and we've talked about it, where sometimes Wenger will get comfortable, be a little bit more aggressive, maybe give his opponent some room to grab some items, but that is simply not happening right now. Turret does come out right before that grenade hits, and Wenger's stack looking very, very nicely. Cypher just kind of picking up the scraps at this point, as Wenger's doing a great job denying armor and health all around the map. Going back down yet again, both players, you can see Cypher sneaking over here. He needs an opportunity to go in here. It hits up. He does land a rail, but he will not get the armor. We are about to hit the 2-minute warning flea, and Wenger is still down by 1, despite being in control.
That turret is really proving to be a thorn down Cypher's side. I think Wenger has gotten at least 1, maybe 2 kills with the turret alone landing the final blow, and very often Cypher is forced to just split his attention and first try and take down the turret, but here we go, this is an opportunity. Wenger still picks up the heavy Lancer rail. Cypher missing that shot. He could have extended his lead very easily right there, but now all the pressure is on the Maestro player. 90 seconds left to work with 1 frag behind. Very doable still, but he's got to put out the damage.
Yeah, minute 15 left on the clock. Wenger with the stack advantage, the item advantage. Oh, they passed each other as he falls down, and he is going to give chase a little bit here. Does land a rocket. The heavy does go for Wenger. But no rail there as Cypher's hit quite a few from that back hallway. We hit the 1-minute warning, and now that heavy weight on Wenger's back. He has got to find Cypher, get that frag, and then get 1 more to take away victory. This is, the burden is on him right now, and this is Cypher's game to run away with, literally. And we have the heavy coming up. Oh, a lot of turret damage right there, chasing away the rail down the hallway. We're tied up 3-3, and the heavy is going to be left back for a pickup. That puts him in a great spot. Will he force the fight, or is he going to let the time ride out to sudden death?
I called it weak. The turret has been such a huge help to Wenger, and that string of damage, that was nearly 100 points, if not more, and that allowed Wenger to just clean it up with 1 final rail. Now with just a few seconds left, we might as well be in overtime. Both players know that the next frag will decide it all. Wenger, good rockets, he's gonna push in here, no doubt about that. 1 to end it, and the rail to the foot will clean it up. Maestro Wenger winning maps back to back. Wheat. Wenger is looking incredible.
The final moments of that game, really great. Turret placement early on, forced Cypher out from that back hallway. As you mentioned, almost 100 points of damage done there. Chase, hit that beautiful rail down the back hallway to tie it back up. I'm not so sure I like the decision that Cypher made to actually fight in that room.
Yep.
It started off with the rail from Wenger. He decided to push the issue a little bit, and then he landed a direct rocket. Still decided, I guess at that point you've got to pretty much just put all your chips in and go for it. But Wenger set himself up for that sudden death victory very, very nicely with that fight there in the heavy room. Nicely done. Another super close game. That's 2 games going into sudden death, Flea. And even though it means Wenger won the series, it's still very important, not only for Cypher's ranking, but, to keep games away from Wenger, to let him, not let him pull further and further away in that #1 spot.
Yep, absolutely. Cypher still very motivated to win this final one, no doubt about that. And it looks like we've also got clarity about what the actual picks are going to be. Cypher does indeed get to play the Slash, but when it comes to Wenger, he will not be running a second Strog, but will be playing Sorlag instead.
Oh yeah, not a second Strog, so Sorlag going to be coming out for Wenger. Man, that's still just what a phenomenal game that was. I know there's got to be a little bit of frustration there on Cypher's side, but Wenger, he held on so strong to that control there at the end, and just so nicely done. Really impressive. That's why we keep talking about him. That's why we keep saying this is a player that you need to look out for. Cypher always been that player, but when the new kid on the block comes around, you see him improving week over week. He pulls out games like that, 2 high pressure, sudden death situations in the last 20 minutes, and he's come out on top both times. Really impressive. Don't look away and do not sleep on Wenger. He is quite a remarkable specimen in the world of Quake champions.
Just 19 years old too. Can you believe it? The man already taking names left and right. Now, forever 19 in our hearts, of course. He's aged a little bit since then, but still, Wenger, indeed, as you mentioned it yourself, it takes so much discipline to just keep your cool in those overtimes, in those sudden death situations. And for Wenger to realize that Cypher made a bit of a mistake pushing in all the way to heavy, and then he landed that one rail, that was just the kicker where he was like, hang on, I've got to take this risk. This is a calculated benefit in my favor. And he just pushed in for the win. And that just shows how much strain that these players can be under and still perform at their best. So Wenger, you said it yourself, don't sleep on him. The man is going to go far.
Chad is like, look, when is he going to no longer be the new kid on the block? And it's like, I don't know, right? He's literally playing against the guy who's been playing Quake for 15 years. Like, what else? I don't know what else you want us to call it. But hey, I'd take the role of new kid on the block all day if you're kicking ass the way that he is, because it just makes you look that much better. And here we go. We're kicking things off. It is Molten Core. Take us away, Flea.
Absolutely, starting things off this time around on Wenger's point of view. Looks like there might be some minor issues right there with the connection, but seems like everything's done and dusted now. Final map of the day, Wenger playing Sorleg going up against Slash. And that, Wheat, is the first time today I think we've seen this big of a base stack difference. We've seen lights versus medium, medium versus heavy, but light versus heavy, that means that Cypher has got a tremendous task ahead of him, because Sorleg off the spawn, with just one small armor being picked up, can basically go face to face to a small champion like Slash with the major items.
Yeah, I mean, and Spit, right? The two areas that we see a lot of fights happening, which is obviously the two major items, especially here at the heavy. We see Spit coming from the top all the time. It can just ruin your day. So it's certainly an uphill battle here. If anyone can do it, Cypher might be that player to get it done. But we start things off a little bit slower. 0-0, 1 minute on the clock. Here we got our first rockets landed by Wenger and the Spit as well. But Cypher says, I don't care about all of that. It is great LG, and he will take the first frag of the game.
Good, aggressive push, but look, wait, exactly what I mentioned. Check out Wenger's stack already.
Yep.
Luckily for Cypher, though, Wenger didn't have a railgun in that engagement. That probably would have been the tie maker already. But he had to go for the long distance rocket, which Cypher, of course, managed to dodge. As he's setting up for heavy. Pretty decent split between the items, so Cypher, very fast, might be able to make it over to Mega as well.
Yeah, you know, with the speed that we see coming out of Cypher, I know that he's wanting to hit those rails that he's getting in position for. So far, you know, he's only hit one of those 4 rails. And, I mean, he's sitting in the lead with the frag, but I'm pretty sure that's a big part of what he is hoping to do here up against Wenger, as we're going to have him heading back over to the heavy once again, firing some nice rockets, and Spit gets dropped down, and Cypher's going to give chase, but not too much. Looking for that rail shot yet again. Their heavy is picked up, and he will be on his way once again. So, you know, Cypher playing this one very impressive. Comes out yet again. Trail goes down. LG right on top of the pit. Oh! I thought he was going to go off the map, but it doesn't matter. He got LG'd anyway, and off the spawn. Another one for the follow-up. Not going to happen. Gets some huge LG damage. And Cypher manages to increase that lead to 2.
And that's just the Slash speed, right? Wenger was looking out towards the Mega side, expecting Cypher to come around the corner, but Cypher is so fast with that plasma trail, he just turns right back around and comes at you from the back. So Wenger, completely taken by surprise right there, almost knocked off the map, as you said yourself, and Cypher, everybody knows that he is an excellent Slash player, so this should come as no surprise. 2-0 in the lead already.
Yep, and he's showing it right here. As certainly you kind of pointed out, the disadvantage that some players would feel themselves in if they were in a heavy versus a light. But Cypher playing this one, to his strength for sure. A great direct rocket, immediately following up with that LG, and a little scratch of the nose there from Wenger, and a little bit of frustration, I think, as I don't think he expected this game to start this way.
Absolutely. Now Cypher again. They clash. LG on LG. Cypher again coming out victorious. This is risky though. The shotgun to the face. Can he keep his distance? Can he launch a rocket? He will. 38 points of health left. Dodges and escapes death once more.
Frustration often manifests itself in game as aggression, and that's kind of what we saw there right off the bat. Cypher looking completely in the pilot seat on this one. We're about to hit that 5-minute mark and 5 frags up. I expected that first couple of frags. Like I thought we'd see something like that. Great rail coming out from Cypher as he will just turn tail and run. But I was not expecting a 5 frag lead from Cypher like this. I mean, he's definitely playing phenomenally right now. I think he is in a lot more control than Wenger's ever been so far in this 5 minutes, and continues to keep it up. There are those flick rails that I was talking about earlier that I know Cypher was hoping to hit, and once again backs his opponent into the corner. Heavy is up, but boom, 1, 2, 3 rails, number 6, beautifully done.
Oh my god, and if we just look at the stats, Cypher, 16 major items, Wenger, 3. That's it. He's only managed to pick up a single mega. And adding to that, Cypher is doing nearly 1,000 more points of damage. And we're only halfway through the map. This is just obscene.
Yeah, I mean, even sneaking in there, grabbing that mega. Maybe this is Cypher's sort of anger at the last 2 map results manifesting in I know what I'm capable, and I'm going to bring that game to the arena. And again, just all over his opponent, and I cannot believe it, Flea. I am shocked that we have a 6-1 score right now. You would not believe if I called you up, I'm like, yeah, man, Cypher's beating Wenger 6-1 right now. You would be like, what? How is this happening? But we're seeing it right here play out in front of our eyes.
I turn over and go back to sleep and be like, nah, man, you're joking. That's not happening. That's not happening right now, but indeed it is. We're watching it unfold before our very eyes. Cypher dropping Wenger, the number 1 ranked player in Europe, down to a -1 scoreline. Even after watching the previous 2 games, you absolutely would not have expected this, given how close the previous matches were.
Yeah, you really wouldn't. And it's a testament to both of the players, right? And the fact that we also couldn't really call this one as strongly as I think we were able to call some of the other matches today. We obviously did say 2-1 for Wenger, so sitting on that one, but Cypher is playing this one unlike the other 2 maps. And with less than 3 minutes left to go, Cypher looking to say, hey, if I can't take the series win, I want to make a frag movie. And again, some of the frustration that we're seeing on Wenger's cam there. He finally gets a frag, putting him back at 0. That's got to feel a little bit better.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to end a game on a -1 scoreline. It's extremely demotivating, and you know that you're better than that, right? When you're a player like Wenger, you know that you can do so much better than ending in a negative score. So at least he's got that going for him now, but with 2 minutes left on the clock, it seems extremely unlikely that Wenger is going to be able to change the outcome of this map.
Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, once we hit -1 territory, it just puts you into a mindset that's really, really hard to bounce up or bounce back from. And speaking of bouncing, amazing rocket did come out there from Wenger, but Cypher coming over the side is still going to land a rail 0 to 8. And I think that is certainly out of unreachable victory territory. And Cypher is going to use these final moments to add a few more clips to his frag movie for this week's featured match. As Wenger is not going to give up, and these players don't. But what a contrast, Lee, between games 1 and 2.
Yes, indeed, a very big change right here. And now Wenger, he still wants to get at least some frags, and he will be happy knowing that in the end, this series went his way, 2-1, but still, we are seeing a Cypher unlike anything that we saw in the first 2 maps.
There it is. That's what he needed. Get away from that goose egg. Had himself a 1 to 8. 1 minute left to go. And at this point, Cypher is just going to speedy delivery around the map. And there's not much that Wenger's going to be able to do. But he can at least walk away, Flea, say, I was the series winner. I'm going to remain in the number 1 spot. Cypher will still hold on, obviously, to his number 2 spot. And certainly these are 2 players over on the EU side that everyone should be watching every single match from now until the finals, because they're going to be so important and will be a back and forth battle on who will take that number 1 spot after week 13.
Yeah, absolutely. These 2 are definitely contenders to walk away with the belt when that first finals of the second season of the Quake Pro League kick off, and they will happen rather soon. We're already in week 11, and what a week it's been.
Yeah, incredible matchup. I mean, that last map was exciting for different reasons. Not so much because it was a close one, but because Cypher turned on that aggression, turned on what we all know he is capable of, and put on a great display. But the winner of the series goes to Wenger. And although that last map might have been a little frustrating, it doesn't matter because he holds on to that number 1 spot. That's what's important. Yeah, he dropped a map, but that still puts him at 17-6, where Cypher is sitting at 13-11 on his map win-loss. And, very, very exciting day of Quake. But those first two maps, Flea, I'm going to remember those as I'm falling asleep tonight.
Oh yeah, they are good, and someone else who I think probably enjoyed those games is about to rejoin us. Ketchup, what did you think about the action we just witnessed?
What's up, everyone? Welcome back. Thank you very much. I mean, it was the match that I think we wanted to see. The final map was definitely different compared to, but when these 2 players went head-to-head, you kind of know it's going to be good, and shock horror, it was good. So I can't say I'm too surprised there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we saw the first map, right? I was thinking about the sudden death, and both of the sudden deaths ended within 30 seconds beyond the sudden death, right? First one was within 10 seconds. The second one was within about 20 seconds down there at the heavy. So very, very exciting. You think about the trajectory of QPL and where we're at in stage 1. And, we've talked about so many, like a diverse group of players who is so close in skill level, and there's not, like, the gaps are certainly closing. And I do think that the next couple weeks and then going into the finals, we're going to see some of our best games that we have seen here in the QPL. And for any Quake fan, that is really exciting.
But also, as we do get closer and closer to the kind of all-important finals, this is really where things will be ramping up. Those important maps, those important moments where you can clutch it out. You kind of need to go into the stage 1 finals knowing that you kind of have what it takes to get that job done. Because it's one thing to sort of win those kind of maps when we're really close to finals, but to lose it, I think, can be a lot more almost like a stabbing, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's not going to be a good feeling, is it? But it's, as we've always said, it's just about going into future weeks knowing that, okay, well, let's try and correct this or that or whatever the case might be. I have just been informed that we have Wenger here ready to go. How's it going, mate? Well done.
Hello, thank you. How are you? I'm doing good, thank you.
No
Good.
problem.
Congrats.
Thank
Man. Congrats. Now, I mean, I guess I kind of need to ask a bit more of a generic question. How are you feeling after this series?
Honestly, I was not expecting to win. That's my honest opinion. I have been struggling a lot in the past few weeks, and I didn't really find a way to bring my A game, and I have been struggling so much and trying to win every week. Like in the past 3 matches, I lost 2 times, and I played really poorly, so I just tried to step up a little bit more. I don't know. I honestly didn't expect to win. So I'm happy about that.
Well done.
Thank you.
Sure. Perhaps a question about that last game, Wenger, because you won the first 2. They were very close and you did manage to edge out the win, but the last one, you were even on -1 for quite some time. What happened? How did it end up that way?
I don't know, man. Just Cypher Slash. I try to think about some ways to counter, because actually going into the matchup, I think it was the only one where I felt comfortable. I don't know. I just got outplayed really hard, and
I mean, that's Quake a little bit, right? Sometimes when you feel the most comfortable, you play the game you didn't expect, and when you don't feel comfortable, you end up winning. I want to talk about the 2 sudden deaths, right? Sudden death in any situation, it's a little tense. The pressure kind of gets up there. But in both cases, you handled it very, very well. I want to ask about Ruins, because the sudden death fight took place down at the Heavy. And there was an exchange of rails. I believe you hit one of those. You nailed him with a direct rocket. Were you surprised that Cypher continued to engage in that fight and didn't actually move back, or did it play out kind of as you expected?
I think it was scared from the previous fight where I set a trap with the turret around the mega area, and it was the same exact fight. And when it went up, he died the first time. So maybe he thought that there was the turret again down there below.
That makes sense.
I was surprised, of course, because I had so much more stock than him, and I was really surprised we took fight on that exact moment. So I just managed to hit what I had to hit. He didn't really hit anything, only an 8 or something like that. So I had a lot of stock going to actually down below into the heavy area. But yeah.
Thank you. And hey, congrats on holding on to the #1 spot. Great games. Everyone enjoyed it, including the chat. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
So
Thank you,
I suppose one final question here, mate. We are very close indeed. The stage 1 finals, where things are starting to ramp up, and obviously everyone will be going as hard as they can for it. I know that you do, you understandably hold yourself to a high standard because you are one of the best players out there, and you are continuing to get better and better as every finals rolls out, right? So when it comes to the upcoming finals for stage 1, is there going to be kind of changes in your practice time? What's your kind of training regime shaping up to be in the coming weeks?
First of all, I just hope to play more, because I really didn't have the opportunity this past few weeks because of things outside Quake. So I just try to play a bit more and grind the game. And other than that, I'm starting to feel a bit better. I just hope I will. The only thing I hope is that I can play my best. So no matter what the result will be, I will have no problems about that. Whatever the placement is, as long as you play your best and you know that you gave it all. That's the most important thing. And whatever the result is, I think, Quake is awesome. And wherever we will win, we'll be the best player. And we are such in a crazy situation right now. So we are really lucky to be able to compete and with all the stuff going around us. So I'm just really thankful for the opportunity.
It's always nice to hear a bit of positivity right now. So thank you very much for that. Well done again. And we're looking forward to seeing you in the weeks to come. And we'll have to say goodbye to you for now, but it won't be for long, because it's been a good day, folks. We're about to wrap up here and have a quick recap about the day. I'm going to ask you, starting with Flea, highlight matches of the day, if this is quite an easy one.
I mean, the last two, right? They were exceptional. Sparty versus Avic, and then now Wenger versus Cypher. And based on that first map, I had a quick look at the updated scoreboard already. Sparty is currently placed third in Europe in what is arguably the most competitive European scene we've seen in the Quake Pro League. This is the man that was struggling to stay in the league, fighting for his life in relegation, and he's now ranked 3 when it comes to points.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely terrific job. Congratulations. And yeah, spectacular game.
Man, it was all great, right? I've said it. I'm going to sound a little bit like a broken record, but Ketchup, like, as the weeks go on, you know, you're seeing players really become conscious of where they are in the standings and what they need to do in order to hold on. Challenger League is unfolding right now, and undoubtedly new beasts will come from there to try to interrupt those who are competing already in QPL. So this is the most exciting, I think, time of the entire stage, and it just means that, you know, once we get to the finals and then kick into stage 2, it's just going to continue to heat up. I'm so impressed with how much improvement we've seen across the board. And, you know, to Flea's point, the EU bracket has been an absolute, you know, pleasure to see. But also, we have to give a shout out to some of the NA improvement that we've seen. You know,
Absolutely.
Chain, DeHang looked great today as well. So I'm just really excited for the collision of these two regions to come together and give us the games we all want.
I think that's what we're all starting to look forward to, though, the idea of the two territories kind of clashing and going head to head. And you know, we've had enough online finals now to see that it doesn't really hinder the player performances too much. So I think we can strap ourselves in and prepare for a good set of games to come. But we still need to reach that point. But everyone, unfortunately, that is all we have time for today. So I want to extend a massive thank you to the very talented DJ Wheat and Flea. Always a pleasure having you guys on the show, and looking forward to sticking around, you know, for more of the great action to come. But also, you know, the hardworking production teams behind the scenes, the players that are giving it their best every single week under the world's current conditions. You know, it can't be easy, and we appreciate their efforts. And you lovely people at home for tuning in every week and joining the Quake journey with us. You know, it's always a special time. Quake Sundays, gotta love them, and there's plenty more Quake where that came from. So for one final time, my name has been Ketchup, joined by DJ Wheat and Flea. This has been the Quake Pro League, and we will see you next time. Take care.
Peace.